He was reincarnated not as a simple heir, but as a madman in a sinister sect. He even feels awkward. He's a noble warrior after all. The world expected him to sow chaos, but he went his own way. Will he be able to maintain his principles, finding himself on the other side of darkness, or will his new appearance change him forever? Let's find out. The story begins in Guangsu province, where many majestic mountains rise. On these rocky and majestic mountains, the Guangmyung cult settled, with their vicious demonic arts and mysterious demon worshippers. Other cultivators wanted to destroy them, and at the center of the Guangmyung cult was the strongest martial artist who was able to master the supreme art of the demon lord, who brutally destroyed his enemies. Outsiders call this place a demonic cult. If they came to the Central Plains, the world would plunge into unprecedented chaos. The protagonist, Yang Jagak, the first son of the head of the Murim Union, decided to guide these people to the right path. He was solemnly congratulated on the end of his secluded practice. The protagonist is a young master for the Murim Union. MC looked at the ghostly image in surprise, who looked back with the same surprise. After a while, Jagak knelt down, showing his respect. In the Union, he was nicknamed the 10-hit star because he was able to counter any martial technique in just 10 exchanges of blows. Thus, the protagonist began to boast of his title, the most skilled martial artist. At that time, the political situation within the Murim cult was like the calm before the storm. People's desire to take the place of the next leader increased the intensity of internal conflicts and endless conspiracies. And beyond this unrest, there was a unification of cults that deviated from the accepted teachings and began to call themselves the Union of Apostates. Unfortunately, Jagak was involved in this wave of political upheaval, and he was poisoned before reaching the age of 30. After some time, the protagonist, whose face was hidden under a hood, woke up in an unfamiliar place and screamed loudly. MC thought, where is he? The protagonist rose from the floor with difficulty and thought, clutching his stomach with his hand, didn't he die from poison? The protagonist asked, is this really a dream? After which he clenched his teeth and barely kept himself from falling to the floor. MC touched his forehead with his fingers and noted that he thought he would definitely die. However, he was kidnapped? At least he was alive. The protagonist looked around the gloomy corridor and thought that there were glowing balls here. Judging by the fact that the walls were simply strewn with these spheres, he was kidnapped by a rather rich and influential organization. Was it the Jegal clan or Manhwa? Or maybe even an association of renegades? The circle of suspects who could have pulled this off is quite extensive. It is even difficult to remember the possible kidnappers. If you think about how chaotic the political regime is now, it is not surprising that someone would want to harm him. The first son of the head of the Murim Union. After which he approached the gate and noticed that the entrance was completely blocked. The protagonist turned around and saw a bag, and then thought that these were grain balls. This should be enough for several years. There was enough air coming through the cracks in the stone walls. So they weren't planning on killing him? If so, they would release him at the right time. Right now, it was important for him to focus on recuperating. MC sat down in the lotus position and thought that he would start by circulating his chi. He would make them regret leaving him, Jagak, alive. He swears it. After a while, the protagonist grimaced in pain and thought, could this be the after effects of the poison? Where did this strange feeling come from? First, he had to quench his thirst. The protagonist noticed a source of water and then decided to wash his face, and then he saw his reflection. In surprise, MC hit the water with his hand and accidentally fell in. After which, he stared in surprise at his reflection in the water. The protagonist thought, this is not his face. Who is this? The features of this face are quite attractive. Is it a man or a woman? The protagonist quickly decided to make sure of his gender and thought, exhaling, that he was still a man. MC looked dumbfounded and said with embarrassment that he was more fortunate in this body. The protagonist shook his head and thought that now was not the time for this. This was not his body. The internal energy was too impure. He did not feel a trace of his own martial art anywhere. Then whose body was this? No matter how much he reasoned about it now, he would not be able to get an answer. Although it was a little exaggerated, he was called the most skilled martial artist. He had never been in such a state of confusion. He had to calm down. Even if his energy was now vicious, this body still had it. If he was not kidnapped, then his mind ended up in the body of someone who was currently undergoing secluded practice, which meant that there should have been some clues left here. The protagonist spent time exploring the space around him until he discovered rock carvings in the cave. MC thought that he had finally found it, although it seemed like it had been created here centuries ago, but he could disassemble the technique. So this was the art that the owner of the body was studying. This is a truly wicked and strange art. The protagonist imitated the movements from the cave paintings and thought that he was surprised. Who came up with this? Perhaps this technique is related to drachma? Although this is too wicked for him. However, he has never encountered such a great martial art like this. Afterwards, he thought that it was written here, death and rebirth. This means that he can only become stronger by exposing himself to danger. Apparently, this was what the owner of this body wrote last. This person died from excess chi. He directed the energy along the wrong body flows. He needed to follow the source and control it until the energy took root in him. The previous owner of this body trained only from images, and he interpreted everything based on common sense alone, but he was wrong. This art seeks to destroy everything. This is the rebellion of the heavens. Although this is a proud name, it is truly worthy of being called an art that defies the heavens. MC used the technique to sense the energy in his body. After some time, the protagonist thought, holding the bag in his hand, that the amount of grains had noticeably decreased. At least several years must have passed. He finally learned everything that is depicted here. Unfortunately, the drawings end at the pose of the 10th star. This upsets him because he will not be able to master the technique completely. However, just by studying everything up to this point, he has already surpassed the power of his past life and achieved an irreversible transition to a new stage. He also acquired chi equal to 240 years of practice, so being imprisoned here was a blessing for him. The protagonist said that as a student, he never had the opportunity to show due respect, so he thanks him for this wisdom. He vows that he will not stray from the path of justice with his teachings. MC sat in the lotus position and thought that his father ruled the world of Murim, but he was sure that he could do more. He can say the same about the art of the senior monks. But this unknown art gave him something that he could not surpass, even if he spent his whole life practicing vulgar techniques. Therefore, he promises to serve the one who created this art hundreds of years ago as its one and only master. As a man who walks the path of justice, even if the heavens fall and the earth trembles, his decision will never change. He, Jagak, gives his oath. Afterwards, he went to the gate. The protagonist thought, standing at the entrance, that he still does not know how to open it. The protagonist thought, using his abilities, that he will take care of it himself then. He has no reason to stay here anymore. The current him will not be so easy to defeat, even if one of the 10 strongest practitioners of the Murim cult appears. MC destroyed the stone gate with a powerful blow, and his face was illuminated by the bright sun, causing him to cover his eyes with his hand. The protagonist thought that the familiar light was blinding him, after which he took a deep breath of fresh air. The protagonist noticed a sleeping man near a tree and decided to approach him. MC said, touching him with his hand, that he wanted to ask him something. The man looked at him sleepily, and then horror was clearly reflected on his face. He screamed, trying to run away from him. The protagonist thought, is he really mute? Just think, after so much time he met a man, and he turned out to be mute. The protagonist asked if he could speak. The man looked at him in horror, and then he fell to his knees and screamed, with tears in his eyes, that he had committed an unforgivable sin. He was asking for mercy from him. MC thought, was he really mistaken for a bandit? He really looked bad. The protagonist said that he should calm down. Why should he harm him? He was not that kind of person at all. He screamed, are they going to send him to the corridors of 10,000 demons? The man began to bang his head on the ground and screamed that he was asking to just kill him. The protagonist asked in surprise, grabbing him by the shoulders, why is he doing this? He has to get up on his feet. He just lost consciousness from horror. MC leaned him against a tree and asked why this man is so timid. He apologizes to him for scaring him, but he has to go. After some time, the protagonist made his way through the forest until he saw a settlement with a fortress wall ahead. The protagonist went there, going down the stone stairs. There were guards at the entrance who paid attention to him. MC felt their evil gaze and thought that they were emanating very strong energy. And such warriors were just guarding the entrance. What kind of place is this? The guards came closer to him, and the protagonist thought that they were approaching. Will he be forced to fight against them? Suddenly, they knelt down and respectfully called him young master. They congratulated him on completing his training. The protagonist looked at them in confusion and thought, did they call him young master? MC noticed a sign at the entrance that said that this is the Gwangmyeon cult. The protagonist was dumbfounded and thought, is this really the cult? This is a place hidden among countless centuries-old and majestic mountains, which cannot be left so easily if you set foot on the territory of this cult. Outsiders call this place the demonic cult. The warriors who showed respect called him young master. This means that the owner of the body was him. How is this possible? He is the son of the head of the Murim Union, obligated to strive for justice. However, now he is the young master of the demonic cult? The protagonist thought while his body was trembling, then the techniques he learned in the cave, do they really belong to this? The guards noted that he completed his training. Does this mean that he has mastered the supreme art of the Demon Lord? MC thought in horror, looking at them. Are they serious? The creator of the art he studied for several years, and the person he mourned and swore to serve as his true master, belonged to the demonic cult. Moreover, his teacher is a demon lord? The protagonist grabbed the guard by the collar and said that this could not be. The protagonist screamed loudly, bursting into tears, that he did not want to believe it. The guards tried to calm him down while he screamed. MC thought that he was the first son of the Murim cult, mastered the highest art of the demon lord of the Gwangmyeong cult. The protagonist thought, before losing consciousness, that even after reincarnation into the body of a young master of the demonic cult. After a while, the protagonist suddenly jumped up and began to look around. MC asked if it was really a dream. The protagonist decided to wash himself, and he saw his reflection in the mirror. The protagonist burst into tears and said that it was not a dream at all. MC asked upset, what did he do to deserve such a name? After some time, in the 7th palace of the Myung cult, a dark palace, the maid noted while combing her hair that she should relax her face, otherwise she will get wrinkles. Dan Yenhwa, the princess of the dark palace and the second daughter of Dan Jonghak, gritted her teeth in displeasure. Then she shouted, should she smile? When did that scum come back? She said that she didn't need to twitch. Yenhwa noted that it had been 3 years since he left. Why did he decide to come back? She wanted him to die right there. The maid whispered that she shouldn't say such a thing. What if someone heard her? She shouted in annoyance, who else could be here besides them? Who would dare to eavesdrop? Even if they heard, what difference did it make? She really wanted him to just die. She noted that, however, she was destined to become his future wife. She shouldn't say such things. However, he really came back. She was already afraid that she was destined to remain a single maiden. Yenhwa shouted indignantly. The maid roughly began to comb her hair. Afterwards, she noticed that she had gone too far. She crossed her arms in an offended manner. Yenhwa noted that he had actually succeeded. Even the leader himself had failed to master the supreme art of the demon lord, but he had succeeded. She heard that he had cried and fainted. The maid said that things must have gone wrong as he had planned. She should try to understand him without paying attention to others. She indignantly shouted, why should she do that? He had achieved nothing and was simply using his status as a young master to have fun with other women. The maid admiringly said that he was handsome. Yenhwa looked at her in horror. She asked, didn't she want to forgive him everything, looking at such a face? She sighed heavily and thought that she couldn't believe that she had thought the same thing a few years ago. Her naive fantasies had been dispelled the first time they met. Then she was walking at night and saw him under the moonlight. Yenhwa admired his beauty, and then came closer to him and asked, is this the young master, right? She introduced herself, and he asked, is this his fiancée? She didn't look that bad. To her surprise, he asked her to massage his legs. Yenhwa stared at him in confusion. He asked, he can't be disappointed in her, right? The young master made a terrible face and said that she didn't have to worry, he would also give her a massage. They could even practice dual cultivation. At this moment she screamed, remembering this horror, that he was 15 years old back then. Does he really think that the supreme art of the demon lord is another joke? His ancestors gave their lives trying to master this technique. She even seriously wanted to applaud him when he decided to lock himself in the corridor of the supreme demons. Everyone hated him so much that no one stopped him. If he had sworn to master this art, he would have had to part with his life if he failed. Why then did he come out of the cave in tears after 3 years? They call her an ice flower. Why does she have to marry an idiot like him? She would rather die. She does not want this marriage. The maid asked if she should not go to the small palace of Myeong. Perhaps these 3 years have changed him. She shouted indignantly, and then the maid left her alone. Yenhwa clenched her fists and looked around carefully. Sometime later, in the small palace of Myeong, Gwangmyeong cult, the protagonist thought tensely that 4 days had passed since he regained consciousness. Only a few people came to visit him, although he is a young master. However, during this time, he learned something. First, the owner of this body is Ma Chunso, a minor cult leader of Gwangmyeong. His behavior was not the best, although it was simply unacceptable. The locals called him a perverted little spirit. He was very attracted to having fun with women, and he also used his status to go unpunished and do worse things than an evil spirit. People around him thought he was mentally ill, which suited him very well. He didn't have much hope for this being a demon cult, but if you think about it, this is the worst case scenario for him. And second, he found out why he could remain untouched for all the things he did. His father, Ma Taepyeong, is a demon cult leader, one of those supreme beings who surpasses even the 10 masters. Should he be happy that he can call one of the strongest people a father? Third, he learned that, being the only son of a cult leader and having such a status, he is just an empty shell. It is unknown whether the owner of the body was indifferent to everything or just an idiot, but he lived his life without putting any effort into self-improvement. Although he studied martial arts, he failed, and his social skills were completely worthless. The small Myeong palace was the only thing he had. Hearing the servants passing by talking, he sighed. They asked, will they leave the young master alone now? Since he failed to fully master the supreme art of the demon lord, the cult leader will not leave him alone when he returns. If they are honest, then Yahyuljin should be the next cult leader of the Gwangmyeon cult. It will be better for everyone. Afterwards, they were afraid that someone might hear them. The protagonist thought that he had already heard them. However, he should not blame them too much. These are words that the owner of the body should hear. He is considered a person who cannot be controlled. Even if Chunso wasn't destroyed by the excess chi, he still didn't have long to live. The protagonist looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought that the only thing that was encouraging at a time like this was that he was only 19 years old, and it had only been 3 years since his death. He thought that even if he returned to the Murim Alliance, looking at his appearance, who would even dare to say hello to him? It would be extremely surprising if he was able to preserve his own life story. MC sighed heavily and thought, lowering his head, that after spending the last few days like a madman, he had no strength left to be angry. After which, he quickly washed his face with water. The protagonist thought that it was unlike him to worry about something that had already happened. Now he had to accept his new identity. He was Chunso now. It didn't matter at all how the previous owner of the body lived before. He would live in his own way as Jagak. Suddenly, his reflection in the mirror said with a terrible face that this was wonderful. He had to try hard. It's still a demon cult. And he's young Master Chunso. His reflection turned into an evil spirit, and he declared that they would see how long he could last as Jagak in this place. He would be watching him. At that moment, the doors opened and Yenwa walked in. The protagonist turned around and asked who she was. She gritted her teeth and asked irritably, "Is he seriously asking that?" The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion, and then he thought that he shouldn't talk so politely while in this body. He still can't get used to the fact that he is now the young master of the demon sect. MC rudely asked who she even was. Yenwa was outraged by his attitude and she screamed, "Has he already forgotten her face?" Chunso thought nervously that if they knew each other well enough for her to visit the young master's chambers so easily, then this was not their first meeting. She was wearing ordinary clothes and comfortable shoes. She was a young girl who could enter the small Myung palace if she wanted to. He realized she was his maid. The protagonist said that he was deep in philosophical thought. He would step aside and she could get to her job. Yenwa shouted, "What is he even talking about?" The protagonist was confused by her behavior and then asked, "Is a mere maid really asking him what to do? Is she that brave or just stupid? Either way, she is not behaving properly. She needs to clean up and get out of here. This is her job." She clenched her fists and asked in a trembling voice, "Did he just call her a mere maid?" MC thought that he shouldn't be prejudiced against people based on their work, but he had no other choice now. Shunso remembered his conversation with the evil spirit and gritted his teeth. The protagonist asked, "What's the matter?" As a master, he only asked the maid to do her job. The protagonist looked at her and said, "She has no right to refuse." MC looked at the crying girl in surprise. Chunso thought in confusion, was he really too rude to her? Yenwa abruptly turned away and left his chambers. She thought, wiping away her tears with her hand, that he was trash. And they wanted her to marry someone like him? This would never happen, even if it cost her her life. At this time, in the chambers, the protagonist thought that apparently, even the servants of this cult were quite impulsive. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach rumbled and he thought, had he let her go too quickly, he should have ordered her to at least bring food, although he should collect his thoughts. First, he must find out the circumstances of the cult. After a while, MC thought, looking around his palace, that he was almost the only one living in this entire small Myung palace. After a while, Chunso entered the room and asked, "Is he here?" Ya Yultak, a courtier of the Myung Minor Palace, asked the young master what brought him here at such a time. The protagonist addressed him by name while he chuckled and put on his clothes. The protagonist thought that this guy was Chunso's servant and the only person who had visited him in the past 4 days. Currently, they were the only ones living in this palace. Yultak noticed that he called him by name today. Are his memories returning? When he came back, he looked gloomy, so he was worried. It was all because he lacked negative energy, right? Should he book a place at the cat house? MC thought that there was a reason why people say that trash is drawn to trash. How can he be so vicious? Chunso stated that he should stop saying such nonsense. He wanted to ask a few questions because his memory had not fully returned yet. He looked at him thoughtfully and then touched his forehead with his hand. The protagonist asked in surprise what he was doing. Yultak remarked that it was strange. It seemed like he didn't have a fever. He spoke as if he was a man of a traditional cult. The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded and then angrily waved his hand away and shouted that this was complete nonsense. MC thought tensely, did he really notice? What should he do now? Should he kill him and get out of here as soon as possible? He chuckled and crossed his arms, smiling. Yultak laughed and loudly declared that he was just joking. He was so surprised. Now he wanted to be a good guy? He remembered his behavior was a little different. Chunso hit him on the head. Then he remarked that he was a busy man, but he had to follow the orders of the young master. The protagonist asked irritably, was he seriously calling himself a busy man when he slept during lunch? Yultak asked what he wanted to know. The protagonist asked, was he really taking care of the flowers? He asked if he wanted to tease him about it again. Then Yultak shouted that he shouldn't touch that plant. MC remarked that looking at those twisted and soft leaves, one would think that this was nature's way of greeting him. That plant smelled nice. He stared at the young master in surprise. Yultak thoughtfully asked if he was really the young master. Maybe he hurt his head badly during cultivation? Chunso asked if that meant he had talked about that plant before. He remarked that his usual behavior was different. Yultak decided to impersonate him and showed him speaking rudely and threatening to kill him. Then he asked why he was looking at him like that. Actually, he was one of the worst people, but it was normal for a demonic cult representative to speak harshly. The protagonist held his head with his hand and asked him to tell him about how their cult was organized. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach rumbled. Yultak said with a laugh that it was loud. He suggested that they have a snack first. They should go out to eat and talk. He remembers Myungchun Restaurant, a white garlic meat dish. They say it's made from a freshly caught pig that's cut into pieces and then boiled to melt in your mouth. MC listened to him talk about the dish in awe. He remarked that after a serving of rice soup with egg yolk and corn from the south, it felt so warm inside. Chunso said impatiently that they should go there, if he wanted to go there so much, but just this once. Yultak chuckled and said that of course they would go there. Then he realized and said that he remembered that Myungchun Restaurant was closed today. He suggested that they eat somewhere else. The protagonist shouted indignantly, "Why is this place closed today?" Yultak said that today was the meeting of the heirs of the Gwangmyung cult. The protagonist asked, "What is that?" He said that all the children of the important clan representatives would gather there today. He strongly recommended not to go there. MC thought, so all the heirs of the Gwangmyung cult would gather there? After a while, on the street, Chunso thought that the weather was wonderful. Yultak asked displeasedly, is he sure he wants to show up there? The protagonist said that he does. He asked in confusion. The young master understands that he didn't just advise him not to go there for no reason, right? The protagonist asked him to tell him about how the Gwangmyung cult is structured. Yultak asked, does he even remember that? Has he really lost his memory? He explained that the Gwangmyung cult consists of 9 palaces, which are divided into 2 cult palaces and 7 side palaces. The 2 cult palaces consist of the Gwangmyung Palace, where the head of the cult lives, and the small Myung Palace, where he is located. MC noted that this means that the 7 side palaces are additional forces from the clan. Yultak said that it was safe to say so now. However, they were a threat to Gwangmyung Palace. Chunso asked why he was saying that. He irritably noted that the leader of the cult was currently missing from the main palace. No one knew where he was, which was why there were rumors about the need to choose a new leader. He considered them scum. The protagonist thought that Taepyeong, the head of a demonic cult, suddenly disappeared, leaving only one note asking not to look for him. It was only natural for rebels to try to become the ruler of the territories, while the leader was missing. The protagonist noted that the young master was still there. Yultak asked if he was talking about himself in the third person. MC thought he had already forgotten about it. Chunso awkwardly said that it did not matter, he should continue his story. He asked who would see him as the next leader of the cult. He was incredibly weak, unreasonable, and his actions were shameful. There was nothing beautiful about him, except his cute face. Yultak sighed heavily and remarked that even he wouldn't choose him. If a dog becomes the next cult leader, what will happen to the demon cult? Their cult will become a dog cult. The protagonist thought that maybe he was right. Then he realized and noted in bewilderment that he was terribly open in communication with him. He worriedly stated that others say so. He is his eternally loyal servant. In any case, he heard that he will lose everything if he fails to master the supreme art of the demon lord. However, he seems to be doing well. The protagonist asked if he really wanted him to fail. Yultak stated that of course he didn't. The MC thought that after he learned the supreme art, he made an oath. He shouldn't go back on his words so easily, so he should continue to consider the demon lord as his master. However, he shouldn't use techniques without due necessity. After his servant asked, did he know how many people were part of the Gwangmyung cult? Chunso guessed that there were about 10,000 followers. Yultak pointed out that he was wrong. If you count the ordinary idol worshippers in the Central Plains, then their cult has millions of members. The protagonist shouted in shock. How was that even possible? He noted that now it should be clear why the emperor was fussing. Has he ever seen the government persecute the Mirim Alliance or the Renegade Alliance? They only single out the Gwangmyung cult and call them enemies of the country. The protagonist thought that no emperor had ever declared any cult as an enemy, whether they adhered to the traditional teachings or not. The cult seriously has millions of followers? It's like one small country. Then it turns out that it's not just a group of martial artists. MC shouted in shock. So the 7 palaces take on the role of 3 ministries and 6 ministers. Then why are they still silent? He said that 2.5 years have passed since the day the head of the cult disappeared. This period of time is enough to organize a rebellion. Yultak crossed his arms and noted that it is true that there are those who want to start a rebellion, but not all the palaces are on the same side. More accommodating, and within certain limits, cults without any connections cannot ignore the council of elders who are above them. Chunso said that it turns out that the 2 palaces of their cult, the 7 third-party palaces and the council of elders, are trying to maintain a balance between themselves. And the right to choose the next head is divided between them. He said that this is exactly it. For this, they waited for the Festival of Heaven of the Gwangmyeong cult, which is held once every 2 years. However, the appearance of the heir to the place of the head, that is, him, changes a lot. The protagonist thoughtfully said that now he understands the situation in the cult. The protagonist asked indignantly, but why are there only 2 people in the small palace of Myeong? Where are all the others? Yultak noted that there used to be more people in the palace, but he himself kicked them all out. Some for their ugly appearance, others for being too thin. Did he really want to know more? They would never come back, even if he begged them. MC exhaled and thought that the previous owner of the body was a very short-sighted person. However, now he understands more. There are many who want to become the ruler here. However, the situation is currently peaceful because they maintain a balance among themselves. Although this balancing is dangerous, if even one thing upsets this balance, a great war in the cult may begin. And after that, spears may be aimed at the central plane. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. His servant noted that he repeated that he had nothing to gain from being there. Chunso stated that he should shut up and just bring him there. Yultak said that it was his decision. The protagonist thought that his servant was worried that they would look down on him. He had a soft side for his young master. However, he had always been taught to face injustice head-on, down with unnecessary thoughts, and act quickly, and if he encountered a difficulty along the way, there was only one remedy: change his direction or destroy all barriers. And he would do it not as a member of a cult, but as a person who followed the path of justice, Jagak. The protagonist pointed out that they should all be about the same age as the heirs, so there should be no problem. He declared that his opinion was wrong. MC pushed him forward and said that everything would be fine. Now that he had left his palace, he had the sole and exclusive right to convey his greetings to everyone. Yultak shouted in irritation that he gave up. He should not lag behind him. Sometime later, at the Myeongchun restaurant, the customers at the entrance asked why they could not enter. The guard said that all the tables were occupied, they had better leave. They shouted in irritation, "What does this mean? They can clearly see the empty seats." He crossed his arms and declared that these seats were reserved. The visitors decided not to mess with a place that was under the control of the palaces, because even the guards had strong martial artists. It was easy to lose your head because of them. Suddenly, the guard announced that the second son of the Palace of Monstrous Venom, the leader of the Steel Venom Squadron, nicknamed the Fortune of the East, had arrived. The people noted that today was the day of choosing the heir of the Gwangmyeong cult. As night fell, the streets became more lively, and people greeted the heir, while merchants tried to sell their goods. Suddenly, it was announced that the second daughter of the Palace of Broken Swords, Yenhwa, nicknamed the Ice Flower, had arrived. The people asked in surprise, was she really the most beautiful among all the cults and associations? Why was she here today? Rumor has it that she does not like such events. Yenhwa walked into the restaurant with a proud gait while people looked at her with admiration. They noted that the rumors were true, she really was beautiful. She thought irritably that the young master was not the only man in the Gwangmyeong cult. She would break off this marriage if she got engaged to someone like him. Then Yenhwa turned her attention to the other people in the restaurant and thought, why is his face so long? And what about the other one? He looks too weak. And this guy's gaze makes her feel uncomfortable. It would be better for her to go up to the second floor and wait there. After some time, on the second floor of the restaurant, Chanamu, the second son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches, noted that the Ice Flower had come to meet the heir. Today is their day of celebration, and the people who did not show up will soon regret it. Perhaps he will also have luck that evening. She ignored him and sat down at the table. He remarked with a smile, introducing himself, that the nickname Ice Flower suits her very well. He is the second son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches. Yenhwa said her name, looking at him casually. She wondered if he was sucking up to her. However, at least this guy looked like the most prestigious among them. This was a gathering of the Gwangmyeong cult's heirs, but she didn't see any representatives from the outside palaces or anyone from the Council of Elders here. She thought that at least Yuljin would come here. Amu asked with a smile. What brought her here? Did she guess that he would be here too? The people behind him laughed at his question. Yenwa thought in confusion that he clearly didn't think before he spoke. Where did he get so many teeth? Was he a shark? She thought, as this guy pressed himself against her, that maybe she should just leave. It was announced that the only son of the head of the Gwangmyeong cult had appeared. They were shocked by this news. They shouted, "Why did this trash come here?" Not long before, in front of the entrance to the Myungchun restaurant, Yultak noted that he thought about it again and still didn't think it was the right decision. They should go back. Why was he standing there? He should turn around and leave. The protagonist pushed his servant forward. He almost lost his balance, but managed not to fall. The protagonist thought that he was familiar with martial arts. The guard asked in surprise, "Did he come to the meeting?" Yultak awkwardly said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He tried to announce it, but the young master's servant stopped him and said that it was not he who came here. The guard asked, "Then who came?" Then he looked at the MC in shock. Visitor asked, seeing the young master at the entrance, "Why is he here?" Most likely he's trying to do something again. Some people decided to leave the restaurant to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chunso thought that ordinary people did not bypass the demonic cult either. He thought they were all crazy, but that was just his opinion. The protagonist said that he had to tell them. Isn't this his duty? The guard loudly announced that the only son of the Gwangmyeong cult leader had arrived. They were to meet Chunso, the leader of the small palace. The customers in the restaurant greeted him respectfully. The protagonist noticed the girl leaving and told his servant that he should stay here. Yultak asked where he was going. Then MC followed the girl. Yenwa asked as she hurriedly ran away, "Why was he there?" She asked as she turned around, "Did he really come for her?" Then Yenwa screamed in horror when she saw the young master next to her. Chunso asked who she was talking about. She tried to hit him, but he dodged, causing the girl to lose her balance. The protagonist caught the falling girl while she was screaming in fear. The protagonist thought that this is what it means to be in a demonic cult. No matter if it is the young master's personal servant or a maid, there is no one here who does not know martial arts. Anyway, this girl is very unpredictable. They exchanged glances, and then she asked to let her go. MC thought, removing his hand, that he was holding his hand on the girl's waist for too long. This is unacceptable. Yenwa, falling to the ground, screamed in pain. She screamed indignantly, "Has he gone completely crazy?" Chunso said in bewilderment, "It was an accident." She asked him to let go herself. He thought she would fall, but he decided to let go because it was very rude of him to hold her waist for so long. He really wanted to do the right thing. Yenwa looked at his hand, and the protagonist jumped up to her and asked, "Is she okay?" She asked, was he seriously asking that question? The protagonist thought, was he being too polite again? MC took her hand and pointed out that if she wanted to continue being his servant, then she should take care of the hands that cleaned his room. Yenwa screamed angrily, pulling her hand away. Was he doing this again? MC thought that even if it was a demonic cult, her harshness in her statements was like a wild cat. He should try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive in a dangerous place. Chunso stated that she could say whatever she wanted, but despite having such a nasty personality, he could tell that she would only cause trouble wherever she went. He didn't mind if it was in the Myeong small palace, but she needed to go somewhere else to throw a tantrum like that. The protagonist thought that the demon cult was shrouded in darkness, so it was better for her to stay in the small palace. That way he could at least protect her. She asked indignantly while pointing her index finger at him, should he worry about her? Doesn't he know what meeting is happening tonight? The protagonist asked, it's the Gwangmyeong cult successor meeting, right? Yenwa shouted, so he even knows that, but he's still here? If he doesn't want to cause more trouble, he should go back to his small palace right now, or else he might get lost. The MC asked with a smile, if a man always runs away from trouble, how can he complete anything? She doesn't have to worry about him. Her face turned red and she shouted, why did he think that? She wasn't worried about him. Chunso pointed out that she was worried about him. However, everything would be fine. She could go back. Yenwa shouted, blushing, that she wasn't worried about him. After which, she indignantly began to walk away from him. The protagonist wondered if she was always so inconsistent in expressing her emotions, or if she simply had no experience. Speaking of which, he wondered if she was okay now. He hoped that she wasn't too upset because of him. Yang Soye should wait for him like her brother. He promised to come back. At this time, Yenwa indignantly thought, why did he act and talk as if he had become a good person? Are you sure he didn't hit his head? Did he really think that she would worry about him? She became embarrassed, remembering his face, and shouted that he shouldn't smile at her. She was just really angry at him. Yenwa worriedly looked at the restaurant and thought, however, why did he come anyway? What was he planning? After a while, Yultak asked where he went. The protagonist noted that he had his own business. He indignantly asked why he ran away so suddenly. The protagonist said that this was the way things were. It was time for them to go. Afterwards, on the second floor of the restaurant, Amu noted that he heard that he had been to the 10,000 Demon Corridor. He wondered if he had made any progress in his martial arts training. He was surprised that the young master had decided to visit such a humble place. If he had come for women, and excitement, he could find more of that on the outskirts of the slums. Yultak, annoyed that he should watch his words, Amu threateningly stated to Yultak that he was still hoping for a miracle. This was the reason his family abandoned him. Didn't he understand that? Didn't he feel ashamed that he was bringing such a disgrace to his family? He got angry and called him trash. They looked at each other while the MC calmly sat down at the table. Chunso noticed that this was the dish he was talking about. It looked delicious, and the oily sheen was pleasing to the eye. Yultak looked at the young master, puzzled. The protagonist asked if he had interrupted the conversation. He apologized. They could continue their conversation. The protagonist tried the dish and noted that it tasted quite exquisite. Amu chuckled and said that he had been watching him and realized that someone needed to see a doctor. Or did he have a different opinion? Maybe he should call a doctor himself? MC looked at him, puzzled. He asked what was wrong. Was he in a bad mood now that such a humble person like him was saying something like that? Chunso looked at him and thought, is he really an idiot? The protagonist asked, turning to Yultak, who was he? His servant introduced Amu and said that he was the son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches. He was no better than a stray dog. The protagonist thought as his expression changed. What does it mean he is from the Palace of Worldly Riches? He should greet him well. MC asked maliciously, does Myungchun's restaurant even serve food to dogs? Amu got furious, his face turned red with anger. Afterwards, he threw the table aside and asked while gritting his teeth, does he not know what tact is? Or maybe he has just gone crazy? A lot has changed since he went to study martial arts in the cave. Is he sure that he can act like this in such a place? Chunso thought that he was not mistaken. The previous owner of the body was irritable and always relied on his father, and he does not have this support now. His behavior suggests that he has prepared for the young master's return. The protagonist asked, turning to his servant, what is the strength of his influence? Yultak asked puzzledly, what is he talking about? The protagonist demanded a detailed story from him. He pointed out that if they were talking about a strict hierarchy, he had the second highest position in the Gwangyong cult. And within reason, he could personally punish others on the spot. He also has the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. However, why was he asking about this now? MC thought that this meant that he occupied a position between the highest judge and the emperor. However, he could not, for example, order someone to be beheaded. Only the emperor had the right to do so. Chunso asked, so he could calmly teach this idiot a lesson? Yultak asked quietly, he wasn't going to kill him, was he? This would cause a lot of trouble later. The protagonist pointed out that he heard him perfectly well, so he should go back. And he said that he would punish him, not kill him. He shouted that this was right. This idiot should get what he deserved. The one with a big mouth like a hippopotamus's jaw and bulging eyes like a fish. The protagonist stated that he had noticed very well. Amu got angry and grabbed the cup from the table, intending to throw it. MC thought, watching him closely, that judging by the tension of his muscles and the angle of his hand, he was going to throw the cup to his left to scare him. This means that he does not want to seriously hurt him, because he will have to answer for it. Chunso grabbed his servant to take the blow from the cup. Yultak grimaced in pain and fell onto the table. The protagonist continued to eat the dish calmly. He then turned to Amu and menacingly asked, was the Palace of Worldly Riches really trying to kill him? Amu looked at him in fear and shouted that this is just nonsense. The protagonist thoughtfully said that he had just tried to kill him. If his servant had not saved him, he would have died. Or was he aiming for his place as the young master instead? He shouted that this is nonsense. It was just a cup. MC asked, so he thinks this is nonsense? Chunso turned to his servant and asked how he feels. Yultak shouted with tears in his eyes, but can't he see it himself? He is in great pain. The protagonist noted that he could see for himself that his servant was on the verge of death. There was plenty of evidence of his guilt. Maybe he should call and tell the Council of Elders about this situation, or would it be better to go visit the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches right away? The protagonist thought, looking at his frightened face, that this is exactly what he was counting on. The children of prestigious palaces are not afraid of public anger, but of their parents' anger. He does not know how the previous young master would react to this, but he is different. MC asked, turning to Amu's friends, were they in cahoots with him? They shouted in horror that they just came to have dinner, after which they hurried to leave the restaurant as quickly as possible. Chunso asked why he was still standing there. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it quickly. This was his last chance. He would wish the Palace of Worldly Riches well in that case. Amu got furious and grabbed the hilt of the dagger with his hand. They exchanged glances, and then he said that he was asking for his forgiveness. The protagonist asked what he should forgive him for. Amu said through clenched teeth that he had gone too far. The protagonist asked if that was all he could say after injuring a man. He shouted in irritation that it was because he had used him as a human shield. The MC asked menacingly if he really thought he could hide behind his father's name. He shouldn't even try. Even if thousands of people bowed down to him, there would come a time when their blood and tears would become daggers that would pierce his wicked heart. He thought he was just lying about it? He, Chunso, would be his retribution. Amu bowed his head and said that he had committed a grave sin. He only asked him not to go to his father. Chunso shouted that he should shut up. He should go to his palace immediately and tell him that he would visit them soon. He looked at him in fear. The visitors asked what was going on there. Was the head of the small palace declaring war on the palace of worldly riches? That meant rebellion. He uses his father's name more than anyone else. He is just a small piece of trash. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that the 7 side palaces along with the Council of Elders should wait. He would come to each of them. After some time, at the Palace of Worldly Riches, one of the 7 side palaces, Jong Saemin, the leader of the Palace of Worldly Riches, smashed a cup in anger. Amu asked his father, did the leader of the small palace just want to scare them? He shouted, does he even understand what he did? He asked, is there anything he can do to them? He doesn't understand why he's so angry. Saemin shouted that he should shut his mouth. No matter how weak and stupid he is, he's still the leader of the small palace. Doesn't he understand that? Amu said that it was a misunderstanding. He hoped that he had lost his fighting ability due to the chi overload. However, when he saw him, he thought he was in serious danger. He shouted through clenched teeth, does he really dare to make excuses? He doesn't want to see his face. He should go into the demon corridors and not come back until he himself allows it. He shouted in fear, turning to his father, isn't this too cruel? What about his training? Samin shouted that he should shut up. Did he really think that he would not be punished for such behavior? He should leave. Then he grabbed his head with his hand and shouted that he should call Birung. He thought that it had been 2 years since the head of the Gwangmyeong cult, Taepyeong, disappeared. According to the Council of Elders and the 7 third-party palaces, it was decided to choose a new head of the cult. The new sun is destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Feast of Heaven. In any case, the young head of the small palace returned after completing his secluded practice. Samin thought that if they brought up the issue of choosing a new head of the cult, he would take the place. As long as there is no head, the young master stands above everyone in his status, no matter what the circumstances. At the moment, the head of the small palace is like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. They need more time to observe and take action, but his son is an idiot who provoked him. Chunbirang, the captain of the Golden Cavalry, asked, did he call him? He asked, in his opinion, did the head of the small palace do this while understanding their current situation? He noted that he was a man with a willful attitude. It was hard to imagine what his motives were. Samin thoughtfully said that it was still strange. He was able to deal with his son so easily. Why would his son call this trash strong? Barang noted that Amu was known for his modesty. The young head of the small palace was an ordinary martial artist at his worst. Even if he was not that stupid, they should not worry about it so much. Afterwards, he stated that this was their chance. He asked, what was he talking about? Barang said that this was a great opportunity for them. Samin looked at him in surprise, and then he asked, why did he think so? He noted that there was a balance in the cult now, so the young master was the one who could upset that balance. Or he would be on their side, or they would kill him. That was the limit of the situation changing. Samin asked irritably, wasn't that what he was talking about? In this day and age, being accused of rebellion could destroy them all. If someone else from the outside palaces killed him, they could frame them, and they would meet their deaths that way. Birang said that was why he called it an opportunity. The head of the small palace was impulsive and impetuous. If they greeted him well and gave him gifts, they could earn his trust. He asked thoughtfully, was he offering to protect the young master of their cult? He remarked that that was exactly what he had meant. By protecting him, they could earn his favor. The Palace of Worldly Riches could rule the Gwangmyeong cult. Samin said that was wonderful. In other words, he was offering to become the rulers of the cult until the head returned. If he returned, Bairang said that he had understood correctly. He chuckled and scratched his beard with his hand, and then said that he must bring the sacred sword of demonic flame. He shouted in shock. Was he serious? This was one of the 5 divine treasures of the Gwangmyeong cult. Samin said they wouldn't do anything about it, although he himself will go and bring this weapon. In order to achieve great success, one must use the most valuable items. Sometime later, in the small Myeong Palace, the protagonist meditated in the lotus position and thought that they would think that the trouble at the Myeongchun restaurant was a rash move by the young master, and they would be busy calculating their next steps. If he had to live out the rest of his life in this body, it would be better for him to manage the demonic cult himself and bring peace to the Central Plains. Thus, the Palace of Worldly Riches was ideal as a first target. In order to carry out his plans, he needed economic support. The protagonist thought, trying to ignore the extraneous sounds, that his current problem was the lack of sufficient strength. He can't handle all the difficulties by himself. He has to find people who are not part of anyone's army. The only warrior under the roof of the small Myung Palace is his servant. At this moment, Yultak opened the doors, and MC thought he just remembered him. He shouted in irritation, "How can he sleep peacefully after what happened?" And so pointed out that he is meditating, not sleeping. Yultak shouted, "Since when has he been doing this?" He skeptically noted that he chose a very good time for this. Yultak shouted that he should quickly go to the Palace of Worldly Riches and say that this was all a joke. He could get into big trouble if he doesn't hurry. The protagonist said that he was dead serious, and he thought he was just joking. He shouted in irritation, "Does he really want to be locked in the corridors of 10,000 demons again? Why anger 7 third-party palaces when the head of the cult is absent?" The protagonist pointed out that he had injured his servant and he cared about his people. Yultak was embarrassed, and then he realized and shouted that he was the one who pushed him. The MC said that he could not thank him. There was a more important matter now. Could he bring the records where the entire hierarchy of the Gwangmyeong cult was written? He asked in shock. Why did he need it now? He could get them, but did he really need them so urgently? Chunso said that he had to bring them right now. He had to know who he could contact to fill the small palace with the people he needed. Yultak asked in confusion. What was he talking about? The protagonist asked, pushing him. Why was he still here? He had to take him there. He asked what he wanted to fill. The protagonist pointed out that the houses at the palace. There were 11 empty houses in the palace, not counting him. Yultak shouted in shock. Why did he decide to do this so suddenly? Are you sure he didn't hit his head? MC happily noted that it was too quiet here, despite it being the place where the young master resided. And he also said that he was bored, right? Yultak angrily shouted that he provoked the Palace of Worldly Riches yesterday and now he wants to do this too? Is this his way of throwing a tantrum? He shouldn't ignore him. Chunso noted with a smile that he expected the others to throw a tantrum. He stated that this wasn't something that should be taken so lightly. They might not consider Amu, but if he interfered with the people of the small palace, the 7 third-party palaces, and the Council of Elders would not leave him alone. This was too risky. The protagonist asked, turning to the servant, who was he? Yultak shouted in irritation, is this really important now? When is he planning to stir up trouble in the cult again? The protagonist calmly said that he would ask him again. Who was he? He said with a puzzled expression that he was the leader of the small palace. MC asked if there was any need for another reason then. Yultak noted with confusion that there was no need for another reason. MC exhaled and said with a smile that he should go already. He said with clenched teeth that it was a curse. Then his servant noted that he should change his clothes. They did not need to attract unnecessary attention in the city. And he should wear a black hat. Chunso asked if this was the only clothes he had. Yultak noted that he liked the color black. The protagonist changed his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror and happily said that it looked pretty good. Sometime later, on a night street of the city, the protagonist asked if this was the night market. Yultak said that he was mistaken. He should know where they were now. It is among the countless majestic mountains, although he himself did not count it, but the peaks really are infinite. The cult members live on only 7 mountain peaks. The palace of the leader of the Gwangmyeong cult and the small palace of Myeong are located on the largest peak, the peak of the sun, greedily accepting a good portion of the sun's rays. Then there is the peak of the moon, flame, water, wood, steel, and earth. At the peak of the sun, there is everything. The leader is content with everything he needs. However, for the other palaces, things are not so happy. Many have to go to the market here, at the peak of the waters. Some come to buy goods in the evening, others at night, and others even in the morning. Therefore, the market is open all the time. Thus, it can be said that it is a 24-hour market. MC thought that he had no idea that the people of the cult had to go through such a thing. It must be difficult, especially for those who do not know martial arts. Chunso asked why they do not just go down the mountain to buy something down there. Yultak asked, is he suggesting that they go down from the top? The protagonist pointed out that this was indeed the case. He explained that if they went down, they would be attacked by the Renegade Alliance, the Murim Alliance, and the Emperor himself. How could they go down? The protagonist pointed out that it was because the Central Plains had been damaged by the demonic cult several times. All they had to do was stop the bloodshed. He said that he meant that they might want to go down. However, the Emperor considered the demonic cult as enemies without any justification. They were simply fighting to survive. The MC apologized first and then asked if their actions were too barbaric to be considered self-defense. His servant looked at him in shock. Yultak said in fear that he shouldn't say such a thing. The whole world had heard of the disgrace of the perverted little demon. Whose side was he on anyway? Chunso thought that now that he was the young master of the demonic cult, he shouldn't say such a thing. By the way, he forgot about it, but his nickname because of the previous owner of the body is an unpleasant problem. Even if he finds someone, will they want to follow him? Afterwards, he asked, have they arrived yet? He noted that they were already quite close to the place. The protagonist thought, in any case, how can his servant not get tired of this? At this time, in the far room of the dark corridor, an old man was writing in a notebook by candlelight. After a while, Yultak said that they had arrived. This is here. The signboard of the building said that this is the library of the Gwangmyung cult. The protagonist asked, so this is the library? He noted that this place is known to those who listen to gossip. This place is not inferior to the main palace. It is time for them to go inside. There is an old man inside. Yultak asked, is there anything to see today? The old man asked where they came from. He noted that there is light here, but it is still very dim. He will ruin his eyesight if he reads like this. The old man turned his attention to the young master and said that he did not know if there was anything to see here. Yultak said that there must be something. How are things at the market? He said that there were different markets. Which one was he talking about? He noted that naturally, this was the topic. MC thought that this was a meaningless conversation. Could this be some kind of code? The old man asked them to wait politely and threw them out on the street, locking the door behind him. Yultak shouted indignantly, knocking on the door with his hand. Why were they just thrown out the door? He does not know the small glow? They came from there. At this time, the old man opened a secret passage in the floor, where there was a staircase leading down. Then, by the light of a lantern, he went down and walked along a long dark corridor until he reached a reinforced door. The old man noted that they apparently came from the small palace of Myung. What should they do? An unknown voice asked, did they come in person? He said that he tried to hide his appearance under his clothes, but his handsome face was hard to hide. It was undoubtedly the young master. The stranger put down his brush and thoughtfully asked, what could have happened in the Heavenly Demon Gallery? First, he had wrecked the Myungchun restaurant, and now he had come to him seriously? The old man noticed that his aura was different from before. However, he had always been someone whose actions were hard to predict. The stranger asked what he was trying to achieve. He noted that he had requested a list of names. He asked, did he want to take the records of the hierarchical records of the Miram Union, or the unions associated with them? The old man said that he had asked for something else. The unknown voice asked, what did he want? He stated that the young master wanted to see the records of the Gwangmyung cult. He thoughtfully said, that was even harder to understand. The head of the small palace wanted to see the records of the Gwangmyung cult. The old man asked, what should they do? He said that he was interested. He wanted to meet him in person. He asked worriedly, did he seriously want to meet him? Would he be okay? The unknown voice noted the young master was called a troublesome scum. Even if he had eyes, he would not be able to recognize him. The old man noted that in any case, if he was recognized, it might not be very good. He stated that it would be better on the contrary. If the young master was still capable of something, they would turn it to their advantage. The old man said that he understood everything. The unknown voice said after he left that the head of the small palace was on the verge of his rotten life, or it could mean something else. After a while, at the entrance to the cult library, the old man opened the doors, and then inside the room, Yultak asked in surprise, did that mean he understood him after all? Why did he do that then? After which they began to go down the secret staircase. They looked around in surprise, and his servant said that he was here for the first time. Were they able to hide such a place? After some time, an old man at the fortified door said that guests had arrived. An unknown voice said that he could let them in. After which they went inside and saw many leaflets with pictures of people on the wall. Yultak asked in shock what all this was. He noted that it was just his hobby. He greeted the young gentleman. The protagonist noted that he had not said anything yet, but he already recognized him. The unknown noted that with experience you learn such things. The protagonist asked what happened to him. He said that he could not stand on his own. He apologized for this, but he could only greet him like this. MC said that it was nothing. Did he make this chair himself? The unknown said that it was called a wheelchair. There was nothing in his abilities that could be praised. Chunso noticed with a change in expression that the secret room was located under the so-called library, and a man who calls himself an old cripple master, but is actually greater. How can this not be surprising? After the protagonist noted that he is a wonderful artist. The protagonist thought in surprise, noticing the drawing, that this is a list. This should be a list of outstanding Miram fighters. There are unorthodox connections, the Miram Alliance, the powers of the Emperor. They captured each of the outstanding fighters who have reached the highest stage. However, how is this possible? Who is he? He can't believe it. There is information about the mysterious monk Sorim, the 7 disciples of Wu-Tang, and the cloud dragon of emptiness, and there is even information about his father. The stranger asked, did he recognize someone? There are people from the Murim Alliance on this side. They exchanged glances. After MC threateningly stated that these are secret affairs under the control of the library. Who is he? He remarked that his hobby was collecting and spreading rumors. Chunso said that this was not something that a normal person could handle. If this was revealed, there would be bloodshed. The stranger remarked that this was why he was hiding here. The protagonist stated that this did not guarantee that no one would find out about this place. If the information was needed for evil, would he tell the same thing? The protagonist said through clenched teeth that he should not do this just for his own pleasure. He stated that the young master was worried about the central plane. He would be a wonderful ruler. Yultak shouted in anger that he was crazy. He wanted to die right here. What made him think that he could say such a thing? The stranger chuckled and asked how he could be afraid of the thought of losing his life when he was in such a situation. In any case, if he died, no one would be able to leave. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and his servant shouted in shock. What was the meaning of this? What was going on? MC noted that it looked like he wanted to kill him so he wouldn't get out. He asked how he could do that. He just hoped he would listen to his advice. Chunso said he could just repeat himself, go out and come back with more fighters. The stranger said he would be gone by then. The protagonist noted that he had a lot of self-confidence. He said that was what kept him alive. The protagonist said that was empty talk. Why did he call him? He could have just passed on a message on a piece of paper. The stranger said that he came in person. Why did the young master want the Gwangmyeon cult? MC thought that it would be difficult to deceive him. Otherwise, a weak lie would not solve anything. Chunso said that he wanted martial artists to live in the small palace. He asked, is that why he stayed at the Myeongchun restaurant? He could not find capable people. The protagonist said that they have comfortable houses, they do not need it. He hoped to gather those who do not belong to any associations. The stranger looked at him intently and then asked, while searching for something in his notes, does he mean to increase his influence in the cult? The protagonist said that he just wants to fill the empty rooms in his palace. He asked with a grin, does he not know what times are now? Or does he look down on them? MC noted with a smile that as long as he suffers, it does not matter. Whether he leaves or stays in the palace, he has no reason to do nothing. The stranger warned him that this path could lead to his death. Chunso asked, is he serious about this? He asked, does he really have a different opinion? They looked at each other in silence for a while, and then the protagonist asked what his name was. Tongjigul introduced himself, and this greatly shocked the protagonist. MC thought in horror, gritting his teeth, is he serious? A memory from the past popped into his mind, where a young Tong asked why he didn't give up martial arts and go with him to the Gukjum training school. He would go there. The protagonist, in the form of Jaguk, said that he shouldn't say such nonsense. He should better hand over the Black Dragon aquaculture plan to him. He is busy now, he should finish the business here and go to Chongjin, the Ark is calling. He stated with a laugh that he has terrible manners. He conveys this to him so he should avoid killing if possible. The protagonist said that he should stop making conditions. And why are there no windows? Tong stated that asking unnecessary questions could cost him his life. MC thought that this was a man from the secret alliance Jaggleton. A man unmatched in intelligence. He was called the reincarnation of the first ancestor. A man who was briefly called the first scholar of the Central World due to the publications, the white paper of the secret alliance Murim. He was his senior who cared for him the most when he first joined the Murim alliance in Pyeongdae. They had been friends for a long time. They had fun learning martial arts together. Currently, Chunso noticed a scar on his arm and thought that it really looked like his senior's scar. The protagonist thought in horror, is this really his scar? Why would his senior be in the library of a demonic sect, much less in a secret room? Afterwards, the protagonist said in shock, addressing him as Jaggleton, that he couldn't believe it. If it was really him, then he should be 40 years old, but his body looked much older. Tong asked, did he really know about him? Now he wondered if he was the real young master. The MC pointed out that asking unnecessary questions could cost him his life. He said that he had shown disrespect and apologized to him for that. Chunso asked, then why is he here? Tong pointed out that no one knows who will be brought to where. He is here because fate brought him here. Yultak asked in shock, does he know him? The protagonist said that his servant is mistaken. Wasn't he the one who brought him here? He said that it was true. However, this was his first time seeing him. If it was Jaggleton, wasn't it a faction? The protagonist said that it was impossible. He thinks he is the only one who could have such a surname? What faction is he talking about? He should stop joking like that. Yultak noted that, if it was a faction, they would have been exposed long ago. Tong asked why the young master came here. MC looked at him puzzled. He noted that if he didn't know, he wouldn't have come here. Now, the 7 third-party palaces, the Council of Elders, and the main palace of the cult have started to monitor him. He even declared war on the Palace of Worldly Riches. The longer he stays here, the more unknown changes there will be. Chunso thought that he had been sitting here alone for a long time. This was definitely his elder from the Mirim Alliance. The protagonist said, with a smile, that he was monitoring them, not they him. He chuckled and showed a hidden stand with information about the fighters. The protagonist noted that there was a list of the Guangyang cult. Tong said that initially there were only 2 words written on the sheet about the young master. Does he know which ones? MC noted that he didn't know about it. He stated that it was written that the young master was a psycho. Yultak said in annoyance that he would definitely break all of his bones for such impudence. How dare he joke like that in front of the young master? Chunso asked the servant to bring him some water. He asked in surprise, did he ask for it now? The protagonist remarked that his throat was dry, so he should go and get a bucket of water. After the protagonist said that he would continue. Tong said that after his visit, he should rewrite the sheet. He thought that he knew everything, but now he thought that he couldn't stay here forever. The MC asked why he thought so. He remarked that he was told that the young master was stupid and untalented, but he was smarter than anyone. Although he was a scumbag before, a real gentleman appeared in front of him. Isn't that clear? If he is now thinking about why he mentioned treason in the 7-sided palaces, it is to protect himself. Regarding the Palace of Worldly Riches, it is because he wants wealth, not their power. Besides, if he didn't find them right away, it makes the situation dangerous. And the reason he came here is most likely to take this position. He pointed the bamboo stick at the palak with the cult leader. Tong asked with a smirk, what would he say to that? Chunso looked at him silently. He asked, isn't that why he came here? The protagonist smiled and asked, so what if that's the case? When he becomes the leader, he will burn this place down. Tong pointed out that if he is going to become the leader of the cult, he won't do it without the help of the servants, the Council of Elders, or the old men. The protagonist stated that he doesn't have to worry about that. He said that with only a high status, he can only dream about it. His plans can be ruined by an insignificant reason. The MC asked with his arms crossed, if he agrees to his help, will he be able to become the leader? Tong stated that he wants 50%. Chunso noted that he can't do that. Then he has to do it on his own. He pointed out that it wouldn't be worth it. The protagonist said that it sounded like it wasn't worth dreaming about. Tong said that he was just telling him the truth. The protagonist exhaled and apologized to him. He was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The MC said that he wasn't going to become the leader. Tong asked if he did it to save his life. Chunso said that the centuries-old mountain looked conquerable, but it was just a small corner of the northwest. However, if you don't look from the outside and only look from the inside, it was just his greed. Even if he took over this place, everything would remain the same. However, instead, he would change this place. He asked in shock. So he wanted to change the demon cult, not become the new leader? That's very arrogant. Does he think he can do it? It can't be solved with ordinary brute force. The protagonist said that he would achieve his goal anyway, even without his help. Tong exhaled and said that he now understood that he was not crazy, but just a dreamer. At the moment, the balance in the cult is very unstable. What can he do? This is a demonic cult that worships magic. With modest strength in martial arts, he will meet his death at all. He will not be able to cope alone. He has no choice but to accept his help. He will take responsibility for him to become the head of the cult. It is much better than dying because of rebels in the cult. After all, they can do without sacrifices. He offers to make his life easier. All he needs to do is give his rights into his hands, and then he can live as he wants. The protagonist thought, his face changed, that he had such a bright future. How could he fall so low? Does he seriously want to become a regent in a demonic cult? Where did his spirit go? If he forgot who he is, then he will remind him of it. MC asked through gritted teeth, using his powers, why is he so sure that he will fail? Chunso declared while his body was covered in dark energy that he will change the demon cult with his own hands. The protagonist shouted angrily, suppressing him with his power, that he must fight against empty desires that can block his path. Otherwise, he will destroy him. Tong looked at him in shock and called him a heavenly devil. The protagonist declared that he is limited to only this place with no relation to any other place. Dares to talk about the world. This is very rude and arrogant of him. After which, MC destroyed the reinforced door using his powers. He bowed his head and noted that he received power from the demon lord. However, why does he want to change the demon cult? After all, there is only the possibility of climbing to the position of the head of the cult. Chunso said that the current magic religion is like an abyss. They push each other into the pain and pity they created. They are not even able to free themselves, trying to simply break the chain of evil. Tonji noted that the young master of the demon cult would not say such a thing. Isn't he doing the same thing? The protagonist noted by looking at his hand that this is why he became the heir of the demon lord. He laughed loudly, and the protagonist asked why he was laughing. Toinji gritted his teeth and shouted that this is funny. This is so funny. He is the heir who received the heavenly power of the devil that changes magic. This does not sound bad at all. MC wondered if he has gone crazy, or is he just tired? Afterwards, he said that he is asking for a chance. If he survives, what kind of fear will he have? He will simply spare him. Chunso asked why he had to do that. Tonji pointed out that he had unfinished business. The protagonist stated with gritted teeth that it was none of his business. He said that he would stand in front of him on his way. Although his body looked like that, he was sure that he would be able to give him some suitable orders. He knew who the Halmoon were? The protagonist stared at him in surprise and thought that of course he knew about them. They were a specialized organization created by people working in the lower classes. Because of this, they lacked solidarity, but in terms of information, they were known to be superior in openness. How did he know about them? Tonji looked at the young master with a stern gaze. Then he took out a tablet and stated that he was a 19th generation Halmunju. The protagonist thought that it was a tablet made of gold. He was right. He really was a member of that organization. The MC stated that he had been deceived. The Halmoon lived hidden on the mountain. Tonji remarked that this must have been the reason for his progress in achieving the power of a heavenly demon. Chunso asked if this meant that they should trust each other now. What did he want? He asks him to promise only one thing. In the Murim Alliance, there is a military man named Jegelman. He asks to let him go. The protagonist thought, was it really him who imprisoned him here? He wanted to know why his elder had changed so much. What was the reason? If he had a reason for revenge, then he must be the most feared one in the Murim Alliance. Leaving him alive was dangerous. Tonji remarked that it didn't matter what he was thinking now. He only wished that the plan had changed, but nothing would remain the same if he was the heir. The protagonist said that many things had already changed. He asked if the young master wanted him to be on his side. The MC remarked that if he followed him, he would have to try hard. Tongji said that he would put everything on the line and go crazy. Then when he died, he would not be able to close his eyes peacefully. Chunso said that he was a crazy person. He should get used to it. He only wanted Jagelman? He said that he was disabled. It would be better if he brought him to him. The protagonist said that this was too much. Tong noted that he was more suitable for the Murim Alliance than the demon cult. The protagonist asked what they should do now. He said that he should lift him up first. He was not very comfortable right now. He thought of it as a fight for life. MC exhaled that he would not change at all, even if he died. Then he helped him up and sit in his chair. Tong said that the current demon cult is no different from an active volcano. From the seven-sided palaces to the Council of Elders, they are quite strong, more than ever. Chunso noted that this means there are two candidates for the head of the cult. He said that this was a correct guess. Because of this, the appearance of the young master was a variable for them. If they rejected the cult leader, the minor heir would take over the power, whereas his rejection of the cult leader would be a great burden for them. The protagonist thought about the demonic cult. Tong asked if he was dissatisfied with something. The protagonist asked in surprise, why was he asking such a question? He pointed out that his friend had previously called the Guangmyung cult only demonic. He also called the cult only demonic. The MC thought that it was too early to reveal his identity. Chunso said with his arms crossed that he could continue. Tong pointed out that even if the young master had reached the power of the heavenly devil, it would only allow the demonic spirit to be destroyed, but it would not be possible to possess it. He then took out a box and said that it was originally created to defeat the cult leader's heart, but he would give them to him. One of them is the doctrine of the secretary of the Guangmyung cult. There are several copies of the original. Another book is a continuation of the Guangmyung cult. He must cherish it. The protagonist asked, is this a mask? Tong told a legend about the roots of the Western Guangmyung cult. It was said that a demon god created an evil dragon, but a hero sent by God killed this creature. The mask was on the hero who killed the evil dragon. After he noted that it looked like an ordinary mask, but if he put it on, he would be surrounded by a sea of blood. This item is made in such a way that no one would recognize it. In the Guangmyung cult, this was used by 5 gods who were known for generations as heavenly demons. They are scattered throughout the world and their locations are unknown. It is known that one is here, and is called the Mask, Holy Fire. The protagonist asked, what should he do? He said that he must hide his power as much as he can. When they find out that he has subdued the power of the demon lord, half of the Guangmyung cult may rebel against him. And then he will be forced to deal with it on his own. In total, 50% of the people's consent with the government was lost. The protagonist thought that in this case, no one would be able to win and everyone would only suffer losses. Tong stated that in any case, he could not worry about it too much. He had to convince half of the palaces and the Council of Elders before the selection of the heir began. Then, he could easily become the head of the Gwangyang cult. He had 4 months left. However, he had to be careful in choosing carefully who he would first establish relationships with. There would also be people who would get ahead of him. For example, the Palace of Welcoming Joe, where they use information, but they do not have enough power to do so. Moreover, his reputation in the cult is not very good. He has not forgotten about it, right? MC noted that if he is talking about the past, he regrets it very much. Tong asked who knows about it. Everyone only knows him as trash. Therefore, he must show the new him to others. The power has increased, which means that people are in danger if they continue to live there. On the contrary, the unreasonable pressure from the 7 third-party palaces and the Council of Elders increased. How could he help them? He should go outside and look around. Then he would see those who could change their lives with small things. He would continue to hide, and he should have his own cover. Could the young master do it? Chunso was taken aback by his words. Tong thought that his will to achieve his goal had already fallen, but suddenly the protagonist said that he could. He would do it. He said that it was wonderful. The protagonist asked, "Is this really okay?" Tong asked, "Doesn't he want to increase his strength?" They have unusual qualities, but they walk around aimlessly because they can't blend in. The MC noted that the houses in the small palace were empty. There were only 10 seats left. That was not enough, right? He asked, "Wasn't it about 11 empty seats?" Chunso noted with a smile that only 1 seat had acquired an owner. Tong stated that such a shabby place as the small palace, but he still enjoys its luxury. The protagonist said that he has become sarcastic now. He stated that he should take a look at it first. Then Tong said, opening the canvas, that this is old Tasik. They will start with him. At this moment, Yultak returned with a bucket of water along with the old man. He said that he knows this man. He is simply a terrible person. The protagonist asked, "So he knows him?" Yultak stated that of course he knows him. He was doing well, and then he lost his wife and drank poison. That is why he has a bad reputation. Tong said that his words are true. In the Gwangyang Palace, he was the head of the cult leader's guard, a former creditor in the palace. Now no one needs him because he has wounded. The MC turned to the servant and stated that they should go. Yultak indignantly asked, "Really right now? What about the water?" Chunso said he had a new goal. After some time at Subon Market. In Subon, outside the market, under the waterfall, there is a valley where low-class people live. The waters flowing there are like the tears of these people, so this place is called Birugol. It is obvious who can go there. People who have lost their fortune in gambling, or have become alcoholics due to lack of family. Also those who have nowhere to go, or who have committed a serious crime and are hiding. No one paid attention to them. There is nothing to take from them, and there is no way to make them repent, because of which their life, day after day, is devoted to the usual routine in a musty house. A few days ago, people bowed their heads on the shore. A boy asked his mother if he could go home. He was dizzy. The woman said that he should be quiet and not speak so loudly. An important person was coming today. If he wanted to live, he should be patient. Could he do it? He said that he would try to be patient. The man asked discontentedly, who decided to come to them? Did he want them all to die so that he could walk over their bodies? His friend next to him asked fearfully, why was he saying such a thing? He should watch his words? Didn't he hear that it was the young master? He shouted in surprise. Was this scum really seriously coming to them? Suddenly he shouted that he was already here. Everyone needs to kneel down. If they don't want to die, don't look into his eyes and kneel down. At this time, a watercraft was moving along the water surface, in which the protagonist was meditating in the lotus position. After which, they sailed past a flower field, which the protagonist drew his attention to. Yultak said that he should look ahead. Quite a lot of people had gathered to greet them, and the local patrol was even there. Jiang Chen, the leader of the village, greeted the young master and said that he had come from far away to their musty valley. They were glad to meet him. The people began to praise him, and MC thought that such praise was only given to the emperor. There are many things here that need to be gotten rid of. Chunso turned his attention to the people and asked if they were really hot. He looked at him puzzled. The protagonist asked if the people were hot here. Jiang Chen said that of course it was not so. Who could be hot here? The people were trying to hide the effects of the heat. Yultak said that he was just showing off. It was time for them to go. Afterwards, he turned to the village leader and asked if he would take them there. He said that they needed to go here. The protagonist thought it was karma. After some time in the house, Jiang Chen asked if the trip to get there was too hard. However, why did he suddenly decide to visit this place? Yultak asked irritably if the young master of the Gwangyang cult needed a reason to look at the lives of people. He laughed nervously and said that he was absolutely right. However, he felt awkward in front of the young master. They didn't even have anything to treat him with. He noted that they were worse off here than on the outskirts, although they had a market nearby. Junshun said that there was indeed a market, but it was known to be a very poor place. MC asked if these flowers had been here before. He awkwardly said that he apologized to him, but he didn't really know this place. Chunso said that he understood everything, he could leave. Junshun said that then, if they needed anything, they could call him anytime. After the village leader left, Yultak asked the young master, "The valley is small. He will find it quickly, right?" The protagonist asked, "Did he feel anything strange?" He asked, "What are you talking about?" The protagonist remarked that he felt like something was missing here. Yultak remarked that the people here look open, and the scenery is beautiful, right? The MC said that he can forget about it. He asked, "Has he already drunk?" Chunso thought that his servant sometimes gets on his nerves. The protagonist stated that there are no signs of agriculture in the place where people live. Yultak said that now he understands what he was talking about. However, doesn't he go to the market to buy food? Even on a centuries-old mountain, agriculture is not easy. The protagonist remarked that there's a fairly warm river here due to the low location of the valley. It is a good place for farming. Besides, they have to climb up to the market from the valley. He said that there must be a reason why they live without farming. For example, just to eat well and have fun. Chunso said that they need to find out the reason. It was time for them to go. Yultak said that he had not even finished his meal yet. The protagonist noted that he had already finished. He shouted that the young master should wait until he finished. After a while, on the outskirts of the village, Jungchun asked him discontentedly why he had come here at all. It was unlikely that he had come here for no reason. Did they really know about this? And that was why they came here? He chuckled and noted that if this was the reason, then this time he could also become the leader. And then will he be able to move to Ilbon? On the other hand, he should not say this so easily. After a while, there was a building on a hill where the leader of the village had gone. Jungchun said that he had already come here. Then he handed over the bag. The man hiding his face under a mask asked why there were fewer here than last month. Jungchun said that it was because the young master of the Guangyun cult had suddenly arrived. He asked in surprise, was he really here? The village leader said that the young master had come to them for some reason. That's why he hadn't worked for a few days and was preparing for his arrival. He apologized for that. The masked man said thoughtfully that he had heard rumors that he had run away not long ago. And suddenly, he was in Biragal? Then he said that next month he had to bring double the amount. He hadn't forgotten why he was the village leader, had he? Jungchun asked, could he forget that? He would definitely bring it all. The masked man said that he could trust him. He thanked him. He asked, startling him, what about him? Jungchun asked who he was talking about. The masked man said the name Taesik. He said that he didn't have to worry about that. He would definitely carry out this task. He said that it was time to give a gift. Was his daughter already an adult? Jungchun noted that she was already a very beautiful girl. The masked man said that they should take good care of her so that no one would touch her. He said that naturally they would not allow that. Wasn't that what he asked for? He had simply prepared a trap for idiots. However, he does not understand how he can have interest in this person. He stated that he did not need his understanding. Jungchun apologized for his behavior. The masked man noted that if the young master had come here on his own, then he would need to attract him with a woman. They had met before and he knew his character. He should send his daughter to him. He looked at him dumbfounded. He noted that he had not come here so casually. He was originally a merchant, which meant that he had come to save him. They should leave a hint for him. Jungchun asked fearfully, why would they suddenly give him a hint? What if things went wrong? The masked man asked if he really had the right to ask anything. He had to do what he was told. That was what he lived for. Jungchun said that he understood everything. Then he thought, Taesik must have stolen even his wife? So he raised his daughter for this purpose? He was just an idiot. However, it would not be bad for him if he was good in the eyes of the young master. At this time, the masked man said that he wanted to see the squad leader fall. That way, they would become similar. He laughed ominously and then cried out in pain, leaving behind a black cloud. After a while, the protagonist thought that the basis of the Guangyun cult was to worship good gods and save living beings with fire. However, the fire used to illuminate living beings burned everything and became the embodiment of real fire. This place could not be illuminated, so the Guangyun cult became a demonic cult. After some time in the settlement, the protagonist was looking around. Then Yultak asked where he was going. It was a hot day, they should just find Taesik. The MC asked if he didn't notice anything. He said he didn't see anything strange. Did he notice anything? Chunso said that was exactly it. Yultak asked what he was talking about. The protagonist noticed that there were more houses than people. He noted that if someone died, it wouldn't be strange. The protagonist asked then why most of the residents here were young. Yultak asked if that was strange. He thought that was the average age of people in Biragal. The MC asked what he thought about the weather. He noted that the sky was clear and a little stuffy. Now he was trying to confuse him with the weather. What was going on with him? Would he go berserk because of the heat? Yultak saw the angry face of the young gentleman and said that it was indeed a hot day. Chinso said that it was very hot here. That was the problem. He looked at him in surprise. The woman fell to her knees and greeted him. The protagonist noted that she had put on a lot of clothes even in such hot weather. She said in fear that she did not understand what he was talking about. The protagonist leaned towards her, and the woman cowered in fear. The MC made her look him in the eye and asked, did she really not understand this? Even he was sweating now. Was she not hot at all? She looked away and asked in fear, why was he doing this? Chinso said that they should check it out then. The woman screamed when he did this. Yultak screamed in horror. What was he doing? They were outside right now. Did he really like this? The protagonist saw her leg and grabbed a flying flower petal. The protagonist thought that it was definitely because of those miniature flowers. They looked beautiful, but that woman's legs were in such a terrible state. The MC looked around and said that they had to go. After a while, on the stone bridge, Janchun said that it was a curse. He seriously needed to prepare for the next month? Maybe he could make him the head of the cult right now? He looked around and dove into the water where there was a secret passage, and then he surfaced in a cave. He said irritably that they needed to change places. He was not a swimming rat to get here that way. The guard said fearfully that he had already returned. Jungchun asked if he had really lost weight. He was not working at all. He said that he was not required to do anything more. However, the casino was still open. He noted that all he could do was chat. They passed by some people who were arguing about who was cheating at a game of chance. Their argument was becoming increasingly heated. Suddenly, Jungchun dealt a sharp blow to a gambler, who cried out in pain. He declared that he would not tolerate cheating here. He must leave here now. And before leaving, he must return everything back. Then, Jungchun said, turning to the guard, that he must bring more people with him. There is work for them. The guard asked in surprise, even if the young master is here? He knows that the valley has become empty because of this. He declared that he himself will decide what to do. Or does he really not understand why the young master has come here? It is obvious. Jungchun said, gritting his teeth, that he must bring everyone without exception tomorrow. Otherwise, they will not make it in time for next month. The guard said that he understood him. Then he asked where Tae-sik is now. He noted that he is probably with his daughter now. He must be with her at all times except when she was working. Jungchun said that he must bring them both here. Let her wash herself and send her to meet the young master. The guard asked if he would really give her to him, even though he had previously forbidden everyone to touch her. He remarked that, unfortunately, they would have to make sacrifices for the sake of the cause. He said that this would be enough for him. After some time, in the hut of Ul Har-young, the daughter of Tae-sik said to her father that he should eat well. Tae-sik, the former leader of the Gwangmyeong Heavenly Demon Squad, said with difficulty that she should also eat. She said that she was full, so he should eat. They said that high-ranking people from the small Myeong Palace had arrived today. It seemed that everyone was having a hard time because of this. He asked if they really came from that place. Har-young asked if he had also heard of that place. That was where the young master of the Gwangmyeong cult lived. Tae-sik's expression changed at the mention of the young master. She smiled and wondered if he was remembering the past again. What was her father like at that time? Her words had done this to him. Har-young remembered that the doctor had said that her father had a long-standing chronic illness. He should definitely take this medicine. She thought that it was not a chronic illness. She needed to get out of here as soon as possible. She knew what the head of the small palace was interested in. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Har-young opened the door and asked what had happened. The guard said that the village leader was waiting for her. She asked if he was calling her at such a time. Wasn't he with the head of the small palace of Myeong now? He noted that he didn't know anything. She needed to hurry, and her father had been called too. Har-young asked in surprise, why was her father there? The guard said that they should stop chatting. Or did she need help? She said that they were on their way. They had to wait for a while. Afterwards, he said, looking at her face, that she should wash herself. Har-young thought, closing the door, that it was strange. Then she said, turning to her father, that the village leader was waiting for them. It was time for them to go. Har-young thought she had a bad feeling. Had something happened? After a while, they walked through a dark cave, and then they came to a secret place where people were gambling. She thought in horror, could this really be a casino? Father hated unfamiliar places, but why was he suddenly so calm? Had he already been here? The guard urged them to go faster, and then he said that she needed to go on alone. Har-young asked why she should do that. The guard noted that the village leader wanted to give her father a special medicine. She looked at her father and noted that there was no need. He had already taken the medicine recently, so they would go together. He said through clenched teeth that he asked nicely. Haryung looked at him in fear and let go of her father's hand. Taesik grabbed his daughter's hand at the last moment and asked her not to go, his hands shaking. The henchman grabbed him and tried to take him away. They said that medicine was waiting for him. He said that he was against it. They showed the bag and shouted, "Doesn't he like it? They can give it to him right away." Taesik looked at the bag in shock, and then he looked at his daughter. Haryung watched them in surprise. The contents of the bag were poured into his hand, and he looked at it as if mesmerized. Then Taesik let go of his daughter's hand. She was shocked by this as they led him away. The guard asked why she was still standing there. The village chief was waiting for her there. Haryung could hardly hold back her tears and thought that she was asking her father to wait a little longer. She would come back. After a while, Juncheon said that she could pass. Wasn't this her first time here? She can sit wherever she wants. She lowered her head and said that she would refuse this offer. He said with a laugh that her father also did not listen at first. In any case, she was very similar to him. The village leader approached her and Haryung asked in horror, looking away, why did he call her? Juncheon grabbed her face with his hand and asked, is she afraid? Why is her body shaking like that? They will not see each other for several days. She asked, what is he doing? He asked, is she disgusted? She will experience more terrible things soon anyway. The longer he admires her beauty, the more pain he will feel. Haryung screamed, stepping back. What is he talking about? What happened to him? Juncheon asked with a smirk. Has she forgotten who raised her? It was only because of him that her father lived this long. He just wants to give her a chance to repay him. Why is she afraid? She said that he should not approach her. Juncheon shouted that she was ungrateful. Even though she knew that her father was getting worse, she was turning away from him. Wasn't he right? She wanted to run away from here with her father, right? He would give her that chance. Haryung asked if he was telling the truth. He said that it was natural. In any case, he didn't care about them. They could go wherever they wanted at any time. However, not today. She had to meet the head of the small palace. She was shocked by this news. Haryung thought that the head of the small palace was a body hunter who caused trouble for others depending on his mood. She thought that he was a sick pervert. She asked if she refused. Juncheon asked with a laugh. How could she make money otherwise? Her father was indebted to him, so he should at least sell her. Haryung shouted that she was against it. He pointed out that her father had been receiving medicine until today. Did she know how much it cost? She didn't think that they were given away for nothing, did she? Wouldn't it be hard for her to get out of here with her father? Then she wouldn't see life at all. What if he liked her and she became his concubine? Haryung burst into tears, trembling all over. Juncheon asked what she would do if her eyes were swollen from crying. Did she really want to see her father suffer? Could she do it right now? He shouted, calling his henchmen. She said fearfully that she agreed, but they shouldn't touch her father. Juncheon pointed out that she should have agreed right away. Her time would come soon, she needed to prepare, and it would be even better not to say anything unnecessary. She knew who he was. He didn't like it when people just chatted. She had to remember this if she wanted to save her life. This was enough to reach his heart. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. If he could sell all things for one price, he would become rich. Juncheon laughed ominously. After a while, the maid led the protagonist to the house where he would have to rest. The protagonist looked around and thought that it was impossible to get enough water in this place. But there were luxurious rooms. There was nothing to even rob here. Is it possible to return the money here somehow? Maybe with the help of prohibited substances? According to the set of rules, the production of prohibited substances is only allowed in the Poison Palace, and violating this entails a number of consequences. If they force workers to take these substances, then everything fits. If he guessed correctly, Taesik is in second place. He cannot forgive the village chief. However, he cannot find it. After all, he walked around the entire valley. To send 1,000 villagers, a whole mill would be needed, but there is no suitable place here. After that, Haryung asked for permission to enter. MC said that she can enter. Chunso looked at her in surprise. Haryung introduced herself, and the protagonist thought, were there really a lot of young beauties in the demonic cult to begin with? She really is beautiful, she asked him about it. The protagonist looked at her in shock. The MC thought that the village leader had definitely sent her. What should he do? It looks weird. A person who is known as a pervert let a girl in. It is impossible to make mistakes in such a case. Suddenly, Chunso used his ability to dim the lights in the room. Haryung asked what happened. The protagonist whispered that she should be quiet. The protagonist thought, looking at her expression, that she herself suggested it, and now she's looking at him with such eyes. He is not that kind of person. The MC asked if she is afraid. She said, with a trembling voice, that she is not afraid. Chunso noted that he has a different opinion. Haryung shouted with horror on her face that it is true. She is not afraid at all. The protagonist exhaled and sat down on the bed with his back to her. The protagonist asked if she knew who he was, so that was why she came. She pointed out that he was the young master of the Gwangyong cult. The MC pointed out that he was also known as a pervert. If she knew that, then she should have prepared herself. They should watch this. Haryung asked fearfully, what was he talking about? Chunso asked, why was she asking him that? If she came here to do her business, then she should do it. She cried out in embarrassment, saying that she didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist pointed out that everyone knew what a man and a woman could do in the same bedroom. Or did she not come of her own free will? Haryung said with a trembling voice that he was wrong. Then she cried out, what is he doing? The protagonist asked, why is she so scared again? If she doesn't do anything, that means he should start. She said that she needs time. The MC said that she suggested it herself, and now she needs time. Is she just making fun of him? Haryung said sheepishly that she had no experience at all. The MC let out a heavy sigh and said that she should go back. She stared at him in surprise. Chunso pointed out that she should leave. He didn't like women with no experience. Suddenly, Haryung grabbed his hand. The protagonist asked what she was doing. Was she trying to make a big deal out of it? She said that he was wrong. The protagonist asked, then what was the matter? Haryung said sheepishly that she wanted to ask him something. She yelled, blushing, why was he acting like this towards her? Isn't he just a pervert? MC reminded that he already said that she was not his type. Haryung asked if she just needed to look right. She rushed to hug him. Chunso yelled in irritation, gritting his teeth and pushing her away. What was she doing? Haryung said that he asked for this himself. The protagonist yelled that she should let him go. She screamed that she didn't want to do it. She could do it herself. They struggled for a while until they ended up on the bed. They looked into each other's eyes. Haryung noted, embarrassed, that she wouldn't resist. The protagonist thought, was she really trying to make him look like a pervert again? The MC said that if he didn't like it, he would have to get rid of her. This applies to anyone. Isn't she afraid? She said with tears in her eyes that she was very afraid. However, she wanted him to do it, although he was even obliged to do it. Chunso said that he would agree if she wanted it herself. The protagonist used his abilities and made her lose consciousness. The protagonist thought that a demonic cult was not a simple organization at all. After a while, Haryung woke up in shock and screamed, after which she began to look around. The MC said that they would end it here for today. Chunso thought that she didn't remember what he did, but she shouldn't worry, he didn't do anything to her. The protagonist pointed out that he did everything as she wanted. Is she happy now? Haryung stated that she has something. The protagonist thought, so that's what it takes to do such stupid things? The MC asked, is it really that serious? She said with tears in her eyes that it's important to her. Haryung burst into tears, muttering something under her breath. Chunso thought that, although nothing happened, she didn't know about it, so she will suffer. Afterwards, she thanked the young master. The protagonist stated that she should thank those who hurt her. The protagonist thought that she was really an honest girl. Haryung said that she came of her own free will, so she asks him to save her and her father. The MC asked, so her father is here? She said that she begs him to save them. Chunso remembered the rash on the woman on the street and asked if she was so naive or hadn't heard of him at all. Haryung looked at him in horror. The protagonist asked why she thought he would listen to her. She asked what else she could do. She was asking him for help. The protagonist noted that she was a very material girl to come to him with such thoughts. Haryung burst into tears, clutching the blanket with her hands. The MC asked if they even knew how reckless and frivolous the actions and judgments of the former owner of this body were. Chunso noted that, however, he was willing to listen to her. If she did not satisfy his interest, he would destroy her. She could begin. She stared at him in surprise. The protagonist asked, pointing his index finger at her, was she really deaf or mute? Should she be destroyed right now? Haryung said that her father was sick. If she was not by his side, he would not be able to live a day. The protagonist asked, so what? She shouted that the people living here are very humble, some of them can't even touch their toes. She wants to live with her father. The MC noted that he now understands her situation in general. Haryung wanted to say a few more arguments, but realizing his answer, she looked at him in surprise. Chunso asked what her father's name was. She noted that he had the same last name as hers, and his first name was Taesik. The protagonist was stunned by this news, and he asked, she said his name was Taesik? Haryung confirmed that her father's name was that. The protagonist thought that it was much worse than he expected. The MC stated that he understood her. She could relax and have a good rest here. After which, Chunso noticed the bag and thought that it was the medicine that Taesik took. The protagonist quietly ran out of the room, and then went into the room where his servant was sleeping. The protagonist woke him up. Yultok opened his eyes and asked what he was doing here. He then asked why he wasn't sleeping at this time. MC placed a bag on the table and asked if he knew what this was. He should take a look at it himself. Yultak noticed as the contents of the bag spilled onto the table that it looked familiar. Where did he get it from? It looked very expensive in color. Chunso asked if it was a banned substance. He noted that it looked very similar to this. He had used to do this himself. Because of this, the head of the demon cult banned severe punishments, and now it can only be found in the Palace of Monstrous Venom. The protagonist thought, was this really because of him? The previous owner of the body knew no boundaries at all. Yultak laughed and said that when he was 14, he set fire to the Palace of Monstrous Venom, and then the head of the palace came out in his pajamas. The protagonist thought that his servant knew too much about him. MC said that he should try it. He asked why he would do that. Chunso ordered him to try it. Yultak chuckled and stated that it was the third thing he would never do. The first was gambling, the second was drinking, and the third was illegal substances. So he refused to follow that order. The protagonist asked if he couldn't even do that. What was the point of him? He had to try it right away. He stated that he refused to do it. The protagonist pointed out with a wave of his hand that he had no other choice then. Yultak grabbed his throat with his hands and clenched his teeth. He then laughed and turned to the young master. The MC thought that he was Jagak before, and this wasn't revenge or anger. Yultak burst into tears and said that he pitied the poor young master. Chunso pointed out that the effect was immediate, which was dangerous. The protagonist used his ability to knock out his servant, and he said that he could rest. He apologized to him. The protagonist thought that he had burned the entire effect with his inner power. He would not have any consequences from this. Chahun took a path that should not have been chosen. MC got angry and took out his mask. At the same time, Taeshik was lying on the ground in the cave and calling out for Haran. The two guys looked at him and called him a stupid old man and said that he didn't know yet. They should tell him. He should worry about himself. The young master will take care of his daughter. He grabbed one of them by the legs and asked him to give her back. He started hitting him with his fists and asked if he still had any strength after eating so many substances. He was just a pathetic old man working in a gambling house. Why hasn't the village chief ordered him killed yet? What good is he anyway? It's because of his daughter. However, since she was sold to the young master, it means his death hour is approaching. He didn't like him from the start. However, that old man always had that look. He heard that he was an important person in the past. Unless he was a small business owner in a trading house, or one of those hanging around with the priestesses of the Palace of Sacred Flames. The guy looked at Taeshik, who was looking at him with a very serious expression, and asked if he should kill him himself. They said he should calm down. Did he really want to be punished by Jiang Chun? They could say he died of an illness. He should look into that old man's eyes, that insolent look again. He started crawling on all fours towards them, and said they should give him back his daughter. One of them grabbed him by the hair, and with a very displeased look, loudly called him a stubborn old man. He slammed his head on the floor really hard, and knocked him to the ground. He started kicking him, and loudly said he would kill him if he did that again. He would rip out his eyes if he dared to look like that again. Started to leave and asked if he would die if they left him like that. Would he? He had lost quite a lot of blood. What difference did it make to him? There would just be one less old man in this dungeon. He just slammed his head on the floor and died. These scum are just living out their days. Although, the children of these prisoners can be quite useful. They produce substances day and night in the hopes of saving their parents, not knowing that they are buying it. They will never know that their parents are taking what they produce. They probably think that their old people are getting treatment in the hospital and living a good life. Anyway, if Jiang Chun and the young master get along, they will finally be able to leave this wretched place. They continued walking down the corridor, but suddenly one of them lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The second guy was about to say something, but at that moment, Jagak hit him from behind with his palm. He looked around with a dissatisfied expression and said that opening a gambling house under the valley was not enough for them, so they are also holding and poisoning these old people. He crouched down next to the unconscious guard and thought that, however, that is not all. There remains the place where the substance is produced. Maybe it is behind the door he passed. He took out the keys and thought that he can't save these people now. Since they don't even have control over their own bodies, releasing them will only make things worse. He will definitely come back for them. He heard Taeshik crawling to the cage and continuing to call out for Haran. He walked up to him, examined him, and thought that he looked bad, but there was no mistake. In front of him was the former leader of the Demonic Arts Masters Squad, Guangmyang. He saw him in the book. He opened the cage, walked up to him, and asked if he was okay. He started examining his face and thought that he was in a terrible state. His channels were seriously damaged. Is it because of the substances? The external damage is serious, but the biggest problem is his mind. Several of his points were sealed. There was barely any life left in him. Taeshik looked at him and said that he had a request. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard and wondered if this was his last wish. He was really on the verge of death now. He called out loudly and said that he shouldn't give up so easily. He asked him to fulfill his request and said that no one should know about his death. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought that he wasn't asking for salvation or revenge. He just wanted his daughter not to know about his death. So this is where he will meet his end? He could save him even if the chance was slim. Infusing life force, so he could restore the channels of his energy with his chi. Restoring his channels wouldn't be that difficult, but the internal chi. He had to stop hesitating. He didn't have time for this. He concentrated his energy in his hands, directed it at Taishik's back, and thought that all the arts of the demonic sects use the art of the heavenly demon god as the basis. Since the martial arts he had mastered belonged to one of those sects, he thought with a slightly surprised expression. Was he absorbing his chi? So his dantian wasn't destroyed. The problem was the lack of chi. In fact, his dantian is very strong. How is this even possible? It absorbs his chi very quickly. The question is regarding the amount of his chi and the size of his dantian. If his energy is not enough, then he himself may die. However, it is too late to stop. He will give him all the energy without a trace. He continued to direct his energy and thought with a worried look. Is he still absorbing it? He put even more of his energy into it, and thanks to this, Taishik recovered and stood up. MC looked at his shaking hand and thought that almost all of his chi was used up, and there was very little left. If his dantian was even a little bigger, then he could die. He looked at him and said that it turns out he's already at the awakening stage. The old man looked at him and asked this young man, who is he? He raised his hand and said that he should let him catch his breath a little. After a while, they sat opposite each other, and Jagak thought that despite his humble origins, Taishik had risen from the bottom thanks to his strong body. He always took care of those around him, even after he became an important person. That's why he was followed and respected. When he became the leader of the squad, there were many people from the 7 palaces and the Council of Elders who wanted to work for him or get to know him better, but he chose an old friend with whom he grew up. There was even a period when he was called one of the great 5 Guangmyang, the pillar of the palace, but he chose to live a quiet and happy life in seclusion. At that moment, it seemed like the happiness would last forever. However, everything collapsed when he decided to go to train to achieve the awakening stage. His wife asked if he really had to leave them. He said that he was sorry. As the leader of the Guangmyang Demon Art Masters, he had a duty to achieve the awakening stage. Worried about his wife being left alone with their daughter, he asked people he trusted to take care of them while he was in seclusion. However, while he was away, they were kidnapped by bandits. He was forced to end his training early. He gathered his squad of Guangmyang High Demon Art Masters and went to look for the kidnappers, searching with all their might. However, when he found them, he saw that his wife had been killed with her daughter in her arms. Currently, Taishik said that he doesn't even have anyone to blame for what happened. The blame lies only with him. If only he hadn't been so recklessly greedy, if he had chosen a different place to train. The protagonist asked, "Is that how he went crazy?" He said that he simply couldn't bear it. Why does he need these martial arts now? He wanted to die many times, but his daughter would be left all alone after his death. In the end, he stopped practicing martial arts and started using substances to dull the pain. He felt like he had lost all his internal energy by not practicing. He looked at him and said that it turned out that he had blocked his own channels. He regretted that he had saved his life. Taishik said that his mind was clouded, but he remembered everything that had happened and was grateful to him. He would remember this for the rest of his life. He wanted to ask him one question. After receiving permission, he asked, didn't he come from the small palace of Myung? MC was surprised by this question and thought, did he give him a fake? How did he know that if he was wearing a sacred fire mask? He said that he could not answer if it was difficult. However, he had transferred a lot of his energy to him. Only in the martial art of the Myung cult is there the energy of the sacred fire that will never go out. Besides, there was only one martial art that could merge with his bloody heaven art, Asura, and that was the ultimate demon lord art that only people belonging to Gwangyang Palace or Myung Small Palace could master. Taishik knelt down, said his name, and said that his humble servant would follow him until death. Even if he ordered him to raze Tai Mountain to the ground or swallow it whole, he would do it. He was about to say something about his poor daughter, but MC said that if it was about Haran, there was no need to worry. She was fine, nothing happened to her. He was not stupid enough to lie to a master who had reached the awakening stage. However, he felt a little ashamed that he had used her acupuncture point to put her to sleep. Taishik said that if she was with a man like him, he couldn't wish for anything better. The life he had saved was now his. One word from him, and he will do anything for him. He looked at him and thought that he is a very straightforward and honest person. He hopes that he will become someone he can trust his back to. Jagak said that tomorrow, Jangchun and the young master will arrive here. He could do with them as he saw fit. He agreed and said that he understood him. He was about to leave, but he stopped, turned around, and said with a smile that he should let the young master live. He came out of the cage and thought that all that was left was to wait until tomorrow. After a while, he was sitting in his room. A servant called the young master and said that Jongchun had arrived. He let him in, and Jongchun asked him with a sly grin if he liked his gift. He agreed and said with a happy expression that he liked the one he sent. He laughed and said that he knew he would like it. After all, he was saving it for a special occasion. He hoped that he liked what they sent along with it as well. He asked what he was talking about. He gestured to him towards the substances she had brought. The protagonist said that his gray life had regained color. Not be an exaggeration to say that he had sent him an elixir of happiness. How was he able to create something like this? Jongchun said that on his way here he must have noticed flowering plants. It was opium poppy, the main ingredient. It was a premium plant with red flowers, as beautiful as a young bride. If you cut it about 10 days after it ripened, you could extract the extract, and if you held it over a fire. He was surprised that he had told him everything himself and said that he should tell him more. Jongchun said with a smile that it was something interesting that you can't find in any ordinary market. They called it Devil's Dust. The name suited it perfectly. MC thought that the name was quite telling. Was it a hint that it was worthy of the devil himself? The village elder said that if he liked it, they could provide any amount needed. He thought about it and said that it wasn't proper for a talented person like him to stay in this small village. He said with a big smile that he was flattered that he thought so of him. However, the cult's rules wouldn't allow them to expand their network beyond this village. He noticed that there were a lot of beggars in the village who had nowhere else to go, didn't he? As the village leader, it was his responsibility to take care of them. For the sake of the suffering people, he started doing all this. Jagok squeezed his leg with his hand out of anger, but still smiled and said that it was very noble. He never thought he had such motives. Now he looked at it from a different angle. He thought about it, so in order to help these sufferers, he put them on substances and made them produce this. The village elder agreed and said that if he could sell their product outside the village, these people would get a second chance. He thought about it and said that he had an idea of what they could do. He would take a look at the place where they produced devil dust and then think about how to solve his problem. He was happy about this and asked if he could help him. The protagonist said with a smile that he was a young master after all. Even if his authority was not that high yet, he was quite capable of solving such a problem. The village elder laughed, agreed, and said that one day he would become the head of the entire cult. He remembered something and said that it would not be good to leave him here. Would he like to go to the small Myung Palace in the future? He was very happy with this offer and said that he thanked him for this favor on behalf of his descendants. They stood up. He said that in that case he should take him. After some time, the two of them came to the bridge. The village elder laughed and said that they were more concerned with inconspicuousness, so he stood nearby with a calm expression and said that they should leave already. He immediately dived under the water while he stood looking at it from above. He thought that in the daylight it looked very ridiculous. They had made a shelter right in plain sight. He dived after the village elder and emerged in a cave. He looked at what was there with a serious expression and thought that they had settled in quite well. The village elder apologized to the young master and said that they should make sure that they would not be discovered. Why were they still standing there? They should get a towel immediately. MC with a calm expression said that he really was a genius. It seemed like it was quite difficult to build a shelter like that. He agreed and said that he was a jack of all trades. He should come here. They were taking precautions, but it was still better to hide his face. He put on his hat and mask. They went inside, and the village elder said that these were all people who had come to their village. They were mostly criminals who had decided to lie low in this area. Jagok looked around and thought that he had prepared a good show and had not given himself away yet. He said that he had heard that the girl's father was also here. He turned to him and asked, was that what she had told him? He agreed and asked, wasn't he the village elder and should know about it, right? He thought that he was pretending well. If he didn't know the truth, he would believe him. The village elder laughed and said that many people came and went from the village, so he didn't know, but he could look for him. The protagonist said that he could forget about it, they had more important things to do. He looked at him and thought that she was ungrateful for telling him about it. Luckily, the young master didn't suspect anything. It was okay, he would make her learn common sense. He followed him and thought that he was hiding Taeshik. If he was going to show him the secret storage, he should have revealed other secrets too, since he decided that he would be his ticket to a rich life. Sooner or later, he would find out about everything. Something was wrong here. They walked further, and the village elder asked what he thought of it. MC took off his hat along with his mask and said that it was impressive. He said with a smile that he put his all into building this place for 3 years. He looked away with a calm expression and said that they did a good job. Those people who just came, are they mercenaries? The village elder said that they were not. They reported to him personally. He recruited them from different dark sects. He pointed to the other side and asked, what about those people? He looked at them and said that they were just stupid people trying to help their loved ones. He asked what he meant. The village elder said that he wasn't sure if he had noticed it, but many of the villagers were addicted to their substances. They gave them a small amount and then slowly reduced the amount. It made them hallucinate. They scratched their skin trying to get rid of non-existent bugs and went crazy. If they took a little devil dust at that moment, they would feel better. They thought they had taken the medicine and asked for more. So they were ready to follow his every order. The lives of their loved ones, meanwhile, were slowly fading away, thanks to the medicine. Jagat clenched his hand into a fist out of anger and said that in this way he was making them his loyal slaves. It meant they didn't even realize they were addicted to the substance, right? The village elder agreed and said that if they started dying from it, they would become perfect test subjects for dark cults. It was good business, right? He smiled with a very displeased look and thought that there would be no forgiveness for this freak. How many people died because of him? The village elder was embarrassed by his reaction and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist very quickly made his smile more friendly and said that he was just thinking. He thought that it was time for the hero to go on stage. At that moment, they heard loud sounds that attracted their attention. The rest abruptly turned to one side and asked what was going on there. The sound was coming from the dungeon. At the same time, someone hit very hard in the dungeon, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. 2 guards were caught in this attack and asked what was going on. It was very powerful. They both turned around and asked with a worried look, "What is Taishik doing here? Is he really not dead yet, and how did he manage to get out of the dungeon?" He walked towards them with very serious look and radiated a powerful aura. The man, perplexed, asked why he had changed so much. He had barely realized that it was the same old man. His comrade agreed it was hard to recognize him, but he shouldn't worry, he was poisoned after all. Then he stopped and asked, was it he who had destroyed the wall? Taishik said, "Little mongrels, they've made themselves comfortable here, huh?" The man replied, was he back in his right mind? "But how?" His comrade asked, "Does the dust no longer work?" He was puzzled. Damn, how did this happen? Taishik came closer and said that they should worry about what was going to happen now. He didn't know what the master would say, but he couldn't help himself. He promised that they would not die an easy death, and they should not expect mercy from the bloody demon Asura Ul Taishik. Then he swung his fist, and the spirit of a furious tiger appeared behind him. He attacked the man in front of him, tearing off his arm, and then attacked the second one, then turned around, looking at them with fury in his eyes. There were screams. Those present were confused. What is this? What is going on here? The sounds of the struggle continued behind the closed doors. The next second, the doors flew off their hinges. Sean, trying to dodge the door, shouted, "What the hell?" Then he saw Taishik coming out of the room and falling to the ground, said, "He is." But before he could finish speaking, he said that 10 years had passed. 10 years this stupid father continued to live. He sincerely wanted to die, thought about it over and over again. Only thoughts of his daughter kept him in this world. He would not allow anyone to harm her. The man was surprised. "Taishik, have you gone completely crazy?" He started to rage here. Sean, getting to his feet, said, "What happened to him? Did he go to Huatao or something?" In one day, he got rid of the poisoning and got back into shape. What a pity. They had already given his daughter to this young master, so he was too late. So what was he going to do now? The protagonist and Taishik's gazes crossed. Pointing his finger at him, he told him to go away if he didn't want to die. The protagonist agreed with him and went in the opposite direction. Sean asked him to stop. Where was he going? Turning around, he replied that he was sorry that they didn't notice the obvious. Greed had blinded them and deprived them of common sense. Sean grinned. What a fool. What was he afraid of? He was the leader. In the name of heaven, everyone would be rewarded according to their deeds. Taishik said that he promised that they would like the reward. Sean pointed his finger at him and shouted, "You old idiot. What are they standing there for? He doesn't have any chi. Get him." His subordinates agreed with him and ran to attack. One of them swung his weapon and shouted, "He's just an ordinary addict, an old man. He should try to escape instead of digging his own grave." He cut the shadow in front of him, but was surprised. He felt the presence of the real Taishik behind his back. The next second he hit the man, using Asura's bloody skies, explosion. From such a powerful blow, the man in front of him seemed to dissolve. And the others were perplexed, saying what he did. Did he recover his energy? Taishik clenched his fists, a powerful aura enveloped him, and he said that everyone, he will tear them all apart. His eyes were burning with rage, and his teeth were clenched. The others shouted, "He is alone, although strong. They will all attack at once. He must die, old man." Then they ran to attack, and he ran at them, thrusting his fists forward. The next second, the attackers' bodies crumbled and he finished off the rest. Sean put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and shouted, "Useless idiots. He must do something to him." He replied that he only came to solve problems. At that moment, Taeshik approached him and he shouted that he had a profitable offer. He took out a bag and asked, "Does he know what this is? What he likes so much, right?" Then he tilted the bag and powder poured out. He added, "Top quality devil dust. He didn't forget, did he?" Taeshik intercepted his hand and he said, "Yes, that's it. He can take it." The next second, he swung his sword, but Taeshik stopped it with his hand and added that he didn't forget about what this substance did to him, about everything they did to him and Heron. After that, he attacked his opponent's hand with a powerful blow. He screamed in pain. He added that they won't die so easily. He dealt another blow. Sean staggered and thought in fear, "Damn, what's wrong with him?" He thought he was just an addicted old man, which is probably why everyone tries to be more polite with him. The next second, a tiger was reflected in his pupil, and he fell to the ground in fear. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood on a hill and looked to the side and said, "We need to find out." But Taeshik clearly won't let him live. Then he put a mask on his face. The highest demonic arts do not include specific techniques. It is simply a method of cultivation using a person's internal energy. But there are recordings that help reproduce some techniques. For example, he spread his legs to the sides. It was covered with a powerful aura. He used the highest demonic art, Fire Step. He quickly ran forward past the burning village. The residents screamed in horror, "Great heavens, fire, flowers are burning." The protagonist, looking at them, thought, "It seems they are in despair or cursing him. How long have they been living like this? They don't even realize that, because of these flowers, they were losing their strength and will. Are they that stupid? But who will say that it is their fault? They only wanted to save their loved ones. They didn't see any other way. They worked here, forgetting about techniques and cultures." He would like to know, demonic sects, mired in luxury, forgetting about the teachings of the sacred fire, and the orthodox, justifying any actions by saying that they serve justice. Can any of them be considered right? What should he do next? His eyes lit up, and the villagers stopped in a prayer pose. He rose into the air and thought, according to the teachings of the sacred fire, he must burn them all in order to purify them. Save through purification by fire and show them the forgiveness of heaven. After that, he directed the fire at the flower beds. The villagers screamed. The god of the cult, Myung, condescended to them. He thought that this was the origin of the Myung cult. The villagers said with tears in their eyes, "Their god, O Myung, who with his sword gave them the fire of purification." Myung! At that moment, Taeshik approached him and lowered his head. The protagonist realized that it was all over. He could not just leave, but he could change something. The next second, an explosion thundered in the sky, replaced by the light of the setting sun. The villagers shouted, "Myung!" MC thought, because there are people who really need him. Valley of Scoundrels. The next day, a crowd of villagers gathered near the building. They shouted furiously, "Has Myung Palace really turned away from its followers? Where can they go then?" At that moment, Yultak was in the building and, nervously biting his nail, asked where the hell he was. "He's going to go crazy here. If this continues, they will break in and destroy everything here." Then he looked at Haran and asked, "Does she know where he is?" She said she doesn't know. He grabbed his head and started shaking it. He shouted, "Damn it, there hasn't been a single peaceful day since he came back. Maybe he's just..." The next second, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the protagonist sitting at the table continue his sentence. "Just what? Leave Myung Palace? He can settle in this village, he doesn't mind." He cried out in bewilderment, "Young master? How did he get here? Did he even see what was going on outside? He should wait, now is not the time, they need to hide quickly, or..." The protagonist asked, "Why?" After that, he walked forward, and Yultak, walking behind him, told him to look at what's going on outside. If they see him, they will tear him to pieces too. MC ordered not to panic here. Then he opened the window and saw the villagers shouting, "It's the young master. He has finally arrived. He must come out, he who betrayed his followers, the tyrant." After that, the protagonist returned back to the table and sat down. Yultak looked out the open window and wondered why they were quiet. The next second, the doors in the building suddenly opened, and they were scared. Taeshik entered the room, dragging a bloody bag behind him. After that, he threw it on the floor. Haran looked at him in surprise, and pressing her hand to her chest, approached him. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she, perplexed, thought, "Father?" Then she lowered her head and apologized. She thought that this could not be. He said that he did not believe it either. He swears that she will never live in fear again. He put his arm around her shoulders and apologized. She must forgive the old fool. Tears were streaming down her face. She looked up at him and asked, "Is it him, father? Is it really him?" He said that from this day forward until the end of his life he would protect her. Yultak, watching this, asked, "Sir, what is going on? A family reunion, right?" In response, he told him to be quiet and not to ruin the moment for people. Father and daughter hugged each other with tears in their eyes. After a while, Myung Cult, Water Peak Market. The old man filled out the paperwork and then leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily and thought that the amount of information had doubled and the amount of documents he had to study was now about 5 times larger. After that, he rose from his seat and walked to the door. Yultak, walking forward, said, "But what is taking him so long to open it, young master? He is asking." The old man asked, "Why are they in such a hurry?" "Patience is a virtue." Yultak adjusted his hat and asked, "Can't he see that they are soaking wet?" Haran walked behind her father and told him to come in. He agreed with her. After that, Tongjagal said, "Young master, how can he understand all this? Will he not bother to explain the situation to the old man?" While the others began to study the books on the shelves, MC thought that they were behaving like they were at home. Then he took off his wet clothes and said that they were coming from the Valley of Scoundrels. They were heading to Myung Palace, but a downpour began. They had to look for shelter. He asked if he hadn't understood his question. He didn't think that he could come here uninvited and expect a warm welcome. He answered, but he had opened the door for him. Their eyes met, and Tong, clutching his head, laughed and said that was true. After that, he introduced himself and added that as they could see, he had health problems, so he couldn't greet them properly. Then Haran and Taeshik also introduced themselves. Taeshik asked if he was the one who told the young master to look for him. How did he even understand? He replied that he had been watching him for a long time, even when he came to this village. Turning around, he was indignant. He hadn't answered his question, so he had been hiding, watching him, and had been doing so even when he came to that hole. Tong replied that there was no reason for that, since he had been in the Valley of Scoundrels for 10 years, so he will continue to watch him to make up for it. He replied that he can watch if he does not die of old age. He replied that he will not die. Another reason to live a little longer. Taeshik asked, or did he think about dying early? The protagonist thought, a warrior and a scholar are like water and oil, they will not find a common language. And then he put his hand forward and said, enough. There is no need for those who practically live under the same roof to quarrel. They agreed with him. And he said, they are like rivers that flow into the same ocean. Once they were separated, but now they are gathered here, in this palace. He hopes that the new members of the cult will be imbued with common ideas so that Myung Palace can be reborn. He put his hand on his chest and added that he swears that he will not stray from the path and will achieve this goal. Such is the promise of an adopted son. He wanted to trust these people who were about to become part of the Myung Palace and go with him to the end, as he was. Haran and Taeshik agreed with him. Yultak said in surprise. Goosebumps ran down his spine. Young master, doesn't he think that now is not the time and place for such speeches? Tong laughed loudly, and the protagonist thought, promises are made to be broken, right? After that, they all sat down at the table, and Tong said that the people of the Valley of Scoundrels had finally calmed down. There was an awkward silence, and then he added, great, everything is fine. So they should focus on the 7 palaces. Young master, perhaps he would like to gather those who do not belong to any palace, but they do not have time for that. In 4 months, the great festival of heaven will begin, and they will need to do one of 2 things. Either increase their influence, or weaken the influence of others. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult. Each of them owns a serious-sized squad of fighters, and is on par with the 10 great orthodox sects. Their leaders occupy high positions in the Myung cult. Assuming that they are the oldest members of this union and have reached the highest stage of exaltation, then the demonic cult is simply incredibly strong. Yultak asked why they were even sitting and discussing this. The protagonist noticed that he seemed bored. He looked at him and asked, but is this really boring? No? He replied, nothing. It will be more interesting soon, he must continue. After that, Tong lowered his gaze and continued. From the outside, it seems that the palaces are cooperating, but in fact, they are competing with each other. If not for this, the Myung cult would have been ruled by a new leader long ago. Taeshik folded his arms and thoughtfully said, if they decide to upset the balance of power, the palaces will be very unhappy. He noticed that it was true. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult were planning to make a fuss over the absence of the cult leader. During the Great Festival of Heaven, the heads of the palaces would fight over who would become the next leader. But the young master had returned. That would change the situation. There would definitely be those who wanted to kill the young master, and those who would take advantage of him. Taeshik placed his hand on the table and declared that as long as he was alive, no one would dare harm his master. Tong said he wanted to believe it, but he couldn't handle them alone. The only option for the young master was to join the opposition of the palaces. He could try to become the new cult leader. Yultak pointed his finger at him and asked in surprise, what? Why? To die valiantly? He was telling him to just go and die there. He shook his head and replied that the path to ascension was always thorny. Yultak added that it was true, but it was a lost cause. The protagonist thought that he could at least try to support. Then he looked at him awkwardly and told him to let him ask him a question. He was surprised. What kind? He asked if they could return to the High Demon Corridor. But before he could say that, MC pressed a point on his neck, and he cried out in pain. Tong continued. At the moment, there are 3 candidates for the position of the next leader. The leader of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Ya Yulchan, the leader of the Palace of Murders, Gu Yanren, and the oldest, Hong Raksan. Taishik thought about it, and he added that they are all the strongest masters who have reached the highest stages of cultivation. There is only one plus. They do not intend to give in to each other. The Palace of Worldly Riches seems to be helping both the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Welcoming Joy, as well as the Palace of Murders. But in reality, they are only pretending, and their influence is growing. And it is only a matter of time before a conflict breaks out due to some minor reason, and a confrontation begins. And when that happens, he will have the opportunity to take advantage of the confusion and take over as the head of the cult. Taishik was indignant. A mere librarian was acting as if he knew everything about the Myung cult. He replied, how meticulous must he be to study all the documents about the Myung cult? Taishik said that they did not need to weave intrigues and come up with strategies. The master could just take over the Myung palace. He replied that this would have worked a year ago, but now everything has changed. The moment the young master takes over the Myung palace, 4 palaces will immediately attack them and destroy them. Taishik clenched his fist and shouted, no way, as soon as the Myung palace squad. But before he could finish speaking, the librarian raised 2 fingers and said, 20%. He was surprised. What? He explained that this was their chance to win, even with the condition that they were supported by the Myung palace. Taishik thought about these words, and then Yultak shouted, old man, I think he was wrong. Not 20, more like 2%. Myung Palace has weakened considerably in recent years, and the current head of the cult has been missing for a couple of years. How does he plan to fight them? Taishik scratched his beard and said, 20%, hard to believe. He shouted that he was talking about the same thing. Taishik folded his arms and asked if they had really become that strong. Yultak looked around and shouted that they had. Tong also confirmed this and added that if Myung Palace were to stand against them alone, they would have almost no chance at all. Yultak raised his index finger and shouted, and who would think of helping them for the sake of a tiny increase in chances? Tong, he didn't. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist pressed his fingers on his neck again, and he shouted in pain. Tong said, that's how weak Myung Palace has become. Taishik said, and how did the Myung cult become like this? Tong added, again, although the power of the masters grew, there was still no one who could competently manage them and the cult as a whole. The result was before their eyes. The protagonist thought, it seemed that the demonic cult in the Central Plains were not that different. A storm was coming. After that, he again extended his fingers to the neck of Yultak, who shouted, seriously, he wanted to say what? Do they really have to act like this? Can't they just lie low and wait for the leader to return? Why are they trying to do something they can't do? The slightest mistake, and they will all be finished. The next second, Haren raised her hand and said that she didn't really understand the situation. But in the Valley of Scoundrels, she had lived in the shadows for a very long time because she couldn't change anything. But over time, things only got worse. She smiled sheepishly and added that she thought that if they had to do this anyway, it would be better to face the problem head-on. Then she apologized for what she might have said that was irrelevant. After that, the protagonist lowered his gaze and said that it was true. He thought that it was as she said, if they did nothing to change the situation today, it would remain the same tomorrow. After that, he said that he wanted to achieve only one thing, to turn this place into the Myung cult. Yultak, looking at him, asked in surprise, it seems like that's what it's called, no? The protagonist stood up from his seat and, taking the stick from the librarian's hands, said, but it looks more like a demonic cult. The path to the goal, they will start with this person. He pointed his hand at the leaflet pasted to the wall. It depicted the 12th most powerful in the Myung cult, the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches, Jong Salmon. 2 days later, Myung Palace. MC sat in a meditative pose, concentrating energy inside himself. He thought, 1 star, 3, 7 stars are only enough to reach the peak phase of the ascension stage. With 8, he can reach the awakening stage and overcome the limitations of the human body, and when this becomes 9. The next second, a powerful stream of energy burst out of his body, and he thought that he should be careful with this art. He only has 7 stars, he hasn't mastered it yet. Once he reaches 9 stars, his Beihu acupuncture point will be overflowing with demonic energy, and strange feelings will appear, spreading throughout his body. At that moment, he will become a heavenly demon, and whether he wants it or not, the whole world will know about it. After that, he went outside, and Haren came up to him and, smiling, asked if he was unwell. He looked at her and, nodding, looked at the flowers. Her face turned red with embarrassment. He asked, what is it? She bowed and apologized for not understanding his motives. He even gave her and her father a separate house. He thought, Taishik seemed to have explained everything to her. After that, he waved his hand and said, no need. She lowered her gaze and said, "Okay." Then he turned around and said that from now on she can live as she wants. So they live here, in Myung Palace. She smiled shyly and thanked him. He could give her some task if there was one. At least this way she would repay his kindness. He thought, like father, like daughter. Then he said, okay, he understood. After that, there was a shout. Palace of Worldly Riches requests to meet the young master. Palace of Murders requests to meet the young master. He thought, they have arrived. The south gate of Myung Palace. Chan Amu looked angrily at Chi Hami, who was standing in front of him. The residents gathered at the bottom of the stairs wondered, isn't this the forbidden squad of Palace of Worldly Riches and the ghost squad of Palace of Welcoming Joy? What are they doing here? What trouble are they planning to cause? Amu thoughtfully said that he thought it smelled bad here. She should have been wagging her tails in the cat house by now. What is she still doing here? The young palace leader replied. Isn't this the toad who tried to harm the young leader by bringing him to the Golden Sky Gallery? He got out safely? Amu, angry, pointed his finger at her and shouted that she should shut her filthy mouth. How dare she say that he tried to harm the young leader? She should get out while he was in a good mood. If all went well, he would invite her for a drink. She asked mockingly, did he have money? Was the alcohol that toad sold still expensive? He, approaching her, said, thieving fool. She asked, did he mean himself? They glared at each other. When at that moment the door next to them opened, Yultak and Taeshik appeared in the passage, looking at them seriously. Hami, noticing them, asked, who was there? She had not seen them before. Amu, gritting his teeth, said, Yultak. Then the protagonist came out to them and asked, what are they doing? Hami said, young leader, he thought, Palace of Welcoming Joy and Palace of Worldly Riches. Then he said, how insolent. Yultak shouted indignantly, what are they, idiots, doing? Aren't they going to pay their respects to the young leader? Then the people present bowed and said that they were paying their respects to the young leader. Both palaces paid their respects, and then Hami, looking at Amu, thoughtfully said that he really was a spineless toad idiot. Yultak, folding his arms, walked up to her and asked what she was doing here. She replied that she had no business with him, please. He should step aside. Then she smiled slightly and said, young leader, she is glad to meet him. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Is he feeling well? Yultak, looking at her with disdain, asked why she was acting so flirtatious. Amu said that he realized that they could be on the same page today. He might have realized it already. He then raised his fist and shouted indignantly, hey Toad! If he's going to talk to himself, he should go talk to the wall. Hami put her hands on her waist and shouted, they're idiots, seriously. The MC looked at them and wondered, I wonder if Namgunyi, Chungai, Dan Payon, San, and Mo Jongvi are all okay? He then told Yultak to lead them inside. He agreed with him. After a while, the male lead was standing at the table, and outside the door to the room, Yultak turned to Hami and said that she would go in first. She then walked into the room and said, as expected of the young leader, Palace of Welcoming Joy is much better than Palace of Worldly Riches, isn't it? He folded his hands in front of him and asked, is it hot in here? She was surprised. Sorry, not at all. He said, in that case, she shouldn't wave her skirt everywhere. She should have her say and leave. She replied, it seems he's been interested in literature lately. She was so surprised to receive such an elegant letter from him. He asked, an elegant letter? It sounded like she wanted to say that he couldn't write elegant letters before. She replied that she wasn't sure about that, but he interested her anyway. After that, she came closer and said, I wonder if he's also elegant at night? Taeshik stood in front of her and told her to stand there. She peeked out from behind him and said she'd been wondering for a long time, who is this? The new employee he hired. The protagonist asked, does he look like a servant? She thoughtfully replied that she'd never heard of young leaders hiring bodyguards to accompany them before. If he'd told the Palace of Welcoming Joy about this earlier, they might have sent him young and beautiful girls. What a pity. He thought, it seems like she forgot about her original obligations and was talking nonsense. She has a strong sense of pride, but she is frivolous. After that, he told Taeshik to let her pass through telepathy. He agreed with him and then stepped aside. She, seeing this, smirked and said that he was just a simple servant. After that, she leaned over the protagonist's table and ran her hand along his cheek. The protagonist grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Getting closer to her face, he asked how long he should be patient with her. She replied that if he came to the Palace of Welcoming Joy, he would not have to hold back any longer. He said she was serious now. She replied, of course he wants her, right? He replied, should he kill her? She froze in surprise, and then moving away she laughed lightly and said, young leader, he is really nasty. It seems like he is confident in being able to kill her, huh? But she still hasn't gotten engaged to a partner, so please, he should be gentle with her. Anyway, they can talk about the pleasures between men and women another time. She'll get to the main topic, please. He should visit the palace. They'll welcome him with open arms. He asks why he has to do that. She says if he wants to live a long life, he should definitely do that. After all, That way of living is the only one that suits his status, or who knows what might happen to him someday. At this point, Taeshik was already burning with rage and mentally asked if he could kill her. The MC replied that he should just teach her some manners. He then asked if she wasn't the representative of the Palace of Welcoming Joy here. Was it a frivolous conversation about her just having desires for the Palace of Welcoming Joy? She looked at him indignantly and asked what? What did he just say? Did she misunderstand him? Doesn't he know who she is? He replied that he thought she was here as a messenger from the Palace of Welcoming Joy who came to meet the young leader, but it seems she is just someone who came here to sell her body. She was indignant. Is he finished? He asked, should he continue? And then she looked at the protagonist and said, apparently her young leader disrespected her. How should she take it? Taeshik said, disrespect? Could there be anything more disrespectful than her impudent words? She is a serious criminal who went against their cultural laws. First, she touched the young leader's face without permission. Second, she dared to threaten his safety. Even if they executed her now, they would still be justified in doing so. She, angry, said, does he really want to die before he comes to his senses? After that, she took out her blades and ran to attack Taeshik. At this moment, the protagonist thought, Myung Palace really has almost zero power? What kind of restless individuals are these? Was the demon cult always like this? Taeshik looked at Hami, and the protagonist mentally told him not to kill her. Her blade was already approaching his face, and he released a powerful aura. Yultak turned around, hearing strange sounds behind the door, and shouted, young leader? The next second, several girls appeared in front of him, and he told them to get lost. They just looked at him with a smirk, and he, taking out his weapon, repeated that they should get lost. Damn fools. Meanwhile, Amu was using the abacus. He thought that if the young leader died here, it would also be a plus for him. Then a sound was heard from the room. No need to make a fuss. Nothing happened here. Meanwhile, outside the door of the room, Hami's blade broke into 2 pieces. She fell to the ground and asked how he was. She looked at Taeshik approaching her and said that she was sure she touched him. But how? MC thought, this is a martial art that temporarily attracts internal energy and then explodes it. Since it comes from a heavenly demon's divine art, the strength can't be average. It's worthy of being called a demonic art, but the longer it goes on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. But it's only applicable in one case, if he manages to meet a much stronger opponent. It temporarily gives him overwhelming power, but he can't use it permanently yet. After that, Hami stood up and asked what the hell he did. An indestructible physique? An impossible hidden weapon? At that moment, the protagonist stood up from his seat and asked, is this all that Palace of Welcoming Joy is all about? She looked at him in confusion, and he crouched down next to her broken blade and took the broken piece in his hand, saying, how dare they send some girl who doesn't even know how to wield her sword here? He's disappointed. She shouted indignantly they wouldn't. Before she could finish speaking, the protagonist walked up to her, grabbed her chin, and came closer, asking what he should do with her after this. She asked what he was going to do with her. He replied that since she dared to come for his head, maybe now it would be worth hanging her head in the Palace of Welcoming Joy. Or, with that, he threw it on the floor and asked if he should punish her right there. Then he turned around and told her to forget it. Why should he waste his time on people like her? She should tell the manager of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. They should call the next one. She stood up and said that he would regret it if he treated her like that. He asked what she was going to do with her skills. Tears welled up in her eyes, and he told her to get lost. After that, she walked towards the exit, and Taeshik said that he finally had a chance to ask who he really was. The protagonist replied, who knows? Then his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, what is he doing? He should get up quickly. Taeshik knelt down in front of him and asked him to forgive him if he had offended him in any way. He replied that it was fine, he just shouldn't do it again. He said, as he wishes, he will never ask about it again. The MC thought that it wasn't that, but it didn't matter. Taeshik then said, while the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy looks meek, she is actually cruel and has a hotter temperament than anyone else. He is sure that she won't let this go. He replied that he assumed so. He was surprised. Did he know? Is it too late to call Hami back to calm her down and make her feel better? No, it's only a matter of time before they run into each other. The next second, Taeshik released a powerful aura and declared that he would get rid of her. Even if they let her live, it would only drag things out. Perhaps it would be better to just do this now, and then take the initiative and settle things with the Palace of Welcoming Joy. The protagonist looked at him silently and thought that he had completely forgotten that this man was a demonic creature to the core. He then said, squad leader, he wants to make sure that he never kills anyone unless he orders it. Do you understand? Taeshik bowed and replied as he orders. The protagonist understood that there was no point in just killing and getting rid of someone. All he was doing was building a sandcastle with mountains of corpses. He then said, according to the ranking records, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy seemed to treasure her family very much. So he shouldn't make any moves first. There's no need until he makes the first move. He thought, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, is he someone that can be changed? At that moment, Hami walked out of the room in her torn clothes. Her subordinates were confused, shouting, "What? The young leader of the palace?" They surrounded her and asked if she was okay. Yultak wondered, what did they do to her? However, Hami is the young leader of the palace, but how far did they go? Amu thought, the little lecherous pervert, he is a good-for-nothing idiot. He must have seduced her with some kind of witchcraft, right? Yultak looked at him and thought that he had a feeling that there would be a funeral for him if this guy walked in now. The next second, MC walked out of the room and said that they were going. Yultak apologized and asked, but where were they going? He replied that he had smelled enough perfume. Now was the time to smell money. He walked up to Amu and looking into his eyes, said that they were going to the Palace of Worldly Riches. Myung Cult, Peak of the Earth, 7 Palaces of the Myung Cult, Palace of Broken Swords. Yenwa screamed, "Nanny!" The maid asked in surprise, how could a grown lady raise her voice like that? What if the palace master heard her? She asked indignantly, so what? Can't a lady even scream in the Myung Cult? She asked why she was so angry. Yenwa sat down at the table and sighed, saying that she didn't know. Nani stood next to her and laughed lightly, asking what was wrong. Didn't she call her because she wanted to talk about it? Was she meeting the young leader? She folded her arms and told her not to mention him in front of her. She asked again, what was wrong? Was it because she hadn't lived here for a long time? Sad because she was separated from him? Was she indignant? Was she sad? Because of that annoying idiot? How ridiculous. She doesn't know anything anymore. She's actually going to shave her head and go back to the mountains. The maid cried out, please, she shouldn't say such things. It's common for people to marry each other to preserve their bloodlines. Doesn't she know how lucky she is? She was able to find out who she was marrying in advance. Yenwa cried out, this is so ridiculous. Who said she was going to marry him? She chose to marry someone she'd never met before. Nani said, he's from a respected family and looks handsome, although he doesn't have a single flaw. On top of that, he's better at martial arts than her, so there's no need to worry about her being captured by others. Yenwa asked, a respected family? The cult leader's whereabouts are unknown, so they're more like a family that will drag them down. No matter what, she's not going to do it. Marry him. The maid asked her to speak more quietly in case the palace master heard her, but she did not listen to her and shouted, let him listen to what she was saying. She did not think that the cult leader was nearby, so what was there to be afraid of? Why marry this good-for-nothing man? Nanny cried out, miss. At that moment, Dan Junhak entered the room and shouted, who dared to say such a thing? They cried out in surprise, the palace master. After some time, they went into the training room. Junhak, holding a weapon in his hands, told her to take out her sword. She took the sword out of its sheath and shouted, does he really think that she would not dare to draw her sword? He replied that she was right, and she shouted, what about her? She will repeat herself. She is not going to get married, she does not want to. He shouted, is she really going to let simple emotions ruin the biggest event in her life? Yenwa shouted that it wasn't just her emotions, it was reality. This guy was worthless. Didn't he always say that? What if someone gave their guilt to their training? They wouldn't be able to protect their family. But now he was trying to sell her to this weakling? He shouted in anger. She swore an engagement to the leader of Yoling in the name of the god of the sacred flame, or had she forgotten about it already? She replied that she thought he hadn't heard yet. The god of the sacred flame said that she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. He retorted, nonsense. And she shouted that she didn't want to marry a brat like him. He replied, if she really wanted to, then she should try to cut him. They would see if she could still talk about it after that. But before he could finish speaking, she rushed forward, cutting the fabric on his sleeve. Turning around, with tears in her eyes, she shouted that she was not going to do it. And she had already said that she would not. After that, she threw down her weapon and ran towards the exit. Junghak, looking at his hand, thought, she trained hard, right? Has she already reached the highest level? Then he asked, squad leader, is he here? Den appeared behind him and, kneeling down, asked what he needed him for. He clenched his fist and explained that she was still his one and only daughter. He had to bring the young leader here. He replied as he commanded. After that, he disappeared, and Junghak, looking ahead, thought that this was all he could do for her. She had to make sure that the young leader's art was at a level that she was happy with. This would be his gift to her, just like he had given it to her father. Meanwhile, the protagonist, sitting on his horse, thought, a Fergana horse. This breed is hard to find even in the Gu Mountains. It looks like they put a lot of effort into getting it. He then stopped the horse and sat down on a rock nearby, suggesting that they stop and rest for a while. Amu, smiling, said, young leader, we're almost there. They don't really have to rest here. He thought, it looks like he still didn't understand where he was. Then he folded his arms and said, he said he was Chan Amu, right? He confirmed it. He seemed to remember his name. The protagonist replied, of course, he was the one who tried to kill him. Amu put his hands in front of him and said he wasn't trying to hurt him. The MC replied he would hear the details from the culprit himself. He was the heir to the palace of worldly riches? He asked in surprise. What did he mean? He had an older brother. He then scratched his head thoughtfully and added, of course, if he were the successor, he could have achieved much more success than him, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side and he was born later. The protagonist thought, someone who disrespected him was sent here. Does he look down on him? No, that's not true. Ever since he sent the Fergana horse. Then he smiled and walked up to the horse and asked, so he can kill him, huh? Amu, confused, asked why he said such a thing so suddenly. He replied that he was going to die anyway. Wouldn't it be better to use him to relieve his boredom? He fearfully told them not to come near him. The protagonist then told Yultak to detain him. He grabbed his arms, and Amu shouted that he was a freak. He should let him go. Forbidden Squad, what are they doing? Are they just going to let him kill him? MC answered, I think, exactly like that. After that, he took his blade out of its sheath and said that he would just cut it a little. After that, Amu ran away screaming, and the protagonist thought that he knew it. Someone else was in charge here. After that, he mentally told Taeshik not to answer him. He turned to Amu and told him to stop making noise. He hadn't even done anything yet. First, he would slit his noisy throat. Amu shouted, Birang, what is he doing? He must get these idiots away from him immediately. At this moment, Chun Birang took off his hat and said, young leader, please, he must stop. Turning around, he asked who he was. He bowed in response and said that he apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He was Chun Birang, the man in charge of the Forbidden Squad in the Palace of Worldly Riches. After that, the protagonist returned the sword to its sheath and turned to Amu, telling him to remember once and for all, if he overstepped his boundaries again, then. After that, he patted his chest and added, the Palace of Worldly Riches likes to spy, huh? What a vile group of people. Barang said, he simply remained silent to protect him in case of an emergency. The protagonist asked, is he sure he was not just spying on him? He replied, making sure that he never shows his full capabilities is part of the basics. There are times when he has to fool his allies in order to fool his enemies later. MC thought he was completely different from the newbies like Hami and Amu. He said, so he means to say that he did it for him? Birang replied, if something happened to him, the Myung cult would really be in big trouble. He asked, is that so? Well, he is grateful. But is he sure it is not because the situation could become dangerous for the Palace of Worldly Riches? He replied, not at all. He will make sure that he is safe. The protagonist climbed onto his horse and said that he will believe him this time. Oh yeah, he said his name was Birang, right? He should never try to fool him again. He is not going to forgive him a second time. He bowed and said that he understood. The protagonist asked, really? And he was surprised. The protagonist said that he will take his word for it. After some time, the Myung cult, the Water Peak, the Myung cult's family palace, the Palace of Worldly Riches. Birang, looking at the protagonist, asked how he liked the merchant palaces. It was his first time here, right? He replied that he didn't think there would be a sea under the heavenly mountain. He replied that it wasn't a sea, it was a river. It was formed when the endless snow melted. The protagonist was surprised. Was it a river? He confirmed it. The name of this one was the Hot Sea. In the past, this river was mistaken for a sea, hence the name. There is a tribal nation over there known as the Oirats. Haren, looking ahead, said, wow, so beautiful. Taeshik noticed that the Palace of Worldly Riches hadn't changed at all. She, turning to her father, asked, had he been here before? In response, he remained silent, and Birang rode up to him and said, now that he thinks about it, he does look familiar. Could he recognize his nickname? He replied, Bloody Asura. MC thought, Bloody Asura, so suits him. After that, they reached the gate and heard a shout. The young leader has arrived. They rode ahead, and the villagers said they can collect their wages. Over there, no need to go there anymore. We need to wait a little longer. We need to buy grain here. Yultak looked ahead and said that it was really far. Will they really reach the palace? Birang replied that they were almost here, but... The next second, Yultak, perplexed, said, Hyungnim. The protagonist thought in surprise, Hyungnim? Myung cult, Palace of Worldly Riches, the Hall of Fortune. Jung Samin said in surprise, my lord, should he ask why he is here? Yuljin stood in front of him and said that his father was worried. He was wondering if he had forgotten what he promised. He was the eldest son of the Palace of Dancing Blood. Samin asked, didn't he know that the Oirats were currently experiencing a sandstorm? He didn't really like the tone of his voice. It was not easy to make a living right now. Did he expect them to move forward in such a situation? He replied, well, he heard that Amu had an unpleasant incident that happened at the Mungchan restaurant. As the leader of the association, he regretted it and would like to meet him. He replied, he was a busy man, there was no need for that. But if he wanted to meet him, then he would just ask him to contact him. Yuljin asked, wasn't he at the palace? He didn't go to Myung Palace, did he? If he was there and something went wrong, it might cause misunderstandings between him and the young leader. Summon looked away and said that he wasn't sure since he just did whatever he wanted. Yuljin then turned around and said that in that case, he would go look for him. Summon said there was no need to go to him. The next second, a bright flash of light flew from Yuljin, cutting off a leaf of the plant. He then put his sword back into its sheath, and Summon quickly leaned back, catching the pot of the plant. Yuljin said, plants with spotted anthracnose can still survive if they are caught early. You can just cut off the affected leaves, but if the plant is left alone for too long, you will need to cut it off by the roots. In order to apologize for his rudeness, he will take care of the Oirat's problem. Summon thought, it seems like he is not very far from reaching the Supreme Demon Realm. Huh? He thought he was an idiot. Meanwhile, Yuljin walked out of the building. The White Fighting Seven, the commander of the support squad, Taewa, approached him. She put a cape on his shoulders and asked, is he just going to leave the Palace of Worldly Riches? The Oirats were just an excuse. They are cutting back on the amount of money they gave them before. He replied that she should refrain from asking unnecessary questions. She bowed and said as he wished. At that moment, a bird flying in the sky landed on his hand, and he asked if anyone he knew had come here. After that, he heard Hyungnim and looked away. The protagonist looked at him and thought, Yultak's older brother, are they in the Palace of Dancing Blood? I wonder if he is on his side? Yuljin passed by Yultak and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist asked, what business could there be in the Palace of Dancing Blood? He asked in return, is there any reason why he should not be here? What about him, the young leader? What is he doing here? He replied, the same thing applies to him, he has no reason to be here. Yuljin walked further and said, since it seems they do not intend to explain their reasons to each other, he deviates. Yultak said worriedly, Hyungnim. He asked, is he still so pathetic, isn't he? And then he turned to Amu and asked to talk for a while. He agreed with him. Then he sighed and put his hand on his chest and said, but, Lord Yuljin, why is he here, next to the support of the White Fighting Seven? He's not here for him, right? MC thought, according to Yuljin, he is the eldest of the Palace of Dancing Blood, so Yultak. Meanwhile, Taeshik looked at the image of Yuljin and said that Yultak is currently ranked 15 in the Myung cult, the eldest son of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, and also leads a separate force, known as the White Fighting Seven Support Squad. Rank 15, he doesn't even look like he's been doing this for years. Impressive. Harren looked at the image and added, the Palace of Dancing Blood has the most powerful force among the 7 palaces of the Myung cult. The protagonist folded his arms and said, the master of the Yulchon Palace. Yultak, isn't he hungry? He asked in surprise. Why is he asking him this? He replied, just like that. Yultak stood up from his seat and said, what's with the atmosphere? This tension needs to stop right now. The protagonist thought that he was the only one who was tense right now. Yultak then spread his arms out to the sides and said, there's nothing special about it. The man who is the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood and the second rank is indeed his father. But since he is the son of a concubine, he has never received any recognition from him. Although in the Myung cult, this is nothing unusual. His family may be known for being cold-hearted, but his older brother never treated him like he was the son of a concubine. He even taught him martial arts and showed concern for him. The protagonist thought, but his martial arts skills are not that great. And then he said, he was only not so cold to him, because he was disappointed in him ever since he started wasting his life hanging around with the young leader, visiting brothels and other dens. The MC thought that he didn't want to hear any more of this. Then he added, well, even though the young leader is still good for nothing, he is much better than he was before. He was sure that his brother would soon look at him differently. The protagonist said, Palace of Dancing Blood. He was surprised. Why? Is he going there or something? Everyone knows that the Palace of Dancing Blood has connections in the escort business and the Palace of Worldly Riches. It would sound like he was speaking well of them because they were his family, but the Palace of Dancing Blood was actually very well connected to him. The protagonist thought the fact that they had influence in the Palace of Worldly Riches meant that they were both on the same side. He then said, okay, in that case, they should go and get more information from them. They should check if there were any signs that they were against them. Yultak said that he understood. They would rest today first, and then, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said right now. He was surprised. What? Right now? The others grabbed his hands and led him to the exit, and he continued to wonder, what? Meanwhile, MC looked at the flyer. It said name, Jong Semin. Nickname, Demon Who Chases Big Money. Duties, one of the 7 martial artists. Rank, 12. Estimated level, highest. Note, someone who moves according to what brings him profit and is really good at it. While he does not like making deals, his emotions fluctuate greatly up and down. After reaching a higher level, he began to neglect his martial arts. Children, Chan Jasang. The protagonist thought that the Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy were 2 places he should go. It is not because of the information regarding Silk. It is so that their group can advance, since he needs capital and transportation. That is why the Miram Alliance does not only have martial sects within it. They also have many banks, shopping malls, and escort establishments. And that's not all. When they go out on business, they notice that most of the drinking establishments and inns are closely connected to each other. However, in the demonic cult, the merchant and the Palace of Welcoming Joy monopolize all of these. The problem is that the only card he holds is the title of Young Leader. For someone to want to be on his side instead of going over to the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, who is being considered for the position of the next leader of the cult, he must have his own ambitions. But anyway, he has nothing. No matter what they offer, it will be difficult to make a deal with him. Although this time, he was able to easily get a lot, but it will not always be like this. They first need to find a way to completely isolate the Palace of Worldly Riches from the rest. At this moment, Birong entered his room and said that the master of the palace had finished everything he needed to do and asked if he could meet him now. The protagonist asked, has his youth been restored? The face he sees now is very different from what he saw before. He replied that he was sorry for disrespecting him. Please forgive him for that. The protagonist thought perhaps he really did use a mask made of human skin. He then said that he was sure that he had already told him never to deceive him again. Right? He apologized again. The situation had gotten out of his control. The MC furrowed his brows and asked, does he think he's joking, huh? He thinks that everything he says is a joke, since he looks down on him. Birong retorted, that is not true. The protagonist then said that he only came here because of some insincerity, since he said that he would pay for all the sins his son committed. It seems that he should not have come. Birong exclaimed, oh no, the leader. He lowered his head, apologizing to him. Please, he should be at peace. He asked if this was his real face. He replied that this was how he looked originally. The protagonist explained that he couldn't trust him. How could he if he didn't know what might be in that room? How could he trust them and meet their palace master? He returned to Myung Palace. Birong felt like he was being electrocuted by these words. He bowed and asked for forgiveness. He asked him to reconsider his decision. He would make sure that nothing like this happened again. The protagonist walked forward and said that he had already done this twice. Who was to say that he wouldn't do it a third time? How could he trust his words? He had to tell the palace master that he would never have any business meetings with him again. Birong asked what he had to do to earn his trust. The protagonist turned around and thought, the commander of the Forbidden Squad, Birong? He was not usually the type of person to allow such treatment. The reason why he shows this side of himself so easily is because he is good for nothing and can run away to an unknown place alone. Maybe then they will drive him even more crazy? After that, he put a piece of paper on the table and told him to write it down. He wondered what he should write. He replied, who knows, maybe he will sing another song later. He should write it all down. After that, he began to dictate. He is the commander of the Forbidden Squad, Palace of Worldly Riches Bairang. Definitely. Birong looked at him and asked, is he going to ask him to protect him? The protagonist smiled and said that he was going to destroy the entire Myung Palace. Birong was indignant. This is absurd. He asked, what? He asked in return, does he know how many people want to harm him? They are just trying to protect him from them. MC replied, so that's why he hid his identity from him. Just to test him. So why did the son of the merchants try to kill him? In his opinion, he is a more dangerous person. He shouted that it wasn't so. The protagonist said, if it wasn't so, then he might as well just write it down, right? If his thoughts were right, then even if he didn't die, he still wouldn't be able to survive in the end. He silently continued writing, and the protagonist told him to forget it. He shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. He turned around and headed towards the exit, adding, he should have just gone to the Palace of Welcoming Joy instead. Birong gritted his teeth in irritation and shouted that he would write it all down now. Is that enough? The MC turned around and said, okay, he should write the rest down too. The Myung Palace would serve as evidence. If he broke this promise, he could be considered a traitor. A tablet with an image of the sun. A plaque issued by the Myung cult instead of the imperial family. The intensification of the demonic cult. It could be said that it was something as important as someone's life, since it was the only way for the people of the demonic cult to identify each other. Birong placed the tablet on the table, and the protagonist thought, the only reason why he would agree to such a ridiculous idea was definitely one of two things. Either he is very confident in what he is doing, or he thinks that Myung Palace is just a joke. But whatever it is, Birong, he must protect Myung Palace no matter what. After a while, they were walking in the courtyard, and Birong, entering the room, said, the master of the palace, the young leader, has arrived. Samin, looking at the protagonist who entered the room, asked him to be calm. He asked to meet him later because he was afraid that he would be too tired. He hoped that he did not mind. He replied that he thought it didn't mean he couldn't understand what he had done since he had put so much effort into preparing. In response, he laughed and said, of course, he had prepared a gift for him ever since he heard he had returned to the world. but he hadn't been able to find it before because he had been busy with his own affairs. The protagonist said that he had been to the Heavenly Demons Gallery a few days ago. Small gifts wouldn't be enough for him. He laughed again and said that it wouldn't be hard. They could just share a lot of these small things to make up for the lack. The protagonist stated that he wasn't sure about that. He had never really shared his things with anyone before. Simon smiled and said that it was because he hadn't tried it yet, but after he tried it, he would understand. They just needed to share things just once. The protagonist looked at a few swords and a chest of gold. Simon said it seemed like he needed a lot of things. He could give it all to him if he wanted to, of course. The protagonist looked at him and said, it seems he was wrong about the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches all along. If he knew how magnanimous he was, he would have come more often. Simon laughed again and said if he wanted, he could stay here forever. And then the MC sat down next to him and put his hand on the table and said, it seems he lives a happy life. He asked what he meant. He replied, there is a saying that sometimes parents are so preoccupied with loving their children that they don't even notice their own actions. And since he has such a precious son, it is impossible for him to live an unhappy life. However, had he become too ignorant, if he didn't even know about his own actions, he should have rushed to beg for forgiveness, but instead he ordered his subordinates to lock him in the guest room, and now he is sitting in a higher place, talking to him. He's admitting to plotting against treason or something? Simon shouted indignantly, young leader. And he repeated again, he's admitting to plotting against treason or something. Simon glared at him, then laughed and said as expected of the young leader. Considering how much he'd grown, the future of the Meng cult was undoubtedly bright. Since he covered up his immature son's mistake like this, he'd be very happy if he stayed with them. This way, please, he should sit here. He stood up from his seat and said that it was better that way. The protagonist then walked across his desk and sat down at his place. After that, he looked at Samin and he walked forward with a light laugh. The protagonist thought that he had dealt with people like him before. The leader of the richest organization in the Central Plains, the leader of the Full Moon Trading Group, and the leader of the Beggars Sect. He once asked the leader of the Beggar Sect why the two of them were so similar, despite being on completely opposite ends of the spectrum. A brat. Everything was the same. The one who had everything and the one who didn't need it at all. And strangely enough, this man was like both of them. When you deal with people like them, you just have to scratch them where they want to be scratched. Then he said, hey, the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches, he hates to complicate things. After he finished his isolated training, his father disappeared, and after that, he had no other family. It's just not like the past. He gets a headache just thinking about it. Samin asked in surprise, is that really true? He pointed his finger at him and replied, as he surely knows, he doesn't care about what they want. He means that he doesn't really care. He was simply the one who sat in the cult leader's place, as the position had been vacant for a long time. Did he understand what he was talking about? He thought that they might have been on the same wavelength, which is why they came here to visit him. But not only did they target his life, but they were also so rude in their greetings. What a disappointment. Salmon's eyes lit up with rage, and then he spread his arms out to the sides and laughed, saying that it seemed like he had disrespected him, because he had been worried about many things lately. He hoped that he would generously forgive him in his heart, which was as wide as the sea. He was also worried about what he should do about his son's impoliteness. He had really thought about it. After all, he was his loyal servant. The protagonist asked if that was really the case. When it was time to listen, he should tell him what conclusion he had come to after much thought and worry. He stroked his mustache and replied that he had prepared a gift for him. He was surprised. A gift? Samin confirmed it. It was a very special, precious gift. He was sure he would like it. He then clapped his hands and called out to Birang. The next second, he appeared in front of them and kneeling down, placed the box on the table in front of the protagonist. He, surprised, asked, is this a dagger? Samin asked, has he heard of the 5 sacred weapons before? The protagonist, perplexed, thought, could this be the same one of the 5 divine weapons? Samin said that it was. It was one of the 5 sacred weapons that he had specially prepared for him. It was a demonic dagger of sacred fire. What did he think of it? Did he like it? This was something that even he could not have foreseen, and he was going to give it to him specifically. And that's not all. He would make sure that tons of gold bars were sent to him every month at Meng Palace. He would build him a palace that would be much bigger than the Palace of Worldly Riches. But, the MC asked, but, he continued, what does he think about making a deal? Naturally, he should take the place of the cult leader. The Palace of Worldly Riches supports him. He then put his hand on his chest and added, he, Samin, will help him in his ascension to the throne. The protagonist asked, is he asking him to become the cult leader? He raised his hands and asked in response, isn't that natural? The significance of the imperial family. It would be meaningless if someone other than him took that position. It would be betrayal, treason, and the gods would be angry. The protagonist thought, talking about the imperial family in a demonic cult, how ridiculous. This is what they call treason. He then said that he thought it made so much sense. With that, he knocked on the table, and he responded as expected of the young leader. He was able to understand what he was getting at. The protagonist then said that he was amazing, but based on just what he knew, he was supporting the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Yulchan. What would he gain by doing something like that? He laughed in response and said, "That's an interesting question." The MC asked, "What is it?" He replied, "The fact that he was interested in such matters." He thought about it, but he wasn't the type to think that much. The protagonist thought, "What about Chunso with his life before?" and then said, "Is he a corpse? Or something like that? Is he incapable of thinking?" He replied, "It's not that he can't tell him, it's just that there are things he doesn't understand." He asked, "What is it?" Samin replied, "Come to think of it, he heard that he had a new bodyguard that no one had ever seen before. He also heard that he was absent from Myeong Palace for quite a while after returning. Perhaps he visited one of the other 7 Myeong Palaces before coming here? If he made a deal with them and maybe they gave him a bodyguard to turn a blind eye to him, that was really amazing news. It was strange that he came all this way just to visit him in person, and that he was so calm after finally seeing him. But if someone had sent him here, then it would all make sense." The protagonist thought that he really did go to the Bay of Tears village. After talking to him in front of others, he realized that he was definitely Amu's father. He then continued, "A place suitable for organizing such a plan, the Palace of Murders or the Palace of Welcoming Joy? Could it be this Palace of Dancing Blood?" With that, he pointed his finger at the protagonist, and he thought it was the commander of the Assault Dragon Squad, Jan Jagak of the Miram Alliance. He then said that he had no idea what he was talking about. Salmon released his aura and told him not to pretend that he didn't know anything. Then why was he looking for him? He replied that he had already told him why. Salmon then laughed and released a powerful energy. The floor beneath his feet cracked and he shouted, "Does he think he will believe his words?" The protagonist thought, did he increase his internal energy with elixirs? How much did he eat? He has a huge amount of internal energy. Since he used money to increase his internal energy, he naturally put it above martial arts. Salmon then said while pacing back and forth, if they had all made a deal among themselves, then why is the young leader here? Are they all involved in this? Looks like he will have to wait and look around before he decides to get on the boat. The protagonist thought that he was just staring at the wall and speaking so seriously. He then continued, "Before that, shouldn't they decide who the owner of the boat is?" MC leaned his face on his hand and said, "However, the Palace of Worldly Riches is not the only place where there is money," he asked. "So he is going to go to this Palace of Welcoming Joy?" he asked. "The Palace of Welcoming Joy is probably better at gathering information, right?" The protagonist thought, while each of the 7 palaces of the Myeong cult has their own martial arts powers and exerts a powerful influence, it would be a different story if they looked at the roles they play. The Palace of Sacred Flames is in charge of governance. The Palace of Dancing Blood is in charge of military affairs. The Palace of Murders and the Palace of Broken Swords are in charge of punishment. The Palace of Monstrous Venom acts as a large medicine warehouse. The problem lies with the Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy, since they are both in charge of finance and diplomacy. Now that war is looming, the others are probably trying to join forces with these 2 palaces, since they want to get money and information. But since the roles of these 2 palaces overlap, they are also at each other's throats. The same with the information on the silk. That's why he has no choice but to meet these ladies, for the sake of the real information that would come from the cat house. Chancho, there are actually times when what he said becomes useful, right? Then he said, okay, he is sure that he has many boats that he can board. He should just choose any one. But depending on which boat he boards, determine his future, since it will already be decided whether the boat can move or not. He thought, the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches, it seems he still can't trust him. He will let him believe what he wants to believe. Then he added, this is what that person told him to tell him. Samin turned around and said, okay, he will believe him this time, but now is not the time. He needs to meet that person first and then make a decision. After that, the protagonist clapped his hands and said, well, he can take his time, since he put so much effort into this gift, he will accept it. After that, he put the daggers in his belt and walked past and said, just for your information, the boat fee will be 30% of the assets of the Palace of Worldly Riches. It is very cheap. He gives him a month, he must send this Nyung Palace. Also, he needs to think about that boat that will offer him a better deal. And now he is deviating. He has some business with the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. After that, he waved his hand, and Samin gritted his teeth and shouted, today. He must rest here before heading out. He took it upon himself to prepare for the fact that he will stay here. The protagonist asked, should he do that? He will stay here for a few days just for everything he did back then, and he can go and take care of his business. After that, the door slammed behind him and Simin slammed the table and said, "After all, he's a very capable person." 30%? Ridiculous. How dare this lecherous pervert ask for that? Birong bowed before him and said, "Palace Master, please, he must remain calm." He slammed the table again and was indignant. Calm? How does he think he can remain calm? How dare they pull such dirty tricks? How can they be so unethical? He replied that perhaps this is not one of the palaces either. He was surprised. What? What does he mean? Who else besides the palaces could do such a thing? Birong replied that he did not know about the Central Plains, but such a thing was impossible here because the palaces tried to avoid such a thing. Moreover, didn't the young leader mention that person? Saman looked to the side and said, "In that case, was it the Elders Association that did this?" Birang replied that he felt that there was a high possibility that it was them, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing for them. He wondered why? He replied, in any case, if they left things as they were, they would end up supporting the Palace of Dancing Blood. Aren't the Oirat's requests and abuse of power getting worse? He heard that they even imprisoned their accompanying bodyguards recently. Didn't Yuljin say that he would take care of this matter? Saman told him to just let him go. Birong said, if these things were happening every day, then they might get an even bigger request when the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood became the leader of the cult. The Oirats kidnapped that person last year. Then even the powers of the Northern Plains were growing. The master of the Palace of Murders would probably join forces with the master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, and the Elders Association would join hands with the young leader. This meant that a big war was coming. Wouldn't it be fine if they just profited from all of this? Simon stated that they had a lot to lose. Didn't they just hand over the demonic dagger of the holy fire? He replied that this was just a game played by the young leader, who was himself a puppet. Although he had grown a lot, his nature would not have changed in this time. Before coming here, it seemed like he had already laid his paws on Hami. Simon, perplexed, shouted, "What? Why is he only talking about this now? He should tell him the details. What does he mean?" He replied that he didn't know for sure since it happened in the room, but the young leader was known as a lecherous pervert. He was sure that something indecent had happened in that room as well. Simon sat down on his desk in surprise and laughed, then said, in that case, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy would not let it go unpunished. For him to be so reckless, he didn't even know what he was getting himself into. He said that the Palace of Worldly Riches wasn't the only place where there was decent finance. He would only save him if he knelt down and prayed for forgiveness. Or should he let him die? Birong said he didn't think that was the right thing to do. They should save him and bring him back at the right time. He wondered why. He said they had no reason to let it all go to hell. Salmon said, wouldn't it be a good idea to take advantage of the situation and get rid of the Palace of Welcoming Joy? He said he didn't think that was the right thing to do at all. He thought if Myung Palace was destroyed, it would be the end for him too. Salmon then said okay, then he should sneak into the Palace of Welcoming Joy and bring him back at the right time. He shouldn't die since their goods need to be in the best condition to get a good price for it. He said he understood, and then Summon added since they would have to pay for the boat anyway, he would give in first. He then extended his hand forward and shouted, send the gold bars to Myung Palace. Birong said that he understood. Meanwhile, the MC was walking down the street and thought, the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches, Salmon, if he suddenly saw a mountain of gold, he would definitely drop everything he was holding. Meanwhile, the protagonist's comrades were walking through the courtyard, but stopped when they heard one of the residents say, damn, he thought he was going to die on the way to the horse market. His comrade asked what happened. Did he meet Shaolin monks? He said yes, if they had stood in his way, they would have been smashed to pieces. The man said, never mind. Does he know what he saw there? He just shouldn't be surprised. He was going to a brothel, and on the way he saw that the entire top of the hill was pitch black. He thought that he was just tired because his wife was bothering him. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and there was an army of 10,000. He couldn't believe his eyes. His comrade was surprised. Seriously? 10,000 troops? Bullshit. Most likely, it was some small fry from the beggars sect scavenging the leftovers from the Myung clan's celebration. He countered that he had indeed seen them. The Minister of War, Wu Gaium, was there. He had blocked off the horse market and the outskirts of Beijing City. He thought it was because the emperor was not around and his brother had decided to take his place. Anyway, that was why. His comrade interrupted him and waved his hand, saying, enough. He didn't want to hear anything about it. Yultak folded his arms and asked, he couldn't become emperor just by taking the throne, right? Haran had said, by the way, what was happening in the Oirat tribe now seemed to be quite serious. He asked if she believed what he had said. What could the Oirat want from the Myung cult? She replied, but everyone was talking about the recent Oirat attack. He waved his hand and said that they were all talking nonsense. You can't believe what those guys from the brothel were saying. She wanted to object, but then she noticed the man sitting under the fence. She apologized and asked if he was okay. He said he was okay, and then suddenly shouted, "Does it look like he's okay? Damn her." At that moment, Taeshik got angry and said, "There's no need to pay attention to people like him." His daughter objected, "But, father," Yultak said, "doesn't she know that she can't afford to show compassion inside the Myung cult? Besides, he looks like a member of a nameless squad that resigned. Most likely, he was injured because he got carried away." The man shouted that he should shut up. "If it weren't for those Oirat idiots," he said, "old man, he should be more careful with his expressions. What about the Oirats? He might lose his head without even noticing if he doesn't choose his words." He put his hand to his chest and replied, "The Oirats are blocking the Silk Road and killing anyone they don't like. They wouldn't have dared to raise their heads before. They're only acting like this because the head of the cult is away." "What the hell is the Palace of Dancing Blood doing?" Yultak asked. "What?" And the man looked at him and asked, did he want him to repeat it? He was talking about how the Oirats were the first to start swinging swords. They stabbed him just because he looked at them. Yultak, perplexed, shouted, "And why the hell do they need that?" He shouted back, "And how the hell does he know, the bastard?" After that, he got up from his seat and walked in the opposite direction. Yultak, scratching his head, shouted, "Where is he going?" And he walked forward, putting his hand on the post, said, "All the warriors who had only recently turned 30 said that those at the top would rather listen to the brothel natives than to them, told him to just run. They most likely did not know. Those at the top do not care about the old cripple and the brothel natives. What else can they do, since the Palace of Dancing Blood is already doing nothing? He has to do at least something, even if he goes alone. He's going to save those who were captured, or go and slaughter as many Oirat idiots as possible before he dies." The others looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, the main character came up to them and said, "So this is where they were all gathered." They turned their attention to him, and he said that he had already found out about the situation on the way here. After that, he explained that it was better to discuss everything at the inn. After some time, they left the establishment. Yultak said, "So the Oirats killed more than a couple of people. There's no way they could do something like that." Haran asked, "Can he guarantee it?" He was indignant. They would not do something like that, and that was it. She folded her arms across her chest and asked, "So he had no proof?" He leaned his hands on the chair and shouted that this was madness. Maybe she saw it all herself? She shouted that everyone was talking about it. Hadn't he heard? He pointed his finger at her and shouted, "But what about him? What about what he said?" At that moment, Taeshik stood up to his full height behind him and indignantly asked what he thought he was doing. He replied that he was doing nothing. And he asked again, "So what?" He replied, "Okay, everyone needs to calm down." The establishments present turned their attention to the protagonist. They asked, "Young master? Is it him? Isn't it the young master? We need to leave." After that, the protagonist ordered everyone to sit down. The people present sank abruptly into their seats, and then he looked at them and thought, weren't they going to leave? Yultak continued to be indignant. Even if these Oirat idiots allow themselves a lot, they are not that bad. Haran asked, "And how would he know that?" He asked, "How would he know?" "He grew up because of them." She was surprised. "What?" He looked away and explained that he had already said that he was illegitimate. He knows because his mother is an Oirat. She shouldn't misunderstand him. He's not saying that the Oirat tribe is great, but why would they and the Palace of Dancing Blood suddenly get involved with the Myung cult? He would understand if the Orthodox sects were talking about it. The protagonist thought, what's wrong with the Orthodox sects? Saman doesn't want to become the leader of the cult, so he doesn't try to harm them, but he wants them to be at odds with the Palace of Dancing Blood. If they are at odds and the Oirat tribe is involved, then the Oirat are most likely collecting prisoners on the orders of the Palace of Dancing Blood. They must save them. Even if they are a demonic cult, the way of a warrior is not in political intrigue. Then he said that they were leaving, and they left the establishment. The people present were asking, damn, when can he get up already? He probably hid outside and was going to cut off their heads as soon as they got up. He is more than capable of such a thing. The next day, Yultak entered the room and yawned and asked, "Young master?" He scratched the back of his head and asked, where did he disappear to again? Then he noticed the note on the table and picked it up and asked, what is this? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Is he going to go there alone? Haran went to the room and asked, is the young master awake yet? He replied that he thought he had become calmer, but it seems he is still a psycho. Then he handed her the note, which said, did they guys sleep well? He could not sleep and thought a lot. It was quite a long night for him. He left because he realized a lot. They do not need to worry about him. They should return to Myung Palace. They may face a storm of criticism if they do not return periodically. He apologizes for suddenly disappearing. They should take care of themselves, Machunso. Yultak, clutching his head, asked, what is he talking about? What kind of words is he using? It seems like he studied literature, not martial arts. In any case, it doesn't matter now. Their young master has disappeared. Haran looked at the note in her hands with admiration, and Taeshik thoughtfully scratched his beard and said that it was a work of art. Yultak turned around and said that now was not the time to admire it. Their young master had disappeared. He replied that there was no need to worry about him. He pointed at him and asked in surprise, was he not worried about him at all? How could he say such a thing? Could he guarantee that he would return safely? Taeshik then showed the note and said that this was his master's order. They were going to Myeon Palace. After that, the note in his hands became covered in fire. Yultak, perplexed, thought, did he use the purifying fire of Samadhi? Did he regain all his internal energy? Was that why he was acting so defiant? After that, Taeshik walked to the exit and asked, is he coming? He ran to the door and said, yes sir, squad leader. Meanwhile, MC put on his mask and landed on the hill and looked around and thought, it seems like these mountains are really big. Can someone really die looking for a demon cult? Didn't they say that the Oirat tribe is in the northwest of the Hot Sea? He thinks he will know when he gets there. Then he quickly ran forward. Oirat, Great Plains. Many birds were circling in the sky above the yurts in the field. The Oirats were standing near the main yurt. Yuljin came out to meet them. Wanansu put his hands in front of him and told them to stop. What is a person from the Han clan doing here? The next second, Taewa took out the swords from her back and walked forward, telling them to let her pass. He shouted, how dare she? Who does she think she is? She said that if he wants to live, he should put down his axe and cover his neck with his hands. He shouted back, arrogant fool, take her. Several Oirats ran into battle, and she swung her sword, wounded one of them. The next second Nansu swung for a blow from behind, and she put her blades back, blocking his blow. Then she swung this, wounding him. He ordered them to take out their bows, and she said, fools. Several archers aimed at her, and the next second a voice came from the yurt, saying that they should let them pass. The next second Taewa bowed, and Yuljin told her to raise her head. She answered as he ordered. After that, she put her swords back in their sheaths. They went inside. In front of them sat the leader of the Oirat tribe, Grandmaster Jason. Holding a bow in his hand and looking at the guests, he said, quite a while has passed, Yuljin. He replied that he was worried that something had happened to him, but it seems that he is fine. The leader of the Oirat, Grandmaster Jason, in their language they call him Yensen Taishi. He is the head of many tribes with an impressive power, comparable to the Tang dynasty and the Northern Plains. He then said, Grandmaster, does he think this title suits him? He stood up from his seat. Yuljin, looking up at him, said that to him it sounded like he was going to become a Khan. He pulled back the bowstring and replied that nothing was impossible for him now. He replied, now that he has said what he wants, he should stop making all this useless noise. He looked at him and asked, is he talking about the palace of worldly riches? He asked, does he already know? Jason replied that he thought he should pretend he didn't know anything. He asked, is this what his father wants? Jason asked, does he own a bow? It is said that the commander made a bow out of ivory and used it just like this one. As someone who has the blood of the Khan in his veins, doesn't he think that this bow suits him the most? He was surprised. He asks him, who does this bow suit the most? The next second, Jason concentrated energy in his hand and said, what is the difference between them, who live far away in the mountains, but have the blood of the Northern Imperial Liao dynasty in their veins, and them, who are unable to continue the great Yuan lineage? Then he turned around and told him to go to his father. The next second, Yuljin took out his sword and cut the string of his bow. He said that if someone is unable to take something, then they should know when to retreat. It is said that the Minister of Military Affairs, Gayam, has established a defensive line. He is going to block all the entrances to Beijing. Grandmaster, by wounding their emperor, he gave them a reason to increase the number of their army. He is going to become the Khan of the Northern Plains? He can do whatever he wants. The Myung cult will take care of the Central Plains. After that, he turned to leave and added, on the condition that he releases the followers who are being held captive, he will tell his father about it. As for the rudeness they showed today. The next second, he swung his sword, wounding both of Taiwa's arms. Then he turned his gaze and said that he proposes to stop here. After that, he said that they are going back. Taiwa replied as he ordered. Then they left the yurt, and Jason thought, the tiger that does not listen to anyone, Yuljin, he also has a hard life, huh? And then he called Nansu. He came inside and asked if he called him. He replied that he would terrify the world once he became Khan. To begin with, they would use the emperor as an offering. They would go to prison. He replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Yuljin sat down on a rock near the cliff and said that he was going back to the palace. Taiwa stated that she would accompany him. He told her to sit down. She was still bleeding. She looked surprised and then replied that she was fine. He asked, was she trying to show everyone where they were? She should naturally stop bleeding. She then lowered her gaze and thanked him. He replied that it was for the good of the emperor's family. no need to thank him. Passing on crimes is a curse and a foolish way to preserve the bloodline of the Northern Imperial Liao family, a family that would rather have their subordinates take punishment for them. Father, how far would they go? The next second, one of his subordinates shouted, "Who is there?" Yuljin turned around and saw the masked protagonist approaching them. He thought, is he lost? Of all the places on Earth, he ended up on the hidden path of the Heavenly Mountain located on the borders of Western China, and he is also wearing a set of unique clothes? The protagonist then came closer and asked, "Can he rest here for a while before heading out?" Yuljin thought in surprise. A Korean? One of his subordinates grabbed the hilt of his sword and told him to take off his mask and show them his identity. He replied that he was just an ordinary traveler on a long journey. He thought, Yuljin, to think they met again in a place like this, interesting. The subordinate then shouted that he looked suspicious. How can he trust his words? He replied that he had a scar on his face. Yuljin then said, "Let him stay." The MC thanked him and then turned his attention to Taewa. He thought, Yuljin, the phantom killer. Someone who would kill anyone without hesitation, even if his opponent was an old dying senile, and now such a man would allow his wounded subordinate to rest, to recuperate? How strange. Then he sat down on a rock near him and asked, where did they come from? He thought, he was a man of few words. Had he been to the Oirats? Then he asked, did he like this river? Tawa told him to shut up if he didn't want his tongue cut out. He thoughtfully asked if she could do it in this state. She asked if he had a death wish or something. Then he walked up to her, and she frowned, reaching for her weapon and shouted what he was trying to do. But he grabbed her hand. The next second, his subordinates pointed their weapons at him. Yuljin asked, didn't he say he was just a wanderer? What did he even think he was doing? He noticed that his subordinates were rather impatient. Her wounds were deep. On top of that, the yellow sand got inside and caused her to get tetanus. Her skin was covered in necrosis and began to rot. If this continued, she wouldn't even be able to hold knives, let alone a sword. Even if a famous doctor was here now, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. She should have at least drunk the medicine from the golden spear instead of ignoring it. She bit her lip, scared by those words, and then shouted that he should shut up. She was fine. Yuljin told him to say what he wanted. He replied, clean water and a cicada stalk. He needed needles to stitch the wound. He would start with the treatment. They would deal with the payment later. After a while, he disinfected his hands. Taiwa walked forward with bandaged hands and said, stupid freak. The protagonist replied, how rude. Yuljin then asked, is he from the Orthodox sect? He wondered, why did he think so? He replied, only people from the Orthodox sect are so hypocritical that they would save someone for the sake of jerky. He thought, he is so adamant when it comes to his subordinates. How does this work? He bit off the meat he received as a reward and replied, okay. Then he thought, was he considered a representative of a demonic cult or an Orthodox sect? Yuljin said that he had nothing to worry about. He had not gone so far as to start killing his benefactors. After that, he asked, what was the Central Plains like? The protagonist thought, had he never been there before? He thought that the demonic cult would not care about the Central Plains if it were not for the war, invasion, and massacre. Then he looked at the setting sun and said, if he left Sichuan and followed the Yangtze River to the southeast, then soon a huge lake like this would appear in front of him. This is Dongting Lake. If he looked at the sunset from Yueyang Pavilion, he would find that this place is really beautiful. There are many people there who are different from those here. The martial artists, who came from all over, were talking to each other and asking each other about their affairs. Sometimes they would share stories about how they lived and drank wine together, and the stories they shared could cross the river and spread throughout the Jianghu. The Central Plains were like this. A place where people gathered and shared their stories. All sorts of people gathered and sometimes quarreled. But in this place, everyone understood each other's situations and enjoyed the time they spent despite knowing how short life could be. This was the Central Plains he had heard of. Yuljin looked at him silently and then said, what a luxurious lifestyle. Are they people who claim to live by loyalty or chivalry, or do they agree to live in such a world once they have encountered the miserable reality? The protagonist chuckled, seriously, and then said that he should not come to such a conclusion himself. He should look at the Central Plains. He needed to talk to the people there and try to get along with them. He turned away and asked, is that possible? He replied, even if it wasn't, he had to make it possible. Many people had sacrificed their lives to overthrow the Yuan dynasty by allying with the Ming dynasty. At that point, it didn't matter whether he was from the Orthodox or unorthodox sect. As long as he was a martial artist, he had to hold a sword and fight alongside everyone. A world where scholars would despise martial artists, and the masters would then gather in their own world known as Murim. And then as they grew stronger, the Murim Alliance and the Orthodox Assembly would endlessly fight each other. He thought that the same thing was true for the demonic cult. As the number of people with the same mindset grew, the same thing would soon happen. Everyone would try to force the other to belong to them. Yuljin, would he be able to change? Then he said to tell him when he needed anything. Although this conversation was absurd, it was quite interesting. He would reward him for it. The protagonist stood up silently and then said, someday he would fulfill his request. Indeed, what an absurd person. Yuljin replied, okay, what is his name? He replied, another time, he will tell him another time, he will leave him first. Walking forward, he thought, another time is the right choice. Yuljin, since then, whether they drink wine or fight, it makes no difference. There is no way to know what will happen in the future. After a while, MC walked through the desert. His face was covered in sweat, and he thought it was not worth it to be so cruel. He should have at least asked for directions. If not for those tracks left by the oirats, he would have gotten lost. Then he saw a forest in the distance and shouted happily, meadows! Fortunately, he is on the right path. After a while, he made his way through the forest and saw a yurt surrounded by oirats. He thought, are they warriors from the oirats? In a yurt in the middle of the forest? I wonder who's inside? How strange. If they're trying to protect this man, why would there be guards inside too? As if they were keeping someone locked up, he needed to check. At that moment, a girl was kneeling in front of the oirats. One of them, with his arms folded across his chest, laughed and said, the ladies of the Central Plains certainly have good skin. It would be such a shame to just kill her. She desperately begged for mercy, and he, leaning towards her, grabbed her chin and said that the Grandmaster would arrive soon. Then there would be no need for her. She would die soon anyway if she pleased him. He would give her a painless death. The protagonist, peeking out from behind a tree, thought, damn, he should have learned their language. Maybe he was from Han? The girl's body was shaking, tears were streaming down her face, and the next second she stabbed herself with a hairpin and fell lifelessly to the ground. The oirats, perplexed, said, damn, she stabbed herself with a hairpin? How infuriating. With her last strength, she uttered words of apology. She really can't do this. She won't be able to serve them until the end. The protagonist looked at this in horror. While one of the oirats put his foot on the girl's body and was indignant, she stained it with her blood. Now the clothes are dirty. The protagonist's face distorted with anger. He looked at the corpses lying around and, clenching his teeth in anger, said, how can you be so cruel? The oirat, pulling the fabric of his pants, shouted, damn, she stained all my pants. His comrade sat down next to the girl's body and, laughing, said, idiot, you should have lied, saying that he would save her life. At this point, the protagonist asked, are they even humans? They looked at him in confusion as he approached and asked, what? Who is he? His body was releasing powerful energy. He asked, why did they have to go so far? One of the oirats asked, Han tribe? He didn't look like a person of the Myung cult. His partner asked, where is he from? MC asked irritably, but why does it matter? He replied that he didn't think there was much need to know. Now that he had seen everything, they would have to kill him. The next second, they ran to attack. Rain began to fall over the forest. The protagonist was indignant. How dare they? After all the atrocities they had committed. One of the opponents pointed his axe at him, but the protagonist concentrated the energy in his fist and, swinging, shouted, they find this funny, right? After that, he hit his opponent, who flew into a tree, knocking it down. The other shouted, go ahead, kill him. He is not as simple as he seems. The next second, the protagonist pushed off the ground and flew into the air. The archer tried to aim, and then released his arrow. MC easily dodged and used a series of Supreme Emperor martial strikes, Secret Art of the Claw, Absolute Claw of the Heavenly Wolf. His fist pierced the body of one of the oirats. The others looked at it in fear and began to scream, evil spirit. This is an evil spirit. The protagonist said, they will all die. After that, he began to attack everyone he saw on his way. They tried to fight and screamed in fear. After some time, the protagonist stopped near the remaining man. He desperately begged for mercy, but the protagonist put his hand on his hood and told him to disappear. After that, a powerful stream of energy burst out of his hand, which literally burned the oirat. He thought that he had lost control of his emotions and committed massacre. Heavenly Demon is the embodiment of the devil himself. You need to increase the skill to 10 stars. It was too dangerous to use it until he mastered it. After that, he went to the yurt and looked inside. Ju Chijin was sitting on the chair and asked who he was. Did he come to kill him or save him? The protagonist shook the rain off his clothes and replied, neither. Was he captured and dragged here? How long has he been here? He asked in response. Shouldn't he know better? MC was surprised. How would he know? He was just passing by and accidentally wandered in here. Chijin asked, came here without suspecting anything? He thinks he will believe this? He asked, what's wrong? So much effort just to find a child here. He was indignant. How disrespectful. Then the protagonist turned around and scratched his ear and said, he just wasted his time. Chijin, pointing his finger at him, shouted, he didn't let him go. And he said that he was going. If he wanted to live, he had better get out of here. And then he turned around in surprise, seeing the irritation on the boy's face. He thought, maybe he was a very important prisoner? He needed to find out. Then he sighed and said, okay, he'll ask him just one question. Are there other prisoners here? He heard that the Orats had taken a lot of people with them. Please, he should tell him everything he knew. He thought about it. Then the protagonist said, okay, let's say he believes him. And he shouted, in the north. If he moves north along the Chu River, crosses the mountain range and comes to a stone prison. The protagonist was grateful to him, and he put his hand forward and shouted that he must stop immediately. He did not allow him to leave. He asked, well, what else? Does he want him to stay here to live? He needs to go, he has a lot to do. Chijin said, if he really ended up here by accident, then he should take him to Beijing. The protagonist waved his hand again and said that he needed to go north, stay happily. He was indignant, he would go with him. The protagonist was surprised. Why all of a sudden? He thinks he is in a position to make conditions. Who the hell is he? Chijin introduced himself, and he waved his hand again and said that he is a black meteor. Then he stopped and thought, Chijin? In the Ming Kingdom, it is forbidden to use the surname Zhu. And anyway, since this surname can only be used by the imperial family, could he really be the emperor? Emperor Qishen of the Ming Kingdom? Then he said, seeing his confusion, he dared to assume that he realized who he was. That's right, he is the emperor of this country. After that, MC waved his hand again and smiled and told him not to make him laugh. Then the emperor added, did he really not know that he was being held captive here? He asked in response, how many more times should he repeat this? He really didn't know anything, okay? Qishen lowered his gaze, his hands trembled, and asked to save him. He clenched his fists and added, it's okay if he doesn't believe him. He can even disbelieve him. He allows him, but he must survive. He definitely needs to meet one person. Then the protagonist headed for the exit and said that he had other priorities. If he could follow him until he sorted out his affairs, then he would help him. He could go with him. The emperor was surprised. Weren't there Oirat warriors outside? They went outside, and he replied that there really were. There were many bodies lying on the field in front of them. After a while, the emperor stopped near one of the bodies and said, Wangjun, so he met the end he deserved. MC asked, did he know him? He replied that he did, but now he will have to forget about it. At this moment, the protagonist took off the shoes of one of the warriors and said, ouch. Chen was surprised. Oh. He asked him not to speak to him so casually. Then the protagonist threw him a shoe and told him to catch it. He was surprised. What is this? And he, shaking his hands, replied, is he going to climb the mountain barefoot? And besides, it is raining. He should at least put on these. Then he folded his arms across his chest and asked, what? He does not want to wear the shoes of the dead man? The emperor put on his shoes and replied that this is not so. The protagonist thought, it seems that this suits him. Then Qijin asked, is that all? Can they go? He replied that it is still early. He thought that they could not have come on foot. There should be horses here. He knelt down on one knee, put his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes, after which he said that he had one good news, one bad news. He found horses. The emperor said that this is good, but what is the bad news? He replied that a herd of war horses is rushing towards us. He asked in surprise, what? But MC grabbed his hand and ran quickly, shouting, if he wants to live, he must run. He grabbed him by the arm and told him to shut up. There are horses over there. He knew it was close. After that, he saddled the horse with a smile and shouted, wonderful. He must quickly climb on the horse so that they can get out of here. What is he doing? Quickly. On the horse. The emperor sheepishly said that he does not know how to ride a horse. He should bring him a sedan chair. The protagonist was indignant. Has he completely gone crazy? Chen shouted, why should he ride a horse? Isn't this the destiny of pathetic savages? The protagonist covered the horse's ears and shouted, pathetic savages? But then let him walk on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, a scream was heard from the forest. The emperor has disappeared. Find him. MC grabbed him by the clothes and threw him onto his horse. One of the Orats pointed his finger at them and shouted, there he is. The protagonist rushed forward and told the emperor to duck. Several arrows flew towards them. He turned around and thought, Yuan and Joseon archers are considered the best, but the weather is on their side. But how many forces are being thrown into pursuit? It can't be that they are chasing him. He then turned to the emperor and shouted, who the hell is he? He clicked back that he already told him he is the emperor of the great Ming Empire. The protagonist thought, is a guy who can't even sit properly on a saddle really the emperor? He went to save all the people, and ended up trying to escape from pursuit with a random person. He's really in trouble. He shouted at him to hold on tight. Damn, can he stop twitching? The emperor sat behind him and grabbed his body, shouting that he already told him that he doesn't know how to ride a horse. The protagonist told him to put his foot in the stirrup and try to keep his balance, adjusting to the horse's gait. He should tense his lower body and relax his upper body. Then he thought everything was lost with him. He was holding on pretty well. After that, the emperor turned around and screamed in fear, behind. Jason rushed forward, rapidly approaching them and screamed, "The Emperor!" He thought he could escape from them? The protagonist thought that he was not an ordinary warrior, a general or higher. After that, he told Chizhen to hold the reins. He got to his feet and, jumping over the Emperor, landed on the back of the horse. He screamed, "What just happened? Where did he go?" The protagonist screamed that he was behind him. He should hold the reins tightly. Jason shot a fire arrow at that moment. MC began to concentrate energy in his hands. After that, the arrow flew towards him, and he thought, a very powerful force. If he makes a mistake, they will die. He used the 6 stars, the ultimate art of the Demon Lord. With his hand covered in energy, he grabbed the arrow and thought, it seems he won't be able to catch it in that case. He pushed off the horse and, turning over in the air, thought that he would change the direction of this, add yang energy. He threw it back and shouted for it to receive. In front of him, from the rising cloud of dust, Jason appeared sitting on the horse, and the protagonist, perplexed, thought, did he manage to dodge? He turned around, looking at the horse leaving with the Emperor, and thought that they would be satisfied with the fact that they at least managed to break away from them. Then he pushed off the air and flew forward rapidly. Jason, looking at this, thought, are there still people who want to save the abandoned Emperor? To deflect an elephant tusk with his bare hands, and he is very strong. His subordinate shouted, is he okay? He looked at him and replied that they were heading towards the prison. They would move there and wait for them. At this point, Chizhen, controlling the horse, screamed in fear. What should he do now? He saw that they were approaching the cliff and screamed in fear, this must stop, stop right now. At this moment, MC flew up to him and shouted for him to pull himself together. Turning around, he was surprised. He came back? What should he do now? The protagonist jumped on the horse and thought, if he were alone, he would just jump over it, but with this guy, it would be better to stop. After that, he grabbed the reins, and the Emperor shouted, what is he doing? Why are they accelerating? Then the horse pushed off the ground, and they quickly flew forward. Chizhen screamed, he is a murderer, right? He was indignant. What nonsense. After that, he let go of the horse and used an ability called Heavenly Demon, charging with sacred fire. He flew down quickly, and the horse managed to catch its front hooves on the edge of the cliff, but began to fall. The main character grabbed it by the back hooves and threw it up, after which he himself flew down. The Emperor, with tears in his eyes, extended his hand to him and shouted, no, for what? He got off his horse and, approaching the cliff, shouted, why did he do this? Why did he do this for the sake of pathetic him? He knelt down and continued shouting. What should he do to bring him back alive? Not only did he neglect his duties to the throne, he survived because the commoner he was supposed to protect sacrificed his life. He was no better than this beast. He would not make such a mistake again. He survived, an unknown commoner. At this point, the protagonist was hanging, plunging his hand into the stone wall, and then he rose up and the Emperor continued, his noble death will not be forgotten. He stepped back in surprise. MC asked, why was he so surprised? He approached the horse and, stroking it on the muzzle, thanked it. Now it can go its own way. The Emperor shouted, what happened? He was sure that he had been crushed to pieces. Was he a ghost? He stood up and walked towards him and asked, was he really alive? How did he do that? Didn't he fall down? He replied that he should stop talking and come here. He only had to pass this area, right? Chizhen, still shedding tears, said, what a relief, he was really so happy. The protagonist thought that he couldn't understand him. Although he may act arrogant and selfish at times, he can be truly innocent and naive. Is it because he is still a child? Or is this something he learned from the previous Emperor? The Emperor then said, how insignificant. Why did he let go of the horse? Did he forget about him? He should have seen, he was covered in mud. And he thinks he will walk along this muddy road? The protagonist thought that he could forget everything he said. Then he turned around and suggested that they just walk silently. He replied that he shouldn't have let go of the horse then. Just because he showed mercy to a pitiful animal, he was forced to walk. How could he be so impudent? MC raised his index finger and explained, if it weren't for this pitiful animal, he would have lost the life he was so proud of long ago. The Emperor was indignant. Wasn't this just a savage's horse? He replied, a horse can't blame what its masters were like. Even a sword cast from iron can only rely on its master. It could be a sword of life or a sword of death. Chizhen asked in surprise, why did he suddenly stop talking? He thought, was his unforgivable actions against the demonic cult any better than what these savages did? As the son of the leader of the Miram Union and the head of the Steel Poison Squadron, the demonic cult was an enemy he had to kill. That's how he was taught. That's how he grew up. But did the followers of the demonic cult deserve to die just because they belonged to the cult? The demon cult that he had seen and experienced was completely different from what he had heard about it. Just because they had mastered the demon arts didn't make them bad. And just because they didn't follow the higher laws of the Ming Empire didn't mean they didn't have spirituality. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult were like martial arts sects, and the believers were like family members. Wasn't it because their lifestyles were different, but they were all similar? Then the emperor sat down on a rock and told him to forget it. He didn't want to talk. No need, he would just sit down and rest for a while, and he was thirsty, but he had to drink this water first. He was surprised. What should he do? He asked. What if it was poisoned? The protagonist thought irritably, damn, if he wasn't the emperor then. Then he asked, is this how he lived? He was surprised. What do you mean? He replied, he had always lived like this, talking to himself and couldn't drink water on his own. He wondered, what was so strange about that? What about him? How did he live that he turned out to be so uncouth and rude? The protagonist wondered, uncouth? Yes, he fits all the Murim standards perfectly. The emperor clarified, Murim? So he is a Murim martial artist? He wanted to know more about it. What is this place like? There are a lot of eccentric guys there, right? Like monks and Taoists who practice martial arts. And he heard that even the vagabonds were able to build up their power there, right? The protagonist asked, is he talking about all the vagabonds, right? That's right, they all belong to a sect known as the Murim Union. He added that he heard that they have a lot of freedom. He heard that even before reaching the age of 20, they travel after other martial artists in the Central Plains. MC said thoughtfully, freedom. Well, that's not quite true. They have to acknowledge the rules of the Murim, but also follow the rules of their own sects and cults. And that's a lot, if you go into detail. Then he confirmed it, however, unless they are part of some group, they won't have complete freedom. The Murim martial artists have more choices since they have mastered this very martial art and all that. Perhaps this is why they needed politicians and the emperor, so that their fields of choice would expand. The emperor thought about it and then asked why he was here. He replied that he had already said that he was looking for those who were imprisoned. He noticed what a noble man he was. The protagonist asked, is it really so? Then he thought that he himself wondered if he was doing this out of nobility or just out of habit. How different is he from a demon who goes crazy at the sight of blood? Then Chizhen asked, so he was part of the Murim Union? He replied that he was a believer. He was surprised, what? And he replied that he was from a demonic cult located on a heavenly mountain. The emperor reeled in fear and shouted, demonic cult, aren't they traitors? Why is he here? The protagonist stood up and asked, what does he see in him? In his opinion, he looks like a demon thirsty for blood. Traitor, demonic spawn. He can call it whatever he wants, but he must save those who are captured just like him. That's why he is here. As night fell, they lit a fire, and as morning came, they set off. And after a while, MC said that they had arrived. He hid behind the bushes, looking at several cages located on the field. Chizhen asked in surprise, royal generals? They are wearing royal uniforms. The protagonist looked at the men locked in the cage and thought, are they the emperor's secret guard? He noticed that they were really alive. He was about to go forward, but the protagonist grabbed him and told him to stop. The emperor was indignant. What was he doing? They should save them. He replied that there was something wrong. He thought, is there no one guarding them? He used detection energy. After that, he concentrated and saw a group of people hiding behind the bushes further away. He wondered, that person? He was stupid. It was too easy for them to figure out which way they were going, besides Chizhen. The emperor asked, what's wrong? He replied that it was a trap. They were being chased. He said this is how far it has come. After that, he adjusted his clothes and asked, so how does he look like an emperor? Even though he is not wearing a dragon robe, he is still the emperor of this country. Even though he is a traitor, he seems to be an upright person, since he saved his life. When he was 9, he became the emperor, although he did not understand anything about politics. Under the influence of the eunuch Wang Jin, he sentenced people he did not even know to death. He also led an army of 50,000 to repel an attack by the Oirats, and lost with heavy losses. MC thought, Wang Jin, the eunuch who had his legs chopped off because of his abuse of authority. And then the emperor said that many months had passed since those people kidnapped him in Hebei. And does he know what he was doing all this time? He fed their horses and took care of them. He tried to escape a couple of times, but eventually gave in. While taking care of the horses, he wondered if he was an emperor or a groom. And then he added that he never wanted to be an emperor, not even once in his life. He was just made one once. He had no freedom, no choice. That's why he always wanted to give up the throne. But now that things have gone this far, he wants to be an emperor. Funny, isn't it? The protagonist took his hand and asked him, and what does he intend to do? He replied, even if he could go back, there was no place for him there. He was surprised. What? He added that now he was probably just a former emperor. He was sure that Zhu Qiu was sitting on the throne, just like he dreamed. He just wanted to go back because he believed that there was someone who was desperately waiting for him to return. She was waiting for him, but now he knew. This was the path he should have always taken. The subjects he had to protect. It didn't matter whether he was sitting on the throne or not. What was more important was who he really was. He would show them who he was. MC looked at him in confusion, and he turned around and asked if he could tell him his name? And could he show him his face? What a pity. If there was a chance, he should tell the Empress that he was very sorry that he couldn't go back. After that, he pulled his hand out of the protagonist's hands and ran to the prisoners. They shouted in surprise, "His Highness?" He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that he was here. The Oirats came out from behind the cages and prepared their bows. Jason stepped forward and asked, "Did you come after all?" "Right to your death. What a stupid emperor." He stroked his neck and asked, "Have you completely lost your mind?" He replied that he could think that virtue was much more important than profit. In any case of danger, he had to sacrifice his life. He had to follow what he considered right for himself, and give his life if duty required it. This was exactly how it should be. They had been making a fool of him for over a year. They were not afraid, because he was right here. The man with tears in his eyes shouted, "His Highness?" Jason folded his arms over his chest and, smiling, said that they had no reason to refuse him if he himself offered them his life. Kill the Emperor. His subordinates accepted the order and ran to attack him, and then the Emperor closed his eyes and thought, his wife. At this moment, the protagonist, radiating powerful energy, flew forward and stood in front of the Emperor, asking, did he really think that he would go against them alone? He thinks that he can forgive himself for this? Not long before, the protagonist thought, as soon as they killed the Emperor, they would immediately leave here, and as soon as they left, he could calmly free the prisoners. All he had to do was leave the Emperor. The next second, he remembered his words and thought, yes, now he is just a former emperor who was betrayed by his own brother and vassals. No one will save him. He is just a stupid child who is asking for trouble, thinking himself a hero. In fact, he is nothing. He remembered his smile, and his teeth clenched in anger. In the present tense, the emperor, perplexed, asked, did he come to save him? But why? He asked in response, why else? He promised that he would save him. Jason noticed that he was that warrior. Maybe they would see how good he was. He then waved his hand and gave the order to the archers. MC thought, what? They were going to shoot arrows from such a distance. Jason then commanded, fire! Many arrows shot straight at the protagonist, and he concentrated energy in his legs and used the ultimate demon lord art, the Heavenly Demon Legion strike. Many of his spears shot forward. Jason asked, who is he? The protagonist thought, the Heavenly Demon Legion strike is another addition to the ultimate demon art that allows you to create multiple versions of yourself. When he was training in the corridor of the Supreme Demons and reading the murals on the walls, he had an epiphany. Chijin looked at him and asked, who the hell is he? Even the commander of the royal warriors is not as strong as him. He replied, a traitor, a martial artist, Murim, something like that. He shouldn't ask any more questions, and should just retreat. If he did, he would spare their lives. Jason stated that he was curious to know who was hiding behind that mask. To think that he would meet such a warrior in such a remote place, he would like to exchange greetings with him. He then introduced himself, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't understand what he was saying, but did that mean that he didn't intend to retreat? Then he said, that's right. He had no choice anyway. He had to fight. He concentrated energy around himself, and Jason walked towards him, giving orders to his subordinates. The protagonist thought, are they being surrounded? Hell, arrows would be flying towards them, and he wouldn't even be able to tell from which direction, and the prisoners could get caught in the crossfire. Jason then stopped, holding his weapon out in front of him, and said that Chijin was no longer an emperor. To him, he was just another victim. Nothing more, nothing less. He was like recycled material to him. What would he say? If he fights him and wins? Before he could finish speaking, MC said, he really does talk a lot. He can talk to his heart's content. With that, he ran forward and thought that he would deal with those annoying archers first. He used the Heavenly Demon Legion strike. Many copies of it rushed forward. Jason thoughtfully said, so he decided to forget about him and deal with the archers. This must be understood as somehow looking down on him. Then he swung his weapon and, swinging it, cut down several copies of the protagonist at once. He thought, has he really reached the highest realm of cultivation? No, this is his internal energy. It comes from brute force. How can one achieve this with only internal energy? The highest art of the Demon Lord uses internal energy to transform the devilish flames to demonstrate demonic power. That is why it is called demonic art. A person can use his energy and physical body to the limit of his capabilities. He had heard something like this before. Among the 5 emperors of the top 10 of the Central Plains, there is a general from the Yuan dynasty who leads a squad of archers with devil flames. After that, he said, the archer emperor dried up the flames, Jason. He was surprised. Did he know him? He thought that judging by his reaction, he was right. Then he smiled and added that he originally did not plan to fight him. Jason in response suggested that he focus on their fight. If it was difficult for him, then he would help him focus. After that, he kicked off the ground and swung his weapon, shouting that he just needed to pay full attention to him. His weapon struck very close to the protagonist, and he jumped to the side and thought, how can an external energy martial artist directly use internal energy enhancing arts? If that is the case, then very soon it will become a problem for him. Then he must smash him with one blow. He concentrated the energy in his hand and used a series of surviving imperial martial strikes, the first of the 3 palms, destroying the palm. He hit his opponent, and he, having slowed down on the ground, moved back. The protagonist thought that John Jagak devoted his whole life to studying the highest martial strikes. Since these are not real imperial martial strikes, he uses demonic art to create a semblance of it. His powers are limited, but the strike should still be strong enough. His opponent suddenly laughed and said that the world is really big and unknown. He got to his feet, and the protagonist, perplexed, thought, how is he? He took a direct hit from the destroying palm, but his strength only increased? Jason smiled and noted that he was very surprised, but even a battering ram cannot defeat him. After that, he took off his breastplate, and MC asked, did he withstand his attack? And he, thoughtfully looking at the breastplate, asked, is this not going to fade away? How interesting. He dares to assume that he is from the Heavenly Mountain? He doesn't think he came from the Palace of Dancing Blood. With that kind of flame, is he from the Palace of Sacred Flames? Oh well, they'll try again then. They both charged. Jason slashed his axe in front of him. The protagonist kicked off the ground, flipped in the air, dodging his attack, and then attacked his shoulder with his foot. At this moment, the prisoners were confused. Who the hell is this man? How can he fight back against the Oirat's leader, Jason? At this moment, he laughed loudly and shouted that he really is incredible. How can he do this? With that, he swung his fist. The protagonist put his hands in front of him, trying to block the attack, but was sent flying into the tree behind him. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Chizhen shouted in alarm, no. MC realized 3 things. First, this body has a certain limit to using the Supreme Emperor martial strikes. Although he remembers this technique in his head, it does not suit his current body. And if he were to try to use the orthodox martial arts through the demonic arts, he would not be able to use even 30% of this power. Second, if the Supreme Demon Lord art does not manifest in the Heavenly Demon, it means that the incredibly powerful internal energy is simply using yang energy. And third, this person is different from an ordinary martial artist. With this level of strength, he did not even leave a scratch on him. Jason walked up to him and asked, is he already exhausted? So fast? He thought, if this continues, he is lost. After that, Jason swung his weapon and commented that it was not a bad fight. The protagonist admits that he was too arrogant. He tried to hide his mastery of the demonic arts so as not to reveal the young master within, but he didn't even think about ways to balance the forces. That's why he had no choice but to do this. The next second, he put his hands on the ground and used a series of Supreme Emperor martial strikes. The dragon spirit burst out from him and rushed towards his opponent's chest. He used the secret technique of 6 strikes, the Wind Dragon Strike. The next second, Jason crashed into a tree and shouted, he thinks he can be defeated by such an ancient technique? Then the protagonist added a kick with his leg, but he swung it away and threw it into a tree. And then he saw how the enemy gathered himself again and rose into the air. He indignantly shouted, where is he going? He sent a powerful kick forward, passing through the forest. MC dodged, stopping on the ground. Jason again went to him and asked, is he running away like the last rat? Why lure him into the forest? Is he trying to save his life, or does not want everyone to see in his death? The outcome of the fight has already been decided. He will put an end to this. After that, he swung his weapon again and sent a powerful kick forward, destroying everything in its path. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of himself, creating a barrier, and thought that this is too dangerous. Just think, he is able to create a blow of such power only with external energy. The slashes continued to come at him and he thought, there are no other cultists here, so it's okay. The demonic sword of the holy fire as a demon lord's weapon, it will definitely obey the supreme art of the demons. He then took out his blades and sent a slashing attack forward. Their powerful attacks met, but the protagonist's attack flew forward, hitting the opponent's axe. He shouted in confusion, but how? And then he swung his axe, dissolving the protagonist's attack. He thought that the sword's name suited its power. It can absorb the art of the demon lord, although he shouldn't rely too much on a weapon he doesn't know well. But in the end, this is all he can rely on. The supreme power of the demon lord, the incarnation. Jason looked at him in confusion and shouted, is this his last try? He will finish him off. With these words, he grabbed his axe again and ran to attack. The most powerful energy of the protagonist spread throughout the forest, creating a huge tornado. Meanwhile, the old man, breathing heavily, sat near the tree, looking at the sky. He asked in bewilderment, what the hell? A huge tornado scattered the Oirats in different directions. The emperor fell to his knees in frustration and repeated, no. At the sight of the fight, the trees were destroyed. Jason sat on one knee. The fire of the protagonist still burned on his body. He asked, "The Demon Lord? He is clearly unlucky. He must kill him." The protagonist sent several clots of energy towards him and said that he would ask him only one question: why he didn't dodge the blow. At this moment, his subordinates ran up and shouted, "Great Grandmaster, is he okay?" MC thought that it was all about them. They saw the Demon Lord. If he let them live, then there would be no end to troubles. He had to kill them. After that, he walked forward, dissolving his flames. Jason turned around and shouted in confusion. What was he planning? If he didn't kill him now, he would regret it. Then the protagonist turned his gaze to him, but after that, he continued to walk forward again. Jason threw his head back and laughed loudly, shouting, "Fascinating. How fascinating this all is. Is this a sign that it's still too early for him to become the Khan?" But he can't retreat anymore. He will become the master of the Yuan Empire. After that, he raised his hand and his subordinates prepared their bows. He threw a plate to the protagonist and told him to take it. This is the price for sparing his life. He doesn't want to deal with them anymore. With the appearance of the Demon Lord, the outcome is already clear. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told him to be careful. This was all the work of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. He was dangerous. The protagonist asked in surprise, did he know his language? But more importantly, what did he say? The master of the Palace of Dancing Blood? Jason, without answering, walked to his horse, and the protagonist thought that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood was Ya Yulchan, the father of Yuljin and Yultak. But what was wrong with him? The next second, Chizhen rushed into his arms and thanked him with tears in his eyes for saving his life. He saved them. He was sincerely grateful to him for his life. MC, looking at him with a slight smile, thought, is he crying? How can the Emperor be such a crybaby? What a strange guy. Then he said, he happened to see such rare tears. Perhaps it was all worth it to intervene and save them all. He looked up at him and said how mean he was, but it was okay. He was his friend, so he could do it. After that, the protagonist smiled and suggested that they go back. He directed his powerful energy at the cages with prisoners and thought, following the teachings of the cult, he was freeing them. Then the cages dissolved, and the prisoners looked around in surprise. An old man came out onto the field and shouted, "Oh Myung!" The others picked up and started shouting too. They all ran to embrace him. The freed prisoners ran in different directions. The protagonist told the remaining soldiers of the Myung Empire about fighting with the Orat's leader Jason. Chizhen's situation was quite sad. He had nowhere else to go back to, and even if he did, he would be exiled to Kyu. Then he looked at the Emperor and asked, would he really be okay? He could go with him to the Heavenly Mountain. He replied that he had already told him, even if everyone had abandoned him, there was still one person who was waiting for him. He was going to meet the Empress. Even if he had lost his status as an emperor, he still had other duties to fulfill. Even if he was exiled, he would still do what he had to do, right? The protagonist agreed with him, and he asked, would they meet again? The next time they met, he should take off his mask. MC replied that they would look at his behavior. He then thanked him, and the protagonist walked in the opposite direction, then took the form of a powerful energy flash and flew forward. The capital. After returning to the Forbidden City, Chizhen was unable to enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony, nor was he able to pass through the South Gate and the Gate of Heavenly Peace. He had to go through the East Gate alone, since everyone had abandoned him, and his brother had taken the throne. There was not a single person who was happy to see him return. Now the Palace of Heavenly Purity was replaced by a modest and unpretentious dwelling. But perhaps this was only the beginning for him. His brother had set him up, made him out to be a traitor to the country. That was why he found himself in a new prison for himself. At that moment, he opened the doors and saw the Empress, who was busy sewing. She looked at him in surprise. He said that he had returned. Tears appeared in her eyes, and he asked how she had been doing all this time. She rose from her seat and ran to embrace him. Tears appeared in his eyes too. And he said that he had missed her very much, so much that all his thoughts were only about her. She said, as if in a dream. She was also waiting for the moment when he could return to her. It was like a dream in which she did not want to wake up. He said that he did not care if people considered him a useless ruler or called him a pathetic emperor. She was his everything, and even after death he would look for her. He had returned only for her. She said, His Majesty. Then they touched foreheads. The sixth emperor of the Myung dynasty, Chizhen. As an abdicated emperor, he retired to the southern palace and led a miserable existence. But at that very moment, he was the happiest man on earth. The Myung cult, the palace of bloody art. Zuzia walked deep into the palace past the guards, then he entered the light pavilion and shaking off his robe, said that he could not get used to this place. At that moment, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Yahello, was sitting on a chair, turning the pages of a book. He asked what had happened. He replied that according to his instructions, the preparations for the highest heavenly festival of the Myung cult were almost complete. He replied that as he heard, The young master had completed his recluse training and was released. He spread his arms out to the sides and, smiling, said that at the moment he was not a hindrance. They could do it at any time. However, an unpleasant incident occurred with Jason, apparently declaring himself the Khan of Northern Yuan. Yulchan said that it was high time to do so. He said in response, it seems that he took it too calmly. However, it is not that simple. He received the heavenly dragon plate. At these words, he frowned and kicked the floor. He added that a certain man nicknamed Myung appeared. He appeared out of nowhere in the Oiret's camp and saved the Emperor Chijin, and also defeated Jason. Yulchan gritted his teeth in irritation, and then said, handing over the heavenly dragon plate means that he cuts off all ties with him. Jason, is that what his answer will be? He must call everyone to a general meeting between the courts. He answered as he wishes. After that, he said, Jason, does he think he will let him get away with this? After some time, the protagonist came to the palace. Taeshik broke away from training and greeted him. He asked how things were. At that moment, Yultak's scream was heard. Screaming, why did she wake him up? Haran was indignant. Didn't they promise to take care of the weeds in the garden today? He shouted, why should he do this? She replied, in his opinion, it is better to sleep and do nothing all day. He must quickly go out. And then they appeared in the courtyard, and he, pointing his fingers at her, shouted that he was really going to hit her now. She grabbed his hand, confused, and shouted, what? At that moment, MC said, but what's with all the noise so early in the morning? They said in surprise, young master. Yultak walked up to him and asked, what's wrong with him? Did someone dare to throw stones at him? Was he right? Can he see? He said he shouldn't have gone alone. Did he hit puberty? Or is it because he didn't have it? The protagonist frowned and thought, what a fool, he's incorrigible. Then Haran walked up to him and asked worriedly, what's wrong with him? Is he really okay? He replied, nothing special. She wanted to object, but he raised his hand and said that he was fine. Taeshik pointed at himself at that moment and told him to just give the order and he would handle it. He thought in surprise, handle it? With whom? How? He then replied that everything was fine and thought that he still had a lot to change. After that, he looked back and said with a sigh of relief that he was back. The others looked at him happily. He thought, well, he was back anyway. Moon Peak, Myung's summer cat house. Shival, the leader of the floating ghost team, knelt down on one knee and announced her arrival to the palace master. Then the master called her and she said that she was listening. She asked if she could pass on a message to the third room, let them take a stroll to Myung's small palace. It is said that the ice flower is truly beautiful. The third room is currently inhabited by 3 merciless steel demons. They were assassins for the Palace of Murders. They have no names, only numbers that they were called by in the Palace of Murders. They are truly strong individuals. Asking them to take a stroll literally means killing everyone. Ice flower, does this mean that the target is the lady living in the building next door? Then the master asked, is she scared? She replied that she was not. She was scared, because the palace master would only be satisfied when he took revenge on everyone who had once wronged her. But she shouldn't have targeted Myung Palace, because if she did, the other palaces and the Council of Elders would not let it go so easily. She had to stop her. She had to stop her, but then the master said that if she were in her place, she would do the same. Even if she was a simple woman with a weak character, there were still boundaries in her life that should not be crossed. She replied that this was true, and thought that she should be the one to go to Myung Palace. Then she asked how that girl was. She replied that it was probably because of the shock she'd experienced, but she had not left her room at all yet. She remembered her words, lady, a member of the young master's retinue did this to her, and the master ordered her to go with them too. She was surprised, and she too? She added, if she kept retreating in the face of trouble, she would never be able to change her life. Shival thought that she wanted to repay herself. Then she said that she obeyed, and the master said, okay, right, what about the other girls? Shival answered, there were 32 people in total. She said, it must be hard for them now, they had to go through a lot, she should feed them and send them to sleep. She said that she obeyed. After a while, the windows in one of the towers opened, and a group came out. Haimi, adjusting the mask on her face, thought how they stunk. Have these demons of merciless steel never heard of a shower? Should she admit the truth already? It seemed like everything had gotten completely out of control. Never mind, there was no lie in her words. She would just get it from the young master and that annoying idiot again. At this moment, Biran, hiding behind a mask, watched this and said, the fat man, the weak man, and the short man, 3 demons of merciless steel. And Hami behind them? He thought that he heard that they were among the top 20 best art masters in the Palace of Murders, but they ran away after breaking certain rules. Could it be that they were hiding in the Palace of Welcoming Joy? Even if both palaces supported each other, it seemed that sometimes hiding under the enemy's very nose could make it difficult to find. And where were they going? Leaving the palace through the window instead of the door? Wait, in that direction? Are they heading towards Myung Palace? At this moment, he remembered what he had written on the note. He thought, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood should not wield power. The palace master said that the current Palace of Worldly Riches absolutely must take over Myung Palace. That's why he obeyed the young master's stupid instructions. If those guys found out about the secret letter, then all the blame would definitely fall on him. After that, he went up to the roof and whistled. His subordinates followed him, and he thought that he had to save the palace. After a while, Tong said, Jason? The leader of the Oirets and the Grand Master of the Northern Yuan. He clenched the plate in his hands and added, but that was yesterday. Today he proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan and the ruler of the Northern Yuan. The protagonist, perplexed, thought, the ruler of the Northern Yuan? He screwed up where he shouldn't have? Then the librarian asked, he said that he got it from him, right? But this is strange. The language does not look like Yuan, more like Western Chinese, Eastern Thai. So Jason, looking at how skillfully it was broken, the protagonist interrupted him and asked, so he's not the only one? He replied, it seemed so. He remembered Jason's parting words, and Tong stroked his beard and said, what a great story. The Palace of Dancing Blood is very closely related to the Oirats, and he told him to be wary. The MC asked him to help find out what this thing meant and why he warned him. He replied that he would fulfill his request, but now that he had become the Supreme Khan of Northern Yuan, it would not be easy. He replied that he did not have much hope, and he needed martial arts techniques. Would he help him with that? Tong looked at him and laughed slightly and said, is he not satisfied with the Demon Lord's supreme art? He thought that it was because he destroyed everything around him when he used the demon's supreme art. Then he told him to stop mumbling. He would help, right? He did not need the orthodox techniques. The demon ones would do as well. Tong thoughtfully asked, should he do this? He asked, was he refusing? He replied that he just wanted to say that the Myung Palace was full of books on martial arts. Was it worth going somewhere else to master it? The protagonist thought, why didn't he think of this himself? The Myung cult is a place where demons gather. Of course, they have the knowledge of all the highest martial techniques. Then the librarian said, since he was going there anyway, he should look into the library of the Supreme Ruler. He agreed with him, and then he suggested moving on to another pressing topic. Even the Hao clan would not be able to find out what he was talking about with the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches. After that, he laughed loudly and exclaimed, 30% of their assets. He grabbed his head and added, the palace master probably had no choice but to team up with them. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that it was true. Someone as greedy as him would definitely not miss a chance to grab gold that was right under his nose. It seemed that their relationship with the Palace of Dancing Blood had already cracked back then. Tong then picked up a brush and suggested thinking about it. The 7 palaces had a truly strange relationship with each other. The Silk Road was the main lifeline for the Palace of Worldly Riches, so they were so careful with the Palace of Dancing Blood, which had connections with the Oirats. The Palace of Dancing Blood had the highest martial arts techniques, so they kept the Palace of Sacred Flames, which enforced the law, in check. The Palace of Welcoming Joy had allied with the Palace of Murders to provide their cat house with protection throughout the Central Plains. Although the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Murders were trying to get rid of the Palace of Broken Swords, which consisted of a small group of elites, the Palace of Myung and the Palace of Sacred Flames did not allow them to do so. The Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy were always waiting for an opportunity to devour each other. But the Palace of Monstrous Venom had always remained neutral, and thus the two palaces formed alliances, competed, and complicated their relationship. Although the amount of money the palace poured into the Palace of Dancing Blood from trade was quite large, now that their own soldiers had been captured, shouldn't they rebel? They wouldn't mind having more support from the archers. But now that Jason had become the Supreme Khan of Northern Yuan, the Palace of Worldly Riches needed to be reasonable, and if the Palace of Dancing Blood attacked them, they would definitely not help them. That's why the Palace of Worldly Riches isn't just throwing money around, they're probably investing it to be able to make a bigger deal in the future. The protagonist said thoughtfully he still wouldn't completely side with them. He thought that there was a high probability that he was deliberately pitting the two sides against each other to make the conflicts worse. The librarian then added, but if they tried to subdue him by force, he would immediately run away and come up with something else. No, it is the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Murders that are different. The biggest weakness of the Myung cult is that it does not have many reliable people willing to collect information. The protagonist added, and finances to feed the cult members. If he is excommunicated, then it can be considered that he was on a desert island, isolated from the rest of the world. Then Tong looked at him and said that he is someone who seems to be aware of what is happening, but at the same time does not know anything. He looks like he does not understand anything at all, and then suddenly pours out such brilliant ideas. MC was indignant. Stop teasing him. It is better for him to say what is on his mind. He replied that it is quite obvious what the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches is pursuing, but you cannot expect much from him. He is not that brave. The only reason he was able to get to power is because of his eldest son, Chan Jasang, and the leader of the team, Birang. The protagonist added that he heard that Jasang was currently on a mission. The librarian raised a finger and said that it was true. They needed to bring Jasang and Birang together. He recalled his interactions with him and thought, is he really that big of a deal? The librarian then added, his skills are not that important. What is more important is that the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches trusts his words. Birang is someone who values the current reality. If they show him the power of Myung Palace, they can lure him over to their side. The protagonist thoughtfully said, so they will get him and deprive the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches of his eyes and ears? He replied that it was true, and MC thought, Birang, since he has already bound him to himself in some way, perhaps it will be much easier. Palace of Worldly Riches, if you think about it. After that, he took out his blades and said that Samin gave it to him. He said it was a demonic sword of sacred fire. Did he have a reason for handing over such an important item to Myung Palace? Or maybe he was so confident that everything would work out since he had the palace on his hook. Tong looked at the weapon in confusion, then laughed loudly and said that it was because the 5 sacred weapons were useless to him. The 5 sacred weapons could only be used by those who had mastered the Demon Lord arts. He didn't want to give it to anyone, but he knew that there would be a massacre if others found out that he had the weapons. His only option was to give it to the worthless young master. The reason he told him about the weapons was because he just wanted to befriend him. To think that he had gotten hold of 2 sacred weapons at once by pure luck, the protagonist looked at the weapons and thought, of all the weapons, it definitely had to be the dagger. He never learned to use it, even when practicing high-level combat strikes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes as well. And then the librarian said, the third elder has knowledge of the martial art technique of Western China. Would he like to go and find it? He has always been quite careful in sharing his knowledge, so now he can teach his followers the technique for the rest of his life. He currently resides at the Fire Peak. MC replied that he understood. He would look into the matter, and he should let him know how to find the Hao clan, since he cannot return here every time for information. Then Tong handed him a tablet and said that the Hao clan is nowhere, and at the same time, everywhere. He should just throw this plate on the ground when he needs help, and they will find him right away. The protagonist took it and replied, okay. Then the librarian asked, is he currently on his way to the Myung Palace? He replied that he does not know yet, and he added that some unflattering rumors regarding Hami had recently surfaced here. The protagonist replied that there was nothing like that. They just needed to talk to her. It was time for the Palace of Welcoming Joy to give him an answer. Tong guessed that he did it on purpose. He replied that he could call it a strategy to meet the palace master. Tong remained silent, and then rode forward, picked up a book and began to flip through it, pronounced, Snake Time, Palace of Welcoming Joy, the opening of 4 people. It seemed that they had an answer. The protagonist asked, it seems that they are heading to Myung Palace, right? He replied that he thought that the master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy would be capable of such a thing. The protagonist asked, perhaps this is how they seek reconciliation? He replied, more like murder. He guessed that they might be carrying an invitation. He asked, didn't he already reject it? The MC sighed and thought, the Palace of Welcoming Joy sent out assassins. After that, he turned around, and Tong asked again, is he going to Myung Palace? He replied, the Palace of Welcoming Joy. The librarian said that he would prepare. The protagonist thought, master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, so that's his answer. Meanwhile, Yultak folded his arms and looked at the empty table, noticing that he had left again. Haran, looking at the note, asked why he always did this. Perhaps he didn't trust them? He replied that he had told them that he was going through puberty. Why would he leave when he had just returned? He couldn't be serious. Taeshik thought that if he had followed him, Haran would have been left here alone. He certainly didn't want to make him choose. Still, he couldn't drag his daughter around with him all the time. Then he looked at Yultak, who said, it's better for them. Maybe they could have some fun and drink tonight. Haran, she should bring the drinks. She asked in confusion, was he completely crazy? Taeshik thought that he was completely useless as a warrior, and he couldn't always cover for him in that case. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and he asked in surprise, team leader, does he want to have a drink with him? He knew he would understand. In response, he suggested having fun. Yultak asked in fear, team leader? He replied that starting today, he would train with him. Yultak asked in fear, what kind of nonsense is this? What does he mean? He squeezed his shoulder tighter and replied that he was unable to protect either the young leader or his daughter. Therefore, he would train with him. After that, he led him to the exit, and he screamed, to hell with it. And why does he need this? He came here to avoid this. He will not train. Only over his dead body. Taeshik added that refusing him would mean death, and he continued screaming for him to let him go. He understands why he should protect the young leader, but why should he also protect her? Sometime later in Mayun's summer cat house, The people sitting inside said that ever since the young leader finished his secluded training and came back, there hadn't been a single quiet day on the Heavenly Mountain. He heard that he had caused a commotion at Myung's Spring Pavilion. It happened just recently. He went to the Sun Peak to participate in the exam for the position of the highest cult member in Myung's courtyard. There he saw Madame Hami from the Palace of Welcoming Joy. Most likely she came to greet the young leader. After she left, he decided to wait for her near Myung's small palace to see her again. And an hour later she appeared again, but she had completely changed. All her clothes were in disarray. Later he heard from his friend from the Palace of Worldly Riches that the young leader had done something to her in the reception hall. A girl came up to him from behind, called out to that warrior and asked, "It seems he thinks he has 10 lives, right?" They all turned to face her and saw the Palace Master of Welcoming Joy, the White Snake Flower, Han Soso. They all knelt before her and loudly told the Palace Master that they paid their respects to her. She said with a smile that they could stand up. Their misdeeds could not be paid for by bowing their heads. They must pay for it with their lives. The warrior said in a very frightened voice that he was only retelling rumors that he had heard. She walked towards him and asked if perhaps they could talk then. He should tell her what she wanted to hear. He continued to kneel before her and loudly said that he had committed an act worthy of death. She folded her fan from which a blade emerged and with a displeased expression said that he must die then. With a sharp movement of her hand, she threw her weapon at the man's head, who was very frightened by this. However, someone threw a vase that hit his head, causing him to fall to the ground and the dagger to fly past. The one who did this asked, "Does this establishment really put poison in their own alcohol?" He became drunk very quickly. Jagak lifted his hat with a small smile and asked, however, "What are they doing here?" All the people who were in this establishment were very surprised when they saw him, knelt down and loudly told the young master that they were paying their respects to him. He threw away his hat, walked to the center and sat at another table. He poured himself some alcohol and thought that about 10 years ago, an unusual incident occurred when bodies were discovered in the Taiking Pavilion, which was located in Shanxi. The messengers, commanders, and all the people who were there were found dead. At that time, the Murim Alliance was shocked that one of the elders of the Hua Mountain clan was one of the dead. They deployed a heavenly net. However, they were still unable to catch the culprit. It was only after some time that everyone learned that the murderer was a girl named Han Soso. She inherited the technique of transmitting internal energy from the previous palace master and became a master herself at the age of 20, reaching the highest level of proficiency. She likes to make bets, and her bet is always someone's life. This is the information that Chunso obtained. However, it seems to him that he was looking for information on her only because she is pretty. The protagonist drank a cup of alcohol and said that he never thought that the lady of the Palace of Welcoming Joy herself would be here. Soso took her fan and said that he should have notified them of his visit, and she would have met him in person. He said with a small smile that the girl they sent to him was not his type. She started walking towards him and asked how he was feeling now. Had his anger subsided a bit now that he had met her in person? He thought that it was hard for him to control his anger since they had sent assassins after him. However, saving this man's life was more important. He said that, however, that could change now that he was in her abode. Soso said with a smile that when a girl prepares to meet a young man, the preparations always take the proper amount of time, so she asks him to wait a bit. He asked with a smirk, what if he doesn't want to wait? She started emitting an icy aura and said that then they could start now. She waved her fan and directed that icy energy at the warrior who was standing next to her. His legs started to freeze, and he loudly asked for mercy. MC looked at what was happening with anger and said that he didn't know that her power allowed her to kill cult members who didn't serve her. And in the presence of the young leader, she said that he had become much cuter and more talkative since he came back. She was genuinely proud of him. He said with a serious expression that she had better not change the topic and answer. She sat down on the chair next to him and said with a small smile that she would also ask questions. Why did he feel that the palace master was not allowed to touch the cult members? He asked if she had forgotten the teachings of the Myung cult. Soso laughed and asked if he thought that was the case. She didn't think that he himself was so pure and innocent. Maybe she should tell him already? It's all about pride. Because if he treated her people badly, that meant he treated her badly too. It's not about protecting the cult members. It's about respecting the palace master. However, that person dared to insult her, unfortunately. Come to think of it, someone else had also insulted her and broken her heart. Maybe he knew who that was? He asked with a calm expression how he would know about that. She looked at him with shining eyes and said with a smile that he simply had to know this. Jagak looked at the frozen man next to him and thought that he was still alive. She started emitting her energy again, called out to him, and asked if he would like to make a bet. Because of what was happening, the cup of his alcohol started to freeze, and he thought that this was the highest level of mastery. It seems that she had achieved more. Miriam Alliance is not comparable to the real world. To think that such a person was only ranked 8th. If the Myung cult decides to conquer the Central Plains, the entire world will fall into chaos. He said that as he can see, the title of young leader means nothing to her. She said that of course it is not so. However, according to the 3 main commandments, everyone should be equal and act fairly, right? He thought with a serious expression that this woman is different from Jong Samin and does not care about the opinions of others. She only cares about herself and the palace of welcoming joy. Said that he would then bet on her bet if that was what she wanted. Soso said with a smile that she liked knowing that he hadn't changed at all. She closed her fan and called Shivol. Several girls came down from the 2nd floor and one of them asked if she had called her. She said with a smile that they were closed for today, so she should ask their guests to leave. She agreed and they all started chasing away the people who were sitting nearby. They all said goodbye and quickly left the building. Soso said that he wasn't often seen here. She couldn't just let him go so easily, so he should spend at least 2 days here in comfort. The protagonist asked if this was her bet. She agreed with a smile and asked if it was easy, right? He asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing this, the girls next to her immediately took out their swords. He said that he seemed to have gotten her answer. However, what would change after 2 days? She laughed and said that maybe he would enjoy staying here and would leave here alive. She would remind him of what happened in the past. He agreed and said that in that case he would stay longer. However, since she mentioned it first, he would also suggest something. She knew about the 3 commandments so that everything would be fair. She looked at him calmly and said that he should continue. He said that in 2 days he would subjugate them all. He looked at her with a smile and thought that he would destroy everyone along with the palace of welcoming joy. Soso reacted calmly to this and said that he was going too far with his jokes. He said that she should just wait for him to arrive. She stood up from her chair and said with a smile that, of course, she would look forward to it. She would wait for him like a spouse and prepare a bath for him, only if he managed to get to her chambers. She and the girls started to get up and said that she hoped he would have a good rest. MC asked if she would just leave him there. He wouldn't want to spend the night in someone's burial place. She waved her fan and encased the man in a large ice crystal. She said that he should come as soon as he finished his drink. He will need to go up to the 6th floor and she will prepare a room for him. He looked at her with a serious expression and thought that he will definitely come for her. The lady of the palace of welcoming joy. At the same time, in the small palace, Myung Yultak was holding his leg because of the pain and cursing loudly. Taeshik stood next to him with a stick in his hand and asked if he thinks he will be able to save his life being so slow. He won't even be able to protect the young master, let alone Haran. He started hitting him on different parts of his body and named the places he was going to hit. He grabbed his arm and asked with a displeased expression why he should protect her. He did not answer this question. He didn't answer this question. He swung and warned that he was going to hit him on the head. He immediately covered his head with his hands, but he changed the trajectory of the blow and hit him on the torso. Yultak was very angry about this and said loudly that he was talking about the head. Taeshik asked if he thought the killer would tell him where to hit. Haran came out of the palace, called her father, and said that he should drink some persimmon tea. He went up to her and took the potato she brought. Yultak watched from the side and said with displeasure that he only loved his daughter. Do they think he has no father? She came up to him and said that he should eat some food before training. He sat down on the ground and asked why he needed this training at all. Was this his last meal before he died? If that was really the case, then she needed to cook something better. She sat down next to him, put the potato in his mouth and said that he should just shut up and eat, otherwise he might get sick. He took a bite and said that he felt like he had internal injuries. His whole body hurt. If she was so worried about him, she should give him a massage. His injury made her angry, and she hit him hard on the back of the head with her hand. He got angry because of this and asked loudly, was she completely crazy? Haran said loudly that he should stop acting like a child. How can a man be like him? They started arguing with each other, but she stopped when she noticed something. She stood up and asked her father where he was going. Taeshik said that he was going to visit the smithy, and he should continue training. Yultak stood up and said loudly with a displeased expression that he could barely lift a stick. What else was he going to buy? He shouldn't buy anything. He ignored him and left silently, closing the door behind him. He fell to his knees, called the young master and said that, even though he was a worthless man, he would follow him everywhere, even to the farthest wilderness, if only he would return quickly. He raised his hands and started crying and loudly begging him to come back. At the same time, a squad of ninjas came to Moon's summer cat house, hiding their faces. Jagak started using his energy on the ice crystal and thought that by using the art of heavenly blood and the art of the demon lord, he could feel a slight reaction. Even though it was the art of ice, he hoped that his luck had not yet left him. With his energy, he was able to melt that large piece of ice and free the man. He gently sat him down on the floor, then hit him hard on the back with his palm. Thanks to this, the man was able to come to his senses, and he thought that it seemed like he was very lucky. The warrior was about to say something, but he covered his mouth with his hand and mentally told him that if he wanted to stay alive, he should remain silent and hide, and if possible, escape from here. If he understood everything, he should nod. He removed his hand and the warrior immediately nodded to him. The protagonist left him on the first floor and started to climb the stairs himself, and thought that the Myung Summer Pavilion is also known as the Palace of Welcoming Joy. To be precise, up to the 5th floor, the place is considered the Myung Summer Pavilion, and only from the 6th floor, it is already the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He opened the door, behind which there were several girls who said to the young master, "Welcome." He looked at them and wondered, what kind of joke is this? The girls went to him, and the room began to fill with transparent gas. They came up to him and said that he should play with them. They had been waiting for him for so long. His consciousness became clouded and they began to take him away. He plunged into memories, where Chungai called him and asked if he knew that women from the demon cult are much more dangerous than Kumiho. He was lying in the forest and asked if he even had other dreams. He looked at him and asked how dare he not listen to his older brother. By the way, does he have any alcohol left? He replied that he had nothing left, and even if he did, he still wouldn't give it to him. He should sleep, because tomorrow they would have to fight the Dark Evil Clan. Chungai said with a smile that if he just joined them, the illegal insects would get into trouble. By the way, has he ever heard of a charm technique? He looked up while lying on his back and said that he should just shut up and sleep already. He didn't listen to him and said that in his dreams, the maidens from the demon cult used this technique. It gave such a pleasant feeling that he gave in. At present, MC came to his senses and thought that the purer his internal energy, the easier it would be to fall into this trap. If he were in his previous body, it would be difficult for him to get out. If he hadn't studied the art of the demon lord. The girls who stood in front of him asked, didn't he miss them? He had been gone for so long. He thought that only 5 floors were available for guests of Myung's small palace, but she spoke as if he had been here often. Could it be that this was not his first time coming here? He was surrounded by 12 girls and another girl was playing an instrument behind that screen. That girl was the heart of the charm technique. One of the girls continued playing her instrument while the others asked when did he become so bold. She was cold, he should hug her. They would be sad if he was so cold. Jagak used his energy and the girl playing the instrument stopped because of great surprise. He very quickly appeared behind her, which surprised her very much. At the same time, on the top floor of Myung's summer cat house, Soso was holding a snake in her hands and called out to Shiwol, who was sitting next to her. She asked with a calm expression what she thought of what was happening. She said that it was not easy to understand. She agreed and said that a lot of time had passed by then. However, this was very strange. She didn't understand her and asked what she meant. Soso turned to her and asked why he was acting like it was his first time here. Perhaps the cult leader did something to him when he sent him to the High Demon Corridor. Shiwol was very surprised and thought that she was talking about the cult leader, Ma Taepyeong. They were forbidden to talk about him. It was an unspoken rule. Why did she suddenly talk about him? She said that it didn't seem to matter, since the young leader came here himself. They should give him the best service. She said that now that Yuol had stepped in, it wouldn't take long. Soso looked at her with a small smile and said that it was good. She was sure that they were happy to see each other after so long. How were things in the Myung small palace? She said with a calm expression that she thought they would hear about it from themselves soon. She said that it was such a pity she could leave. When Shivol left, she laughed and said that he barely got out last time. However, he can't change that since everything was decided on his birthday. She has already prepared a gift for him. All that's left is to wait for it. At the same time, the protagonist stopped in front of the girl and thought that it was strange. He is sure that the girls from the Palace of Welcoming Joy studied the Yin Demon ice art, but they were very easy to defeat. The charming atmosphere disappeared. He asked, is she the one who used the charming technique? The girl turned to him and called out his name in a frightened voice. He was a little surprised by this and asked, does she know him? You've all said her name and said that it's been so long since he was gone. He thought about it, however, he only slightly immobilized her. Then why did she blush so much? He asked, how does she know him? She asked, how can she not know him? After all, they have spent so much time together. MC guessed that something like this was possible and said that he would ask one more question. Had she done this to him before? She agreed and said that they had a lot of fun. He felt a little embarrassed by this, turned away and thought that something happened 3 years ago, before he went to the corridor of the higher demons. This means that a girl who was not even 16 could use the charm technique. At the same time, a squad of 4 ninja reached the small palace and climbed inside. Yultak noticed this and at first thought that it was the young master, which he was glad about. He felt embarrassed when he looked at them and asked who they were. He looked at them and asked, "Is she Hami?" She felt embarrassed by this and said that he was mistaken. He asked what was wrong with her voice. Maybe her nose was blocked? Is there another crazy woman who would choose such shoes with a completely black outfit? She was very upset about what happened and said that she really wasn't who he was talking about. He must have mistaken her for someone else. He said with a displeased expression that they were completely crazy anyway. However, what were they up to again? Not only did they cross the walls of their palace under the cover of night, but they also hide their faces behind masks. Haran asked why they came here. Yultak said that he wasn't sure for sure, but he thought he knew the reason. The last time she was here, there was such a sparkle in her eyes. So what was she up to? Hami asked what he was hinting at. He said that she had been looking at him like that from the beginning. She had always admired him. This made her angry, and she asked if he had gone completely crazy. He said that with all the passion, she had a desire to steal him and possess him. However, he cannot return her feelings. This is because his main mission in life is to stay close to the young leader and protect him. Hami got even more angry at him, loudly called him a frog and said that he should shut up. Neither now nor later will she have anything to do with him, so he should leave here. Besides, he is not calling her by her name. She does not know who it is, so he should stop calling her that. Yultak turned away with a smile and said that she gets embarrassed very easily. That is why she acts like this. He looked at her and said that she should stop pretending. If she wanted to get his attention, then she succeeded, so she should stop it. He was very surprised because they all pointed their weapons at him. He began to worry about this, laughed and said that it looks like she is not here for him today. Hami called Haran and said that she should kill her. She was embarrassed by this and asked why she should do this. He asked, "She is a person without a clan, but she dares to live here? Her presence insults the honor of this place." She said that they are in a small palace. Do they seriously think that they can get away with this? She smirked, looked at the other members of the squad and said that she must have already established her connections here. The rest of the squad said that they should quickly kill her and leave, otherwise he is hungry. Are they going to kill again? They have never met before, but he gives her a sacred gift, an eternal night of pleasure. Haran was scared by this and said that they should leave here now. Hami asked how some pathetic girl dares to threaten her. Does she even know who she is? Yultak called her name, which once again angered her, and she asked loudly, "Did he want to die?" She turned to the others and asked why they were hesitating. They had to kill her immediately. They all ran very quickly together towards the frightened Haran. She closed her eyes out of fear, but all the ninjas stopped because one of them got hit in the head by a vase of flowers. He was surprised by this and turned around abruptly with a displeased look. Yultak, who did this, said that this vase accidentally slipped out of his hands. Hami looked at him with a displeased expression and called him by name. He said that since the young master returned, not a single day has passed peacefully. Did he really come to the small Myung palace for such a life? He even felt a little ashamed. He called Haran, who was standing nearby, and said that this was the last time he would save her. She became even more worried about this and was about to say something. He said that he had been trying to understand her after that incident. However, doesn't she think that she's going too far in choosing her targets and methods? What harm has she done to her? All of the squad members began to emit an ominous aura. Hami called him a crazy idiot and said that they should kill the two of them. They all ran towards Yultak very quickly. He called them poor freaks with a serious expression and asked whose sons they were. His father, that is Yulchan, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. The girls looked at him with confused expressions and said nothing. However, the rest of the team stopped and looked at each other. Hami asked why they stopped. They should just grab him and kill the girl. He pointed behind him with a displeased expression and asked, "They continue to look down on her, but do they at least know who her father is?" She asked why she needs to know the lineage of a mere girl. He said with a serious expression that she should know better. She still started to worry and wondered, is this another daughter of the palace master? He said that, by the way, here he is. This is her very scary father. They all turned around and saw how the big gate was knocked down. She saw him in a cloud of dust and with a frightened expression on her face was about to say something. Taeshik clenched his teeth in anger and asked, "What do they think they are doing?" She asked loudly in a surprised voice, "Isn't he that warrior bodyguard?" At the same time, in Myung's summer cat house on the 7th floor, Jagok got up and the girls who were training with swords were surprised when they noticed him. He calmly asked, "So is this where the team of floating ghosts lives?" One of them asked why he was here. He asked, "What are they so surprised about?" After all, they themselves asked him to come up here. Are they scared of something? She said that she was asking him to wait here for a while. He agreed, and they went their separate ways. He stood there and thought that she must have gone to find out what happened so that she could report back later. However, she wouldn't be able to find out anything, because only the Kingdom of Sleeping Maidens was waiting for them there. He looked around and noticed little girls standing nearby. He looked at them and wondered if they were the children of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. One of them grabbed his sleeve and greeted him. He did the same, and she said with a kind smile that her name was Sayumi. He patted her head with a small smile and thought that she was so fearless. She continued to hold him and said that she would be 9 years old this year. He found her behavior strange, but he told her his name and said that he was 19 years old. A girl came up to him and said that he could go upstairs. He started to leave and Sayumi waved goodbye. He continued to think that she was strange and simply left with the girls to the next floor. At the same time, the girl said loudly with a surprised expression that the young master had reached the 7th floor. The 6th floor had been defeated. He would soon reach the 8th floor. Shival was shocked by this and wondered how he was able to do this. When someone was defeated in the Palace of Welcoming Joy, it meant that she had surrendered to the enemy. Could it be that the corridors of the higher demons contained knowledge about the art of lovemaking? This was some kind of nonsense. The reason why the Palace of Welcoming Joy was weaker than the other palaces in terms of strength was because in addition to the art of combat, they had to rely on the art of lovemaking and use a whole range of other tricks. Moreover, among the maidens they had sent out, there was no tail spirit. There were only 12 soaring spirits and 6 moons in total, which belonged to the moon spirits. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this time, since they had sent out another 5 to 10 soaring spirits and 3 moon spirits. The hovering spirit can defeat 10 men, and the lunar spirit can defeat 100. This time, they will definitely succeed. At this moment, another girl came up to her and loudly called out for the leader. Shival looked at her and asked where her manners were. She apologized and said that, however, it was urgent. She said loudly in a worried voice that the 8th floor had also fallen. They had failed. She was very worried about what she heard. Her face turned pale and she said that she was fine. How did this even happen? He was able to defeat them in less than 2 hours. Did she see it with her own eyes? The girl said that she went to see because she did not believe what she heard. None of them were able to stand on their feet. There is one more thing that should be noted. Not a single trace of the young leader could be found. Shiwal was very worried about this and thought that if they could not capture the young master this time, then the Palace of Dancing Blood would mercilessly deal with the Palace of Welcoming Joy. If so, then on the day of the beginning of the highest heavenly festival of the Myung cult, she remembered that he had promised to subjugate them all in 2 days. This made her even more tense, and she thought that if this continued, then the mistress might also be dragged into it. She must prevent this. In order to protect the inhabitants of the palace, she always had to do everything alone. The young master could not be allowed to get to her. She said that they should send male spirits. No matter how skilled a lover he was, he would not be able to subjugate a man. It was necessary to make it so that he could not rise even 1 step higher. The girl agreed and left. Shiwal thought that if he rose 1 more floor, he would reach her, the 10th level. If he were here, she would risk her life to protect the lady of the palace. At the same time, Taeshik walked towards the ninja, giving off an ominous aura, and said that he was told to expect guests, but he never thought that they would come from the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He thought that the white snake flower Soso, once she became the master of the palace, she got rid of everyone who supported the former master under the pretext of creating a new generation. He never thought that she would get involved with the small palace of Myeong. Earlier, on the way to the smithy, a man passing by gave him a note that said that they might have guests coming very soon, so they should be prepared. The young leader asked him to pass this on if the need arose. If they don't want their guests to be treated badly, they should call the young master along, the leader of the Hao clan. Currently, Hami looked at him with a very scared expression as he walked towards them. One of the gang members turned around and said that he gave off a completely different aura. He could be dangerous. She asked, do they think they will be safe if they fail the task and turn back? 2 of them can deal with the warrior while the 3rd kills the girl. 2 of them stood in front of Taeshik, and the 3rd turned to Haran. He swung his fist filled with energy and said that no matter what they did, they will all die by his hands. 2 warriors ran towards him very quickly from different sides, but he delivered a very strong punch to the largest of them and threw him into the building. The shortest one jumped up from behind him very quickly. He took out 3 small knives and threw them at him. The ninja who was just thrown into the building very quickly recovered and quickly ran towards him to attack. Taishik stood still and did not move while he was attacked from 2 different sides. Unexpectedly for them, he did not dodge, but simply grabbed both of them by the throat, and the thrown knives stopped due to his powerful aura. He squeezed them very hard with his hands and they could not believe what was happening. He called Haran and said that she should close her eyes. She did what he asked, and Hami watched with a worried look, standing next to him. They asked to spare them, but he did not listen to them, used his energy and their heads burst. What happened surprised the rest of the squad very much. The ninja got very angry because of this, and loudly asked how dare he do this to his brothers. He turned to Haran, ran to her, pointing his sword and loudly said that at least he would have time to kill her. Yultak took out his sword and stopped his attack with a frightened expression. He asked if he could deal with them himself. Why was he forcing him to do this? Taishik calmly stood next to him and said that for him, this was a real training battle. The ninja got very angry because of this and loudly asked if he was preventing them from having a small talk. He started to throw many quick punches and he warned him about the places where the enemy was aiming. Yultak parried all the punches and said in a scared voice that he knew it himself. He dodged the attack and struck back from below upwards. With this punch, he cut his belt, causing his pants to fall off. Haran screamed loudly in fear, and he said loudly that she should close her eyes if she wanted to live. Taishik, with a worried look, said loudly that it was too early to relax, he had to protect his body. The ninja actually ran towards him and swung his sword to attack. He was surprised by this, was unable to block, and the blow hit his torso. However, due to Yultak taking a step forward, the sword strike missed him and he pinned his arm. He kicked him in the leg and stabbed the sword into his body. The ninja was surprised by this and asked if there was a demon hidden inside him. He fell to the ground due to being badly injured, and Yultak looked down and noticed that there was a small cut on his side. He started to panic, running in circles, and said loudly that he was bleeding and was dying. Haran said loudly with a displeased expression that he barely touched him, so he should stop panicking. Taishik looked at him and thought that he was really hard to figure out. Even though he acted like a third-rate warrior, he managed to defeat a top-level mercenary so easily. React as the situation developed and step on the opponent's feet after seeing how he moved? This can't be learned just by studying martial arts. This can only be done if he already has a lot of experience in killing. He will learn more about this when he trains him. He turned to Hami, who was standing next to him, and she was very worried about this. She asked him to stay away from her with a frightened look. He walked